Hello and welcome to Teesside Autodrome for round 2 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. I'm David Sullivan, alongside me will be Tom Butterworth, taking you through all of the day's action, 8 races per heat, that's 32 races in total. Tom, welcome back.
Good morning, good morning, good morning Teesside, good morning everybody on the live stream. Hope you are enjoying your Sunday wherever you are. Let us know in the comments and keep us interested throughout the day with what you're doing and what you're up to, how you're watching. Quick weather update, David?
It's alright.
It's alright looking out the window. It's cloudy as always in Teesside normally.
To be fair,
but,
throughout the week we thought it might be sunny, then we thought it was going to be fairly heavy rain. It is overcast, but it's not. It's warm enough for me to have shorts on.
And it looks like we are, well, I don't want to jinx it, but it looks like we're in for a dry day at the moment.
It does, but you know, commentators curse and all that.
Yeah, we don't want to jinx it too early, do we? But yes, looking at the various weather updates that we have available to us, it looks like it's going to be a dry day, so slicks all around for most of the day at the very least.
Except them Bambinos that are about to come out, they're on all-weather tyres, aren't they? They've got a slight groove in them.
As always with the Bambinos, so looking forward to Bambino heat number 1 coming up very shortly.
Very much so. I think they're about ready to go. I think Pro Kart have just made their way off. They get the 3-minute, 3-lap practice now in the morning rather than qualifying sessions. Because we are random grid format for our more senior classes. So Bambinos, they did qualifying yesterday afternoon, as did our 2 cadet classes and our Mini-Max. Everybody else will have their random grid allocations of one at the front, one at the back, and one in the middle.
That's it. So really looking forward to today. As always, going to be another exciting one. What are we looking forward to particularly? We got any extra special entries or anything like that this round, David?
Any spice? Well, Bambino is
spice. Good word.
The grid has increased nicely, despite the fact that we are clashing with the British, which is just on down the road. So we've got we're into double figures on Bambino, so we have 10 of those. Which is good. Slightly down on senior Pro Kart, but the quality and the depth is still there in that class. We're still running heavily in terms of things. Mini-Max for me, Tom, is the one to watch. Qualifying yesterday saw at least 4 drivers on provisional pole throughout that session, with Addison Smith putting in a good performance. He held provisional pole for much of it, snatched right at the end by Lewis Goff. And early on in that session, Tom, it didn't look unlikely. The kart didn't look like it was handling at all well in the early part of the qualifying session, and then it really came to him in the second part, and he managed to put in a lap time in his final 2 that put him on pole position. The surprise package, though, in that qualifying session, Tom, Sebastian Corky goes off P2 on the front row with him in only his second Mini-Max race here at Teesside.
Yes, indeed. Well, we saw his class last year in the Micro-Max, working his way through the field, and indeed his exceptional racecraft. So very much looking forward to see what Sebastian Corkin can do.
Yep, looks like the Bambinos are down there and they're just getting a count. So the first race of the day is almost upon us. It will be heat number 1 for our Bambino class.
There is the view of the Riverside Stadium, which you can see in the distance from the Teesside circuit. So going off pole for Bambino heat number 1 at round number 2, Teesside Sprint Series will be Chloe McGill. Then it's Tommy Clark in second. Third will be Buddy Hugo. Fourth, Jake Gibbon. Fifth, Harry Hardcastle. First one of the day, David. James Pybus in 6th. Then in 7th, it's Sebastian McCarthy. 8th is Teddy Hardcastle. 9th will be Grayson Crawford. And 10th, Freddie Blackshaw. No time in qualifying for Freddie Blackshaw.
No, was here, but had an incident in practice, which meant they spent most of the afternoon with a big long bar through that chassis, straightening it up.
Oh dear.
So, no time in qualifying, but the most important thing, Tom, is that the kart has been fixed. There he is, coming round on the screen in the 131 machine, so with no time in qualifying, he will go off P10 in heat 1, but then if he manages to make his way forward, you start where you finished the preceding heat here at Teesside Autodrome, so chances for all our drivers to come through. So yeah, We'll send the first two forward, but there is Freddie Blackshaw on the screen. He's going to roll that 1-3-1. Number of drivers this weekend, Tom, as well, making their first appearance, not only here at Teesside, but we've got a few that this is their first ever Bambino race. So we are really looking forward, not so much to today as they get their feet under the floor in terms of on the floor in terms of karting, but watching their progress as they make their way into karting. We've seen it before, haven't we, Tom, with some of these Bambinos. We'll use Jake Gibbon for an example. When he first came, he was regularly getting lapped. Last time he was on the podium here at Teesside. He goes off, I believe he was 4th or 5th in qualifying, so we're just going to wait for them to all grid up nicely.
Yeah, exactly what you were saying, David. The experience that you can get from Bambinos in particular, once they start, they've never really sat in anything proper before, any kind of racing or anything like that. So they really are coming at it fresh. But it doesn't take them long to get up to speed. And I mean, running at the front, really.
Yeah, once you've got over that fear factor, and once you've managed to, you know that you can put the throttle down the entire way with your head not rolling off your shoulders and behind you on the cart. It's quite reasonable to get these Bambinos all up to a very similar speed.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, it's not a case of just a couple of laps to get them up to speed, but 3-4 events and they're there. The step up. The step up with Bambinos in terms of experience is far different to when you get up to, say, if you're moving from a junior Rotax into a senior Rotax. There's a big, there's a big step in terms of performance of the kart, but your experience in driving level isn't going to change massively. So it takes you longer to get up to the front. With Bambinos, it's not quite the same. They do it quite quickly.
Just having a little reshuffle out there, Tom, at the moment. I think we've got 4th and 6th the wrong way round, so we're just going to have them realigned on the screen. I was fairly sure Jake Gibbon had qualified 4th, and there he is now having that 1-1 machine rolled into the correct position. James Pybus gets a nice rotation, a nice birthday rotation for James Pybus. It's his birthday today.
Oh, is it? Oh.
It is. So happy birthday, James.
Happy birthday, James.
So looks like we are all into position now, or that we're just swapping 2 more round. Those at the front, Tom, now, it's all about maintaining focus, because they are our youngest drivers. They're 5 to, some of them will be 8, but I mean, I'm 37 and I can't focus for too long.
Yes, it is. It is like trying to herd kittens sometimes in the commentary box. But no, it's good to see that they're all ready to go already, and they will be keeping attention throughout the course of the race. That's why you never made it in endurance racing, though, David, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's like also probably why I never made it in endurance racing particularly. So green flag in hand for the starter. It is up and down, and we are away for heat number 1. Round 2 at Teesside. And away we go. Chloe McGill immediately with a fantastic start, heading off into the lead. And Buddy Hugo has taken 2nd place already from Tommy Clark. And as they move through the wiggles for the first time and into hairpin 1, it is Buddy Hugo in 2nd place from Tommy Clark. As we said, Chloe McGill taking that tight exit out of hairpin 1. 4th place is 111 Jake Gibbon, heading down the back straight for the first time and into South Bank. Of course, we've said this over the years, David, but the very differing line into South Bank from the Bambinos. You will not see that from any other class here today.
Just got the digiboard now. Tom is right outside the window here at Teesside Autodrome. We've just got an investigation underway
for Freddie Blackshaw.
I think that's so early on, Tom. I think that may well be getting a little bit too excited at the flag. But we'll confirm that later on.
We've got Sebastian McCarthy has just moved through. I'm trying to see who that was. Grayson Crawford.
Yeah, two places, I think, for Sebastian McCarthy on the opening lap, up to 6th place. So our runners after lap 1 is Chloe McGill, Buddy Hugo, Tommy Clark, the top 3, with Jake Gibbon, Harry Hardcastle in 5th, Sebastian McCarthy, Grayson Crawford, James Pybus, Teddy Hardcastle and Freddie Blackshaw, your 10 Bambino runners here at Teesside Autodrome.
They're heading down the back straight for the second time now, and here's Tommy Clark moving through on Buddy Hugo. Lovely overtake there, just got better drive out of hairpin 2, down the back straight and straight through.
That was the line you were talking about there, Tom, with the Bambinos, was they come out of hairpin 2 and then set their sights on the inside of the circuit for South Bank, which you just don't see with your classes that are carrying more speed into South Bank. But the Bambinos, not scrubbing off the same sort of speed, are able to go to the inside, and their defend starts straight out of hairpin 2. There's confirmation on the screen then that Tommy Clark moves through into 2nd place and actually started to move away from Buddy Hugo, Tom.
We've just had a yellow flag out at hairpin 3. I'm not sure who that is. We'll just get them across the line and see whether somebody's had a bit of a moment there. It is Teddy Hardcastle who's dropped down 2 places. Freddie Blackshaw now moving up to 8th. James Pybus in 9th and Teddy Hardcastle in 10th place. Yeah, so what we were saying about the different racing lines is with the Bambinos, it's quite literally the shortest route possible is normally the fastest way around, rather than the traditional out-in-out racing line that you will see out of hairpin 2 in particular, and then down the back straight into South Bank. It's with the Bambinos, it's pretty much right round the inside of hairpin 2, hold it on the inside, and then straight down the right-hand side of the track as they drive it, the left as we look at it from camera, and into South Bank. That is the quickest way for the Bambinos. It is,
although the move that Tommy Clark made to get past Buddy Hugo was right round the outside. We don't see that very often, just because of they do have. But he had the move done before the corner started, because such was his run out of hairpin number 2.
And carried that pace as well for the next lap or so as well, because he's moved a second and a half clear now of Buddy Hugo as well. So clearly there was a pace difference between the two of them.
Yeah, and a lot of the time with the Bambinos as well, Tom, they don't need to use all of the circuit on exit either. We saw at the last round, Chloe McGill, who set the lap record at round number 1, her lines round some of the corners were not what we would call conventional, because she was pretty much straight lining out of hairpin 3 down to hairpin 4 rather than sweeping out wide. You know, and I think she's really stumbled upon something there, Tom, in that with these Bambinos, you don't have to sweep as wide as you think. Now, naturally, you have to keep the revs up. These Bambinos, despite the fact they're a really small engine, are revving higher than what the Honda Cadets are going to do, and even the junior Pro Kart, senior Pro Karts as well. They're revving to a higher rev, even though they're only putting out somewhere in the region of 4 horsepower. You know, so you have to keep them revs up because all the power is at the top end of on these Coma C50s. And she's managed to find a way of maintaining them revs whilst also taking considerably less track than everybody else.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we were saying a moment ago. It's that shortest line. It's almost, rather than the out-in-out sort of join the dots kind of traditional racing line that we see.
On the screen then, Sebastian McCarthy in 5th place, holding off Harry Hardcastle in Harry's first appearance here at Teesside Autodrome. This is our closest on-track battle. Although Teddy Hardcastle has found a way past James Pybus, he's got 11 seconds to chip into Freddie Blackshaw with only 3 minutes remaining. Although Hardcastle is showing reasonable pace. Now, here we've got his brother, twin, Harry Hardcastle, trying to go the long way round Sebastian McCarthy over start-finish. He will have to slot back in, though, over the line and drop back into 6th place.
Yeah, you need a big pace advantage to go right round the outside of the dogleg there. We've watched that we've seen that move many times over the years, and many times it doesn't come off.
We saw some between Colby Patterson and Austin O'Man last season, where one lap, I think one went round the outside, the other one was expecting the same move, the other one squeezed through the gap down the inside, which was about a Bambino and a millimetre wide.
Exactly, and Harry Hardcastle has just had a bit of a moment coming through hairpin 2 as well. Sort of a half spin, big slide, and managed to catch it. So good driving in the end to save it from being a spin, but that's now dropped him back off the tail end of Sebastian McCarthy.
He's about the full radius of hairpin 3 off the back, so I think that's going to be around about 2 seconds when they come over the line. It's going to be a hard task now for him to close that one in the remaining minute 30 and plus 1 lap at the end of this Bambino heat number 1.
And all that happened, and we're looking at Chloe McGill again now, so this is the line that we're talking about. So straight down the middle or to the right-hand side of the back straight, and then immediately turning into South Bank corner, holding the right-hand side again. So again, not running out wide, just using that shortest possible line.
Yeah, that was the straight line I was talking about, down into hairpin 4. Your faster classes go wide, but we have seen Bambinos in the past all sweeping out there, and I think she's really stumbled on something here, Tom, to improve lap times around this Teesside Autodrome National Circuit.
Absolutely, and we've seen that a few times, though. We have seen people trying this line, but what tends to happen is they get halfway around the corner and the back end loses grip. So Chloe McGill has clearly found something, and you can see again there, she's tight on the entry, you know, and again here into hairpin 2, not feeling the need to use anything like the full width of the circuit.
No, it's on rails, isn't it?
It's on rails, and she's only using half the width of the track at all times because that's all she needs to do. But as we said, the grip is clearly there for her. Other people have tried that, and they get halfway through the corner, think that they're not going to make it round, and they put a little bit more steering angle in. That causes the back end to come round, and then they spin.
Yeah, they get a massive amount of snap. Chloe McGill then will come over the line here and is very likely to receive the last lap board as the time elapses down to 0 there just as she comes through. So the final lap of the first race of the day is upon us. Chloe McGill leading the way by 6 seconds from Tommy Clark. Buddy Hugo in 3rd place with Jake Gibbon 4th at the moment. We were expecting an intense battle for 5th between Sebastian McCarthy and Harry Hardcastle, but Hardcastle had that half spin a few laps ago that's dropped him a few seconds off the back of Sebastian McCarthy and gives McCarthy some respite. I'm not sure that Hardcastle can close up unless there's any issues getting through lap traffic, but here is your race leader making her way into the South Bank corner. 4 race victories at round number 1. The 100% record looks like it's going to continue for at least one more race for Chloe McGill as she makes her way round the final 2 complex of corners. The dog leg is flat out in all of our classes, let alone a Bambino. And she comes through to take the right-hander. And with it, heat number 1, Chloe McGill takes the checkered flag and victory in the first race of the day. Tommy Clark comes through to take 2nd place. And it's going to be Buddy Hugo completing the top 3 in our Bambino class.
Yeah, you're going to have Jake Gibbon coming across the line in 4th, and it's going to be Sebastian McCarthy, Harry Hardcastle, Grayson Crawford, and Freddie Blackshaw making his way up from the 10th place on the grid up to 8th in the end. So that is where he will start for the next heat. Then it's Terry Hardcastle and James Pybus in 10th. So, fairly gentle opening to the day there, David.
It was, as James Pybus comes over the line with his arm up as well. I'm not sure whether he's got a problem or whether he was just getting confirmation he needed to take the checkered flag or come straight into the pit lane. But looks like that number 5 is going quite slowly, Tom.
Yeah.
Although I'm not sure that's just him coming back into the pit lane in a safe manner. He does go through the chicane and come back in. So I don't think there's any problems there with that kart. I think he was just making his way back into pit lane. Next up, though, it's time for a little bit more speed with Junior Pro Kart. Random grids then for Junior Pro Kart sees Maximus Shield start on pole position for heat number 1 with Joe Arnold alongside Harvey Still and Harry Brown on the 2nd row, Sebastian Pereira and Amy Frame on row 3. Row 4 sees Sophie Pawsey alongside Harry Roddis and Christian Oblang in P number 9.
So flew through that grid already. And it looks like they're about to head out onto the grid for heat number 1. Just waiting for the last of the Bambinos to come back into the pits, which you can just see on the left side, and you can also see our brand new commentary box as well. So thank you very much to Teesside for looking after us here, making sure that we're nice and comfy and cozy in the lovely new surroundings that we have.
It's a grand effort, isn't it, Tom?
It is.
A lot of work's gone into this since the hurricane took the roof off the predecessor. But Teesside have come through with a commentary box, and I think it's going to, well, we'll call it a media suite, because Adam is loving it in the background. We've even got the overhead gantry, so good morning to everybody. Thank you for watching. Thank you for getting in touch as well via the YouTube comments. We'll dip in and out of them throughout the day, so I'm going to have a quick look now. Go-Kart Boo's been on saying what age. I'm guessing that's referring to our Bambinos. They were between 5 and 8 years old, although when they start getting towards 8, they do get quite a bit too big for them karts, so they do find them moving up to our cadet class fairly quickly. ISW88, so that's Isabella Stansmore Wilson. She's been on. She'll be out in around about 10 minutes' time, straight after Junior Pro Kart with our Cadet Pro class. Keep an eye out for her going off P number 8. Thank you very much for everybody else. We've got Ben Griffin joining us, watching from Lismore in Australia. It's his birthday on the 22nd of May, so that'll be today for us here. I'm not quite sure. Are they in front of us or behind us? Well, they're in front of us, so it'll be almost the end of his birthday. Happy birthday, Ben. Dan Underhill can also keep up the amazing work for Alpha Life. Thank you very much for getting in touch with us. Do give us a like and a subscribe. If you subscribe, then you can comment on the live chat as well. So whether you're at the circuit, watching at home, please do get in touch. Let us know how your day's going and which drivers you are supporting. Juniors then making their way around. Tom, we know these grid up quite quickly. They know what they're doing. This isn't their first rodeo. We should be able to get these underway fairly quickly. Looks like we are down to 8 runners. The 88 of Harry Roddice not out with us, although I had seen that he was signed on for seniors, so I expect to see him still here and out later on, although we will check that out throughout the day. They'll be out in around about an hour's time now as we run to 8 classes here at Teesside Autodrome. Max Shields rolls the 181 machine into position. Right behind him, his nearest championship challenger, the current championship leader after round number 1, Harvey Still. Joe Arnold has the number 2 kart pointed towards the apex of the chicane. They'll take the chicane for the first time in cadets. In about 10 minutes, they go straight down to the national loop the first time, as do our Cadet Club and our 2-stroke classes. Everybody else takes the chicane at the first time of asking. We are gridded up, Tom, and ready to go.
Yeah, here we go. Heat number 1 for Junior Pro Kart. Starter just making his way towards the line. We'll have the green flag in hand very, very shortly, and I will stand up, which is normally my getting excited pose.
Here we are then, green flag in hand from the start line. Marshall. P8 berth is empty, which I think should have been for Harry Roddice, so we've got Christian Oblang in P9. Nobody alongside on Sophie Pawsey, on the 4th row. Just getting confirmation that we are good to go from the start line. Marshall here at Teesside. I think he's just having a quick look to see whether there's anybody else coming to join us. Although we have had the 9 on there, we've got 8 out, so I'm not sure whether they're just doing a quick sweep of the paddock, but or whether we've still got Bambinos down there in the pit lane. The excitement builds for us, Tom. The nerves, though, for them drivers sat there waiting for the start of this race. Yep, looks like we're about to go racing then. Green flag in hand, it's up, it's down. It's a good start from Harvey Still, and he's going to drop straight into 2nd place. Sebastian Pereira bounces over the curbs as well round the outside. There's a little bit of contact between Joe Arnold and Amy Frame, but Amy Frame is through, as is Sophie Pawsey, although she's on the outside of Joe Arnold. She might have to relent coming through the chicanes, and she does. So Max Shields leads the way, but straight into 2nd place, his nearest championship challenger, Harvey Still, and Sebastian Pereira not too far behind as well.
Yeah, Amy Frame got an absolute flyer off the start. I think did 2 or 3 overtakes before she'd even made it into the hairpin. Straight into the rear of Sebastian Pereira as well, and gave him a big push through through the chicane, which has actually given a bit of a break to the top 3 as well. So they're now making a move away from Amy Frame, despite that fantastic start, as they come across the line for the first time. So it is Maximus Shields, then Harvey Still, Sebastian Pereira, the aforementioned Amy Frame in 4th, Sophie Pawsey in 5th, Christian Oblag in 6th, Joe Arnold, and then Harry Brown in 8th place. That's Harvey Still having to defend while looking forward as well at the same time into hairpin 1. So Max Shields leads as they come down the back straight, but they are right there, Harvey Still and Sebastian Pereira. Oh, Harvey Still got such a run, he needed to take a little bit of an extra wide line as well, coming out of South Bank and towards hairpin 3. It hasn't cost him any speed, but cost him a bit of momentum as Pereira moves through in hairpin 4. Still tries for the up and over, and that actually works very well for him and slots back into 2nd, but that's just given a nice little breathing space to Maximus Shields, and that's all Maximus Shields ever needs in Junior Pro Kart as well. It's whether they can now work together and get that gap closed up.
Sebastian Pereira then running the O plate that he won here in December, and another driver, Tom, that has really come on leaps and bounds in the last 6 months is Sebastian Pereira. Tried out a couple of different karts and has got himself comfortable in one. In fact, he runs fairly comfortable in anything now, which is always a sign of a good driver.
Absolutely, yeah. If you can change chassis and you're not, your heart's not set on one of them, definitely it shows a different kind of talent.
So we've got a leading trio now, but clear to me, Tom, that Pereira that Still gets a really good run out of hairpin 4. He got it when Pereira went down the inside, and when he came over start-finish there, he came from 2 or 3 kart lengths back to be right on the back of Maximus Shields over start-finish. It really is a train now.
Oh, and there's a
in
little
the
bit of
top
contact
3.
through hairpin
Still,
1.
I think, ends up on the grass a little bit, and Pereira tries to get down the inside. So Still tried to run all the way around the outside of Max Shields. Shields was taking a slightly more defensive line to the inside. There was half a kart length down the outside. Surprised to see Still get the run. Then he gets some overspeed round South Bank as well and ends up going rather wide on the entry into hairpin 3.
That's exactly what he did on the previous lap, but Pereira was there to take advantage last time. Not quite there this time.
No.
They all got a bit impatient coming through hairpin 2,
I think Pereira dropped off there, Tom, expecting there to be a bit of an incident on the entry to hairpin 2 on the previous lap. Got on the brakes, you know, just to ease off and maybe either take advantage or not get involved in somebody else's incident. And it has dropped him 3 or 4 kart lengths off the back of Max Shields and Harvey Still.
Harvey Still looking very racy, coming through hairpin 1 and 2. Got a lot more speed, and then into as we go through South Bank as well. That's what he needed to do, is get up the inside on the entry into South Bank and carry that speed through, because he has been quicker than Maximus Shields the last 2 laps.
Got it hooked up, hasn't he? That kart's on working very well for him, and he is able to. It looks like he's throwing it around like a dog toy, but he's he's still maintaining the speed with it.
Yeah, and as these drivers get older, of course, they do get stronger as well. So able to get a little bit more out of the steering and throughout the race as well. What was Max Shields got a little very, very sideways through the national loop.
Dropped a wheel there, didn't he? Off the curb there, drops down on the inside, and he has dropped a wheel off. It's not lost him too much, a kart length or 2 maybe, off the back of Harvey Still. But you were quite right in what you were saying there in terms of the age of these drivers. We go from the top end of 11 all the way through to 16 years old in Junior Pro Kart, and there really is, that's a big development phase for drivers.
Absolutely, there's a big difference in muscle mass between when you're 11, just over 11, to when you're 16. Yeah, it makes a massive difference.
Harvey Still, 46.463, fastest lap of the race, almost matched identically by Maximus Shields. Fastest lap of the race, though, goes to Christian Oblang, going off P9 up into 5th place. He's going to be one to watch, Tom, later on when he's starting a lot further to the front. You know, he's had to come through the pack. He's a couple of, he's 3 seconds off the lead pack, but the leaders are all working together. He's on his own out there, putting in fastest laps.
And you can see Max Shields doing the opposite to the shrimping down the back straight, which is where you lean forward and put your head over the steering wheel to get a little bit of extra aero. Max Shields doing the gopher as he goes down the back straight, so that's where you duck right down in the seat and try and get as low as possible. That was my usual position I wasn't tall enough to do the shrimping, so I just scooted down in the seat instead.
Connor Lucas does that a lot as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think that's the difference between the aero position for the taller ones and the shorter drivers. But yeah, Max Shields, let's see if he does it again down the back straight here, where he just pops forward in the seat and scoots right down. In fact, he's too close to do that. He's not even worried about it because he's going to make a move here on Harvey Still. Couldn't quite pull it off.
Still was defensive in the similar lines that Shields was taking into hairpin 1 and 2 earlier on, that almost saw Harvey Still up onto the grass on the outside, was the same line, the defensive line that Still took on that lap, which Shields then tried to run around the outside. In the background, we see Christian Oblang and Amy Frame, and they've closed up a lot on the previous lap. Another fastest lap from Christian Oblang in 5th place. 4th place almost looks inevitable unless Amy Frame can make that number 14 machine the widest possible thing here at Teesside Autodrome. You might catch them in the background because there is Oblang down the inside of Amy Frame. Frame's going to try and run it round the outside. Oblang, though, through into 4th place. And now has got 2.5 seconds around to that pack in front of him. 2 laps remaining. That seems an optimistic shout. And Still's gone wide top.
Oh, he's lost
round
the wheel.
South Bank, and the wheel is off. Harvey Still, the wheel is off, and he is going to retire from heat number 1 in Junior Pro.
Such a shame for Harvey Still, because it was all going so well. Oh, I'm gutted. I'm absolutely gutted for Harvey Still. Here we go. We've got a replay of it now as they come down through South Bank, and then you're just going to see it come loose there, look, and there it goes.
There we go. In fact, Tom, he's done, I was about to say, he's done well there to really keep that one out the wall. He has touched it, but he's touched it flat on with the bumper, so they're not going to have really any damage at all with that car, other than maybe a little bit of chassis damage on the underside, but nothing that's going to keep him out of the rest of the day. Last lap board is out then with all this action. We're almost halfway through it. Max Shields is going to white line it down the inside. Seb Pereira's going to try and go round the outside. Shields had a little helmet tap as if to keep him behind. That's optimistic on the last lap, but he is going to be able to do enough. Max Shields inherited the victory as Harvey Still went wide and the wheel came off, but I'm sure he's going to be pleased nonetheless. Takes the checkered flag and wins from Seb Pereira. Oblang's going to be 3rd with Amy Frame 4th. Sophie Pawsey in 5th place. Harry Brown comes through for 6th. Joe Arnold will be 7th. And Harvey Still will still pick up points for 8th place, having finished at least half the race distance. And somewhat luckily, Tom, it is a random grid allocation, so it's not going to mean that he's going to be starting from right down at the back and have to work through for the remainder of the day. We will, however, have a little bit of recovery from the quad.
Yes, indeed, and you can see Harvey Still there completely fine out of the car and walking around.
In the background there, up on the bank, we saw Jordan Guy, one of our senior pro karters. He's not racing this weekend, unfortunately. He's hurt his leg, so he's not with us, but he's still here watching.
He's with us, but not racing.
No, but he did a bit of a jog down there, so I don't know what's wrong with him, Tom.
Just get on with it.
Yeah, exactly. There is Harvey Still's kart. Having a quick look. What they'll be looking there for, Tom, in that wheel, the marshal's probably just going to have a quick look and maybe give him a bit of advice, obviously. As them wheel nuts come loose, that wheel is then going to wobble around, and the holes, which are just wide enough for the wheel, for the 3 pins and then the nut to go on, they sometimes, it elongates the hole, which whilst the actual hub itself is fine, once them holes are elongated, then it does have a tendency to move on the carrier, and that means that you might have a bit of a problem.
You end up with sort of egg-shaped or oval-shaped holes for the wheel to go onto and the nuts to go through. But yes, potentially there's a new wheel going to need to be required for Harvey Still.
Yeah, and with us running to a select number of tyres now, Tom, in Junior Pro Kart, they may have to take that tyre off and put it onto a new hub, onto a new rim. So they might have to do a little bit of work on that, because they are now limited in Junior Pro Kart for the entirety of this season to 4 sets of slick tyres.
Indeed, and as we were speaking of everybody being okay and also injuries to Jordan Guy, we're going to move on very swiftly to our build-up for the pro class of cadets, and you can run us through what happened last weekend, David.
I shall in a few moments' time. So coming up will be the heat number 1 for Cadet Pro class.
So going off pole will be Ben Robinson, followed by Thomas Potter, then Harris Ali, Max Gilman, and Joshua Sullivan with the exact same times in qualifying. It was Max Gilman who set the time first, so does actually take that 4th place and the back of the 2nd row. Joshua Sullivan, as we said, in 5th with the exact same time. Then it's Jack Collinson in 6th. Stanley Clark in 7th, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson 8th, Amy Peacock and William Howard complete your top 10. Then it's JJ Plowman, Oliver Sibold, Holly Swan, Sam Hayes, Edward Rye, Alex Lynn and Larry Price.
So 2 runners there with no time. They didn't qualify in yesterday's afternoon session, but they are here, so they'll go off the back of our cadet class. So what Tom was referring to last week, I'm going to make a guess because he didn't exactly tee it up perfectly, but I'm assessing we're going to run through the incident at Hooton Park.
Correct.
Which was, it's really, really pleasing to see actually Harris Ali here. He had a bit of an incident at Hooton Park last week. Also involved in that was one of our Cadet Club drivers, Samuel Yeadon, who will be out in around about 10 minutes' time. So they had an incident with a couple of other drivers as well going into one of the corners there, which involved Harris had to go to hospital, but it's pleased to see he was out. And yesterday, Tom, in practice, was absolutely flying. Qualified in 3rd place, so it certainly hasn't done anything for his confidence, and he goes off the inside of the 2nd row. Other interesting things to note as well, in the background there you see the red and black machine of Amy Peacock. She is pulling double duty today. She'll be out in the cadet class and also will be out in the mini Rotax class as well, because her age means that she's at the top end of cadet and at the lower age bracket for our mini class. So she has had a dabble in the Micro Max, Tom, in other series as well, and is going to give Mini Max a go as well. So she's done a full practice day yesterday on both, and is going to try and do a full race day on both as well. So that's a Herculean effort from Amy Peacock.
Yeah, indeed, and we don't often see that, mostly because our biggest classes here are the senior classes. But yeah, there are opportunities to cross-class here at Teesside. We have seen it a couple of times before. I think, was it Max Shields? Tried it?
Max Shields has done he certainly is as well in another series where he's doing both doing the Junior Pro Kart and Junior Rotax in that as well. He has done it here at Teesside. We've seen a couple of drives as well where they've they've won a championship and then just the following round have just jumped straight into the class above when they're ready to go. So the age brackets in karting generally, it's not a case where you have a birthday anymore and that's you done.
Yeah, there is a crossover period.
Now, and it's certainly come in the last couple of years, it is the year of your birthday. So, you know, if you can get quite lucky, if your birthday is on the 31st of December, for example, you've got a
whole year
start
of transfer.
Yeah, exactly. You can start racing a lot longer before your birthday. We are fully into position then. Alex Lynn and Larry Price, who weren't here for qualifying yesterday, have rolled into position on the final row. Drivers now focusing on the start line marshal, flag in hand here at Teesside Autodrome. Visors down, it's time to go racing in our Cadet Pro class. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. It's a good start from Thomas Potter on the outside of the 2nd row. He slots straight across on Harris Ali. Joshua Sullivan's going to come through from 5th place, and so is Jack Collinson from 6th, right the way around the outside of Max Gilman, who's not had a good start from 4th. He's dropped down into 6th. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Amy Peacock have both moved up a place, as well as Stanley Clark goes wide round hairpin 1, but that's going to allow him to cut back to the inside of JJ Plowman. All of our drivers making it round the first half of the lap unscathed.
Yeah, give or take. Thomas Potter having a look up the inside again immediately into South Bank on Ben Robinson, but couldn't quite get it done. And it is Harris Ali, the aforementioned, who had the incident last weekend, already into 3rd place.
Gilman down the inside of Amy Peacock. For me, Tom, Ben Robinson now coming under pressure from Thomas Potter. Potter slots back in. Robinson, Tom, yesterday, 1 practice session, rocked up, put it on pole for qualifying, barely did any running, took pole position, went home happy.
Went home happy and is already leading here and probably with a big smile on his face. Larry Price with the fastest lap of the race on the opening lap, which is an unusual one to see.
Move for 3rd place sees Joshua Sullivan down the inside of Harris Ali and then defends into hairpin number 2. Look over the shoulders, gained a few kart lengths and is starting to move away, although Ali closing back in down towards South Bank. Jack Collinson behind, looking very racy as we've got Stanley Clark under investigation. Ali back down the inside of Sullivan, then into hairpin number 3.
It looks like this is going to be... Oh, and there we go. Sullivan again with the immediate cutback.
Stansmore Wilson's going to get a run here as well, Tom, I think, as she gets in there. Oh, absolutely nothing between them over the line from 3rd all the way down to Amy Peacock. And it's going to go all the way back down to Stanley Clark, JJ Plowman, as we've got other warnings coming up on the screen. I think one was for the 27 of William Howard. He's on the back of this pack as well, as there's a little bit of bumping and boring on entry into hairpin 1. That was
Stansmore Wilson. I think she overtook 2 there, I'm not sure. Certainly got 1 into hairpin 1. Sullivan feeling the need to go defensive. And all of this scrapping is, all that's done is create a gap between the front 2. So Ben Robinson and Thomas Potter moving away at the front and leaving the rest to duke it out between them for the final spot of the podium. So coming across the line, it is going to be Ben Robinson, followed by Thomas Potter very, very closely. Thomas Potter looking around the outside of the dog leg. Then it is Joshua Sullivan, Harris Ali, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Amy Peacock, Jack Collinson, Max Gilman, William Howard and Stanley Clark round out the top 10.
I'm not sure Potter wants to show his hand here too early, Tom. He knows that Ben Robinson has got some pace in him. And I don't think that Thomas Potter wants to show his hand too early. He knows he can get a reasonable run out of some of the corners, but it's a case as Isabella Stansmore Wilson tries to get alongside Harris Ali, and Ali chops to the inside to cut her off, and that's brought Amy Peacock right back onto the back of Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Oh, she goes slightly wide, and Jack Collinson tries to get down the inside. That balks him, and he gets crossed up, and Max Gilman comes through as well.
All action here in Honda Cadets, as always. They come across the line with just over 4.5 minutes left in this race. Lots of personal best laps throughout the pack, but it is still Joshua Sullivan at the head of this train that goes all the way down to 15th place with Holly Swan.
It is nose to tail, and this, Tom, is cadet pack racing at its very, very best.
Well, we do tend to see this quite a bit at Teesside because it is a big slipstream heavy circuit, so once you get in the tow of the cart in front, it is quite easy to keep up behind them. Stansmore Wilson with an amazing run down the back straight and into South Bank.
Yeah, Peacock assisted that, wasn't it? Right under the rear bumper. But that may well change now as Max Gilman gets the cut back into hairpin 4. We're 3 and 4 wide. As overstart finish, Thomas Potter slides round the outside, then down the inside into the D chicane on Ben Robinson. And at half race distance, Thomas Potter leads for the first time.
Yeah, I didn't want to argue with you, David, about Thomas Potter keeping his powder dry, but I think he was just trying to go hell for leather as fast as he possibly could. And he's made it pay off.
Well, what
so
do
caught up and passed, made the pass at the first opportunity.
Well, what do I know? Nothing, it turns out.
Well, I thought he looked. I thought he looked flat out. He didn't look like he was taking it easy behind Ben Robinson. You can see from the kart body language and the driver's body language. Hustling it as Max Gilman moves through on Amy Peacock. That's going to be the for 6th place.
He's tried that for the last couple of laps, hasn't he? Collinson tries to get down the inside of Peacock as well. He's going to have to slot back in. So Gilman's tried it for a couple of laps. This time he's made it stick on Amy Peacock. Isabella Stansmore Wilson, the next of his prey. Just looking out the window, though, Thomas Potter is going defensive as Stansmore Wilson goes down the inside of Harris Ali.
Stansmore Wilson has been making her way through this pack and is already lining up on Joshua Sullivan as well. Yeah. Stansmore Wilson with some great pace in this race.
Didn't have her strongest qualifying session yesterday, Tom. Well outside the top 5, down in 8th. Peacock was 9th. Off the back of them in qualifying was Harris Ali getting the monster tow that put him up into 3rd place. Sullivan was off the back as well. He's gone wide there, round hairpin 4. Stansmore Wilson's going to get alongside, but she is round the outside, and then she's going to have to drop back in. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining then in Honda Cadet Pro. That's going to give us around 4 more laps of this opening Honda race of the day in our cadet class. The club class is up in a few moments' time, though, so don't worry if you're a cadet racing fan. There is plenty more action of these karts as Harris Ali back down the inside of Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Max Gilman could potentially take advantage here. Which way is Amy Peacock going to go as they elect who they're going to push and work through? Harris Ali, though, back up into 4th place. Peacock goes wide and Collinson comes through down the inside of South Bank.
I was just looking a little bit further back, so you've got Hayes, Sibbald, Larry Price and Stanley Clark. I think there were 4 wide down the back straight at one point.
There's still 4 wide round hairpin 4, Tom.
Thomas Potter coming over the line, 1 minute and 20 to go. Ben Robinson in second, Joshua Sullivan setting his personal best lap of the race, immediately beaten by Harris Ali in 4th, but they are going quicker and quicker. But it is still a train of 12. Anybody in this 12 could take the final step of the podium.
Contact
Wilson. Stansmore Wilson into the side of Harris Ali.
Max Gilman involved as well there. He had nowhere to go as the cart in front of him was facing sideways. And Max Gilman, unfortunately, involved in an incident that he had no right to be in there, unfortunately for him. We're going to have a quick look at that one on screen, Tom.
Yeah, so Stansmore Wilson sends one up the inside. And Harris Ali just doesn't expect her there and turns in, doesn't see her, and that's it. So it's a common accident that we see at hairpin 1 at Teesside. Stansmore Wilson carrying on. Haven't seen any warnings come up so far on the digiboard in front of us.
No, but everybody, though, back running, though, Tom, which is good to see. So everybody's still back with it.
Sam Hayes in 10th place with the fastest lap of the race. Still in this pack.
Yeah, one of the changes I have seen, Tom, is Edward Rye now up to 16th, Alex Lynn down to 17th. And Edward Rye, Tom, yesterday morning was not a well boy at all. Didn't attend practice in the morning, he was still in bed, was here in the afternoon, but had a massive headache, still went out and practiced. And so a good effort from him just to be out there and running.
It's the best cure for a headache, isn't it? Bouncing around in a cadet car.
Absolutely, with a rumble of 6,000 RPM just in your left ear. Yeah.
Last lap board goes out. Ben Robinson instantly puts in the fastest lap of the race right when it's needed to close up to the back of Thomas Potter. These front 2 now just a 1/4 of a second apart as they head into hairpin 1 for the final time. Oh, and Robinson is right there. I can just see them out the window. Stansmore Wilson making a move for 3rd place. Can't get it done. Potter and Robinson side by side. Potter feeling the need to go very, very defensive.
Stansmore's got a good run, though, Tom, down the back straight. Tries to get alongside Joshua Sullivan. These 2 on screen, though, your leaders, Ben Robinson, has been alongside Thomas Potter a few times off camera as we watch out the window. Potter's going to go defensive. Can Robinson get it? He gets a bit of snap oversteer around there. Potter's going to come through, though. They're about 5 seconds in front of everybody else. Potter takes the victory. Robinson's going to be second. Sullivan and Stansmore Wilson are side by side. Stansmore's going to get it, and Sullivan crosses the line for his best ever cadet finish here at Teesside. Stansmore in 4th place. Peacock is in 5th. Collinson, Price, Howard, Sibbald and Hayes, the top 10. Holding off Plowman, Clark, Swan. Gilman recovers to 15th with Harris Ali Gilman in 14th, Ali in 15th, Rye and Lynn 16th and 17th. Tom, we focused obviously from 2nd all the way down to around about 15th. That, for me, pack racing is unreal in Honda Cadet.
And look at that respect from the drivers as well. The front 4 all fist bumping each other for going at it hard but fair.
Clark and Plowman as well, their battle for 10th as well. They have had a nice little thumbs up on the way through. Really, really fantastic racing from Hondas, and another instalment coming up in a few moments' time as our Honda Cadet Club class is with you next.
So heat number 1 for your Cadet Clubman grid. Pole position for Joss Hushka. Charlie Yuball in 2nd. Layla Berryman in 3rd. Sebastian Benson in 4th. Summerwood in 5th. And Ollie Carter in 6th. Mason Webster in 7th. And Riley Buxton Young will be in 8th with Drew Davidson and Alfie McBain in 10th. Samuel Yeadon 11th and Joey Swan 12th. Then it's Morgan Cooney, Jamie Balding, Riley Sims-Ezard, Thomas Harper, Alfie Watson and Jake Walker. Rounding out your grid will be James Wynne Stanley in 19th. So Cadet Club. Only the 2nd time we've had this here. Obviously this is round number 2, but we didn't have a Clubman and a Pro grid last year. So for our newer viewers who might be tuning in for the first time, should we explain what the difference is between Pro and Club, David?
We will, and I'll start by saying that Cadet Club is my favourite class here on the Teesside grid, and I will explain why in a few moments' time. Last year at Teesside Autodrome, we were regularly exceeding 30 cadet karts, so we've decided this year to split that and take the front 15 from last year. Obviously, a few had moved up into new classes, so we supplemented that with a few others to split the class. And that split for me, Tom, was vindicated at round 1, where nobody in Cadet Club was quicker than anybody in Cadet Pro, and it gave a really nice dynamic. And what it does now, Tom, is it allows us, some of our drivers that might not have the experience, rather than jumping straight into a big, intimidating grid, they're now going to get a chance to showcase their talents. And the reason it's my favourite class, Tom, is we get to see drivers that we wouldn't normally see, because the focus is naturally going to be on the battle for the lead or an intense battle for the podium or to get into the top 10. Now we've got drivers that are going to have their own chance to showcase their talents for us here on the Alpha Live channel. Yesterday, Jos Huška took his maiden pole position. Alongside him, though, a much improved Charlie Eibel in the number 10. And this one is going to be a fantastic battle for me, Tom, because yesterday there was hardly anything between them. 0.02 of a second, I believe, in qualifying between your top two on the front row.
Yeah, that's barely anything, is it? Lots of chat going on in the live stream as well, so please keep them coming in and let us know where you're watching, how you're watching, and what you're up to today on your Sunday if you aren't here with us at Teesside. We've got a good look from Jack Collinson for the previous race. That was from Alan Stanley coming in, and then there's a whole chat of and support from Aaron Knight for Thomas Potter as well in the previous race, and a go on Ben from Graham Corking.
Yeah, I've just had a quick look as well. Rob Fagg's been on watching JJ Plowman, a fellow driver from the Isle of Man. So hello to you, Rob, and I'm sure we'll see. He's done a couple of sprints here. I'm sure we may well see him even back for the 24-hour later on in the year, although I will have a chat with him and see whether he's coming over for that. Final few runners are rolling in then. That's Alfie Watson on one side, Jake Walker for his first appearance here at Teesside, also alongside James Winstanley. It's his first Teesside outing as well. They roll themselves into position. So 19 runners in our Cadet Club class. Straight down to the National Loop then for the first time. Interesting one for me here, Tom, is to watch out for Drew Davidson. He's going to come through from the 4th row, or 5th row in fact here, and he is our current championship leader, having won the final here last time out. So big names out of position after qualifying. Let's watch for them potentially coming through. Green flag in hand then from the start line, Marshall. It's down, we are away and racing, and Charlie Eibel from the outside of the front row is going to have 4 kart lengths by the time he gets to the National Loop. Jos Huška just couldn't get away, and he is through into the lead. Summer Wood makes a good start going round the outside of 3rd place, Layla Berryman. She's down into 5th behind Sebastian Benson, with Ollie Carter now coming through down the inside to take that 5th place away from Berryman. Good start for the 33. Riley Buckton-Young, Andrew Davidson both coming through from the 5th row to put them up into, I think, 7th and 8th respectively.
Yes, indeed, it was a very good start from Eibel, moving around the outside. Very poor one as well from Jos Huška. Not sure whether there was great anticipation of the flag dropping or whether it was poor from Huška, but we've got a contact warning for the 33 of Ollie Carter as well on the opening lap. So they come across the line for the first time. So it is Eibel from Huška, Benson, Wood, Davidson, Carter, Buckton, Young, Berryman, Webster and Yeadon round out the top 10.
Benson then with a good start, which saw him move up into 4th initially. He's managed to get past Summer Wood. Charlie Eibel, though, moving away along with Jos Huška at the head of the pack, still maintaining that gap that he got off the line. Quick look over the shoulder to see where everybody else is. We've got the spin of the 88 of Morgan Cooney. Arms are in the air as well. Where was he, Tom? And let's have a look who was with him. So Cooney was in 14th place. There's a contact warning for Drew Davidson, but he's up in 5th, so it's very unlikely that it's going to be those two involved. But Cooney's hands were up and off the wheel, and that normally suggests that he might have had a little bit of help with that kart.
Yes, it's the universal karting language for what happened there and why isn't he got a penalty.
Arms in the air is someone else has done it. Yeah. Bang the steering wheel is when you've done it.
Correct, exactly that. Yes, there's lots of hand signals that you can use because obviously we can't hear what they're saying under the helmet. So there is karting sign language. It's its own definite language.
Yeah, there's a really good battle, Tom, going on here from around about 3rd place all the way back to 9th, I think, with Mason Webster on the back of Layla Berryman. Riley Buckton-Young in his switch from Micro Max into Hondas here at Teesside, although he does continue to race that kart in the Micros in other series. Adapted rather well, actually, to Honda Power. There's a couple of other spinners, Tom, just down there. That looks like that is it's Thomas Harper and Jamie Boulding coming together at hairpin number 3. Lead, though, Tom, has closed massively in these last 2 laps. Jos Husker taking 3/10 a lap out of Charlie Eibel, and our leaders are now nose to tail at hairpin 1. We're still not even at half race distance yet. Jamie Boulding's come straight into the pits, Tom. That kart bouncing up and down. That to me suggests bent stub axle at the front or bent axle at the back. But that kart bouncing up and down. Best case scenario for him is a puncture. Worst case is bent metalwork.
Yes, indeed. But we have seen it before where it's bouncing around. Very similar to the way that Jos Husker just went through hairpin 3, because there is a big bump on the entry into hairpin 3 as well. But
generally, you don't porpoise in a kart, do you?
No, not by choice anyway. Certainly not by choice. Although, speaking of which, I need to keep an eye on what's happening over in Barcelona, actually, because the Mercedes look like they've sorted themselves out for this weekend, so looking good for them. So possible 6-way fight at the front for that race. Yeah,
the big screen actually, Tom, that we've got here, which you might just about catch on the camera when they go through the chicane. We had the F1 practice on there yesterday. We had the W Series race on there as well, whilst practice was going on. So if you were good enough, you could watch a bit of racing whilst you were racing.
Yes, indeed. And of course, local lady Sarah Moore going great guns in the W Series as well. So good support for her at the track.
Leading duo, though, coming through. The gap's actually extended ever so slightly with Eibel pulling out a 10th or 2 on the previous lap, although Jos Husker comes with his personal best. Not too far back, though. Sebastian Benson, fastest lap of the race.
Half a 10th quicker than Jos Husker.
Looks like Drew Davidson's moved up into 4th as well. Tom Summerwood with Summerwood down into 5th.
Yeah, Davidson has looked racy throughout this heat number 1.
Yeah, Webster's actually got through on Berryman as well. He was a couple of kart lengths back previously, and now he's got 4 or 5 kart lengths on her down the back straight. So Webster up into 6th, Berryman in 9th. Samuel Yeadon, the other driver that was involved in that incident at Houghton Park, is running in 10th place, and good to see him back as well. So the 2 drivers that were mainly involved with that, his kart was upside down for a period of time. Great to see him back out there racing as well. So, and there is a case, Tom, of just getting, to use the thing, it's back on the horse, back on the kart. You've got to get straight back out, haven't you?
Dust yourself off and get going straight away. Yeah, if the kart is fine as well, yeah, get straight back in it. And Samuel Yeadon setting his personal best lap as if listening to us.
Timely.
Yes, but yeah, you've just got to get straight back on it. You cannot allow fear to get you, if you like. And the longer you're out of the kart, the more it will creep up on you and hang on your shoulder. You've just got to get through it.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes remaining. The leader's still battling. 1.5 seconds back though, Sebastian Benson, although Jos Husker goes wide round hairpin 3. That's going to give Eibel a little bit of breathing space, unless Husker uses it to maintain. As Riley Buckton-Young gets a bit of snap oversteer, can Mason Webster try and get down the inside? They're going to be side-by-side over start-finish. Who's going to be brave and blink first? Because Webster's going to try and run this one all the way around. Does have to slot back in, though. But Buckton-Young there with a little bit of snap oversteer, which is not for the first time we've actually seen that from that kart into hairpin number 4. Almost gave Mason Webster a run at him.
Yeah, indeed. And Benson still 1.7 seconds behind. So despite that fastest lap on the previous lap, can't actually seem to make any inroads into the front too. And it looks like it's going to be don't want to jinx it, commentator's curse, but it looks like it's going to be a fairly comfortable 3rd place for Sebastian Benson. As we look at Mason Webster having a look up the inside of Riley Buckton-Young. Can't get it done at hairpin 3. Tries to cut back in hairpin 4, a little bit of side-to-side, wheel-to-wheel contact, but neither one seems to have been affected by it. Certainly didn't affect their drive coming out of hairpin 4.
Now, Berryman's closed right up on the back of this battle now, Tom, which goes from Summerwood in 5th all the way down to her in 9th. Ollie Carter, I think, goes down the inside there. We've cut away. I'll have a look out the window, but he's not managed to get through on Summer Wood. He's actually balked his exit ever so slightly, and Riley Buckton-Young may be getting a run on him. Jos Huschke, though, closing right up on the back of Charlie Eibel. 2 differing lines round the exit of South Bank. Huschke a couple of kart lengths away from the curb, but that's not causing him too many issues. He is able to maintain the revs and through. Lost a couple of kart lengths on exit, although not really an overtaking opportunity for anybody through the dog leg, unless you're incredibly brave and have got a fantastic run out of 4 then through the D chicane. 30 seconds remaining. They'll see the last lap board then next time round, because they lapping in around about the 48 to 49 second mark. A lot of the time, Tom, now in this here at Teesside, because we've got this club class, wins are the first wins here at Teesside for these drivers.
Yes.
But sometimes as well, their first ever win anywhere. But still, you look at the times, Tom, they're only 2/10 off Pro. It is that close. We just had to find a split, and it's split for me perfectly. It's now, you know, showcasing these drivers' talents coming through, and it is such a tight class in Honda all the way through.
It certainly is. The last lap board is out, and we will go into it a little bit more as the day progresses with the Clubman and the Pro class, but there is the opportunity for people to change class mid-season as well. So if they find that they're at the bottom end of the Pro class and feel that they would run more towards the front of Club, they will be changed, and likewise it'll go the other way as well.
It's a step up, isn't it, Tom? The promotion, so to speak, as Eibel goes defensive. Huschke's going to try and run all the way around the outside of South Bank corner.
I'm having a look at the back of Charlie Eibel's car as well, on the rear bumper. Has he got reflectors on either end of it?
We'll have a look on the
It
slow
looks
down
a little
lap.
bit like
Out
it.
of the final corner, though, Huschke can't get anything. The nerves on the bank from his dad have gone. Charlie Eibel comes through, and here at Teesside sees the checkered flag first for the first time. Holds off Jos Huschke for the victory. Seb Benson completes the top 3. Drew Davidson almost reeled in at the end from Summerwood, holds on to 4, with Carter, Buckton-Young, Webster, Berryman and Yeadon completing the top 10.
Great action again from our Honda cadets. So this is, as we said, this was the Clubman class. So you get double action here at Teesside for Honda cadets. We will move on to Junior Rotax after this, as they head over the line for their rolling down lap. So it was Charlie Eibel from Jos Huschke, Sebastian Benson, Drew Davidson, Summer Wood, Ollie Carter, Riley Buckton-Young, Mason Webster, Layla Berriman and Samuel Yeadon finishing the top 10. Then Alfie McBain, Joey Swan, Jake Walker, Riley Sims-Ezard, Thomas Harper, and then Alfie Watson, James Winstanley, Morgan Cooney and Jamie Balding as well. And that was it. Honda Clubman done and dusted. So Junior Rotax will be up next. Heat number 1 for Junior Rotax. His pole position went to Nathan Jensen, then it was Ollie Poole, Lizzie Mentier, Catherine Potter and Finley Watson. So just 5 in this particular heat.
Random grid as well, Tom, so we can see this one mixed up ever so slightly.
Is the, are we expecting the Junior Rotax is down a little bit due to what's happening down the road?
Yes, but they're not racing down the road. It's the iArmy lot.
Oh, okay.
They split it, don't they, at British?
Yes, of course.
They do.
Yes.
There's some.
I didn't know whether it was Rotax weekend or iArmy.
No, it's an iArmy weekend.
It's hard for me to keep up.
Although
with.
I do think a lot of them are probably down there watching.
Well, it's the same commentators for both series, isn't it? So it's hard for me to keep up with which one's which.
Yeah, they should really split that and let us have a go.
Well, funnily enough, I'm back in the area again next weekend, so a 7-hour round trip for me from where I am in Glasgow down to here, and I've pretty much got the same again next weekend because I'm at Croft for the Alpha Stream of 750 Motor Club.
Are you in the pit lane?
I am. I'm doing the Ted Kravitz.
You like the Ted Kravitz, don't you?
I do. I love him. He's my hero.
Although, to be fair, last year you ended up in a running race with someone.
I did. Yeah. He had the Days of Thunder mellow yellow painted up Caterham, I think it was, or a low cost series entry, and yes, we ended up doing the final scene of Days of Thunder and sprinting down the pit lane when he won the race. One of my highlights of my commentary career is that. I love it.
Is that your entire highlight reel?
It's certainly been the top two.
2 rolling up laps then, Tom, now that we're on Comets rather than Mojos for our Rotax classes. What that will also mean is, because we've got a rolling start, is that there is a potential for the go-around. So if you do see at Marshall Post 1 a green flag with a yellow chevron on it, that means that just lets the drivers know that potentially haven't seen the go-around signal that they are going to go round again.
And they're not racing.
Yeah, because you don't want half the pack thinking that it's a slow up lap and the rest of them ploughing in. So, but we're going to roll in. Nathan Jensen then in the 34 is going to lead us round. The 94 on the outside there, Ollie Paulton. We've seen him come all the way through from cadets here at Teesside. Back when we had a small 160 contingent running off the back of the 200s. So he's come through, obviously, I think he went down the Mini X30 route to start with, but now switches to Rotax. So he's going to go off the front row alongside Nathan Jensen. They are quite tight, although...
Oh, and we are going round again.
We are going round again. Looked like Mentier got quite a good run and was actually from 3rd place, was leading the way as they came over the line. So I don't think they were going to let that one go. The acceleration cones, Tom, which we might be able to see, are pretty much as they come through the dog leg and are positioned up where normally around about P10 is, or P9 and 10, the 5th row for our standing start classes. You may well just pick out 2 very small cones there. That is the acceleration zone for our Rotax classes. And they should really only be accelerating when they see them cones. So they should come through at a consistent pace until the cones accelerate anywhere in them cones, really, because it is the leader's prerogative. He can dictate, or he or she, sorry, can dictate the pace as they come through.
It's what they call in NASCAR the restart zone, isn't it? They have a zone where the leader can accelerate, and we are green and away we go this time.
Yeah, Jensen actually is going to hold the inside. Mentier down, and it looks like Ollie Poole, who got a good start, has managed to come through, although Jensen goes wide over the grass and drops immediately down into 5th place as Mentier moves through into the lead. Finley Watson from 5th place is up right behind in 2nd, Poole 3rd, Potter 4th, Jensen in 5th.
Yes, indeed. Oh, hang on, and we've got the chevron flag out at Marshall Post 2.
Yeah, down there at hairpin 3, but the race, it was a good, clean start.
So we've been given a green flag.
Yeah, I think we're still racing,
I think they're looking round.
And we are going to
slowing
slow down.
Yeah, whoa, and that's what's caused the problem.
I'm not sure why that's happened, Tom, because it was it looked like a fairly clean start.
They were given the green flag, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think the flag was out at post 1 either, although I get the feeling...
Oh, we've got a red flag.
Yeah, I think we might be stopping them to have a little chat, Tom, on how we're going to do that opening lap, because I will be honest, I thought they were quite quick coming through, certainly the first time. The second time they looked quick, but they looked to be in considerably better shape than they were the first time of asking. But it's not up to us, is it? It's up to the race director. And if he's not happy, then we don't go racing.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we're going to pull them up. It looks like we're going to pull them onto the start-finish line.
Now would be a good time to dip into them live chat comments.
It would. There's not much going on, to be honest. Ollie Naylor Racing has been in touch and said, watching from Zante.
He's on holiday.
Good luck to all. Well, yeah. Well, we appreciate your comments. We rub it in that you're in Zante.
Yeah.
All drivers being taken out of the karts as well. So, yeah, we had...
I mean, I'm not a horrible person, but I hope it's raining in Zante.
Hope you get the Teesside weather. Take it with you. We did have... Oh, yeah, Michael Burke has been in touch, as usual, and he's watching from Bathurst in Australia. So, as usual, Michael Burke taking the prize for furthest away viewer. Unless anybody's in New Zealand and watching in New Zealand, I think he's going to take the prize.
We had one earlier. We had one earlier from Australia as well. I don't know which is the furthest away, or whether if you're on one, then you can it goes the other way around the world. I'm not going to get into a geography with it.
Right. Well, Michael Burke, as usual, your prize is here waiting for you. So next time you come over to Britain, make sure that you come to Teesside, and we'll treat you.
Give you a guided tour of the com box.
Give you a guided tour of the com box and a slice of cake, not carrot cake.
Just having a quick look.
That's a reference to last month's stream for any of our regular viewers.
It's not going to live this down, is it? Looking at quick look at Facebook as well, Tom. We're watching, obviously, in terms of comments, we do generally head towards YouTube a little bit more because it just comes straight into the com box. But I've had a quick look. So Lee Naylor's been on. That's Ollie's dad. He's also in Zante. So he's put a sunshine emoji, so I don't think it's raining. Fred French saying good luck to the Flying Farmer. Lennon French, last year's junior champion in Pro Kart. He's out in about half an hour's time in the senior pro class. Now Laura Berryman's wished Layla good luck. She's just been out in Honda Cadet Club. That's about it on the Facebook front as well.
So after the dressing down that that the drivers have just received, they all look very well behaved as they come through South Bank and into hairpin 3 for the rolling up lap. So fingers crossed we can get going properly this time. So it is going to be Nathan Jensen on pole and Ollie Poole in second as they head round, and we are away. We are away and racing this time. That was everybody well packed up. It was where the acceleration took place, and I think they did it right this time. Certainly no other flags out, and we are go and live.
Yep, so Nathan Jensen, who was across the grass at the start of the first start, has held on to the lead this time. So if ever there was a welcomed second chance, another bite at the cherry, it's fallen nicely for Nathan Jensen as Mentia tries to go round the outside of Jensen. Finley Watson's going to try and get to the inside, and Watson's going to get past Mentia, but it looked like there Mentia could have lost a couple trying to go round the outside. There's a little bit of contact there from Watson, impatient in his want to get past Nathan Jensen. Jensen is going to be on the inside. Watson sweeps round the outside and into the lead.
Yeah, Mentia there with the outside route. You can run a lot more speed through there, quite obviously, because you're going round the outside. The problem is that it's dirty offline, and she moves up the inside now of the 34 of Nathan Jensen and takes second place. So Jensen down 2 spots in almost as many corners. But yeah, it is dusty and dirty offline out there. There are marbles and things like that, and they will lose you grip. And Jensen going even further backwards, down to 4th and potentially down to 5th, and indeed is down to 5th. So gone 1st to 5th in half a lap.
So once
the back end still trying to come round.
Once this one settles down, Tom, we have got some developments from preceding races with changes in orders due to contact warnings picked up and penalties, so we'll run through them in a few moments' time. But Watson setting the fastest lap of the race, leading the way, 2 tenths quicker on the previous lap, 3 tenths on track in front of Mentia, with Ollie Poole and Catherine Potter still holding 3rd and 4th, with Nathan Jensen behind. And Jensen, Tom, is, we saw him at the first round where he had that his moment in the sun right at the end for the wrong reason, where his kart broke down at hairpin 4 and he got pushed over the line but still took the checkered flag, which for me was one of the nicest things we've seen on that race day. It was fantastic that he still got to take the checker right at the end. That kart has had a fair bit of work done to it since, with new engine, new exhaust, etc. We spoke to him during our paddock walk yesterday, which will be coming up during the lunch break, so don't go anywhere when that comes.
Mentia moving down the inside into hairpin 1. Can't quite get it done. Watson taking the tighter line into hairpin 2, manages to hold on to the lead, but Mentia's got the overdrive and the slipstream and moves through on the entry into South Bank.
This one isn't done yet though, Tom. Watson's going to come straight back down the inside into hairpin number 3. Mentia back down the inside into 4. They're going to be side by side. Not sure she's going to be able to run that one through. And Finley Watson stays in the lead. And on paper, Tom, that's just going to look like Watson led the lap, then Watson led the next lap.
Doesn't count the three lead changes that we had during
it doesn't, does it? When you watch the replay in times back on the Alpha thing, you don't get to see the amazing overtakes during the middle of that lap. It just looks like Watson's held on for all of it.
But no, fantastic action here between Mentia and Watson at the front of this junior Rotax grid.
Mentia, Tom, looks to have a little bit more straight line speed, but it's one of them, getting through into one corner does then compromise you in the next one. And even if you get through into the final corner before a straight, then that potentially also compromises your exit. And this is, for me, Tom, is what generally keeps things nice and close here at Teesside, is the one corner leads into the next corner. And it's a nice flowing track. We were speaking yesterday with some of the Hondas about theirs, and as Mentia once again goes down the inside, Watson this time closing the door late on Mentia. Mentia manages to get back out to avoid any contact between the two of them. But yeah, looking at Hondas as well, Tom, is that most of them, they're not even dropping below 3,000 RPM. That's 50% of their rev range from 0 up to 3,000. They only rev to 6.
Yes.
You know, and they're not dropping below, you know, that 3,000 RPM mark, such as the flow and the wide arcing radiuses of the hairpins here on this Teesside Autodrome National Circuit.
Keeping the momentum up.
You keep the momentum up.
Yeah, and of course a lot of the cadets have come straight out of Bambino's, where we've said it's all about the momentum. The driving lines are different, as we said previously, but yes, keeping those engines, those common C50 engines revving, is the key to going quickly, and I think a lot of that carries over from Bambino's into the cadets, as we see Watson adjust the radiator and immediately Mentia taking full advantage of the slight distraction and sending it down the inside into South Bank. Watson can't then repeat what he did on the previous, or a couple of laps ago, and get the up and under and take the place back immediately, and it is going to be Mentia over the line, taking the lead. Fastest lap of the race as well.
Yep, 41.6, Tom. Not far off the fastest outright lap record around here. Only 2.5 tenths off Catherine Potter, and she did an overtake in that lap as well. So, good pace for Mentia. Obviously, we're on different tyres. We're not going to argue about that like we did at round one. I think we've got that. We've got it out of our system.
We had a good debate.
We did, and you decided that you were right. Which makes you the wife in our commentary duo.
Well, okay, but let's just go with that. Yeah, so they are running on the Comet tyres rather than the Mojo tyres, which are a little bit stickier.
But do take longer to hit the operating window.
Correct.
Hence why we've been having 2 roll-up laps rather than the one with the Mojos.
And hence why the fastest lap of the race will normally come sort of with 1 or 2 laps to go. As we've seen, Mentia has just put one in with 4 laps to go, so we'll see whether that pace can be maintained.
Yeah, developments, Tom, coming out of our Bambino class. We saw Freddie Blackshaw was under investigation early on. He's had 5 seconds added to his time. That's not changed his finishing positions at all in that one. He's had 5 seconds added. In Honda Cadets, though, Tom, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, 5 seconds added to her time for the contact with Harris Ali at hairpin 1. And such was the pack in that she has dropped from 4th place to 15th.
And that's what we said, didn't we? That anybody in that top sort of top 15 group, that third down to 15, the group of 12, could have ended up on the podium.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, isn't it? You know, that 5 seconds, that shows how close they were. 4th, that's dropped to 11 places in the race, down into 15th place. And the interesting thing with that, Tom, is she will start directly behind in terms of position, directly behind Harris Ali, the driver that she was involved with at hairpin number 1. That Harris will start in 14th, Bella in 15th.
Okay.
Last lap, though, Tom, in our junior Rotax class, and Lizzie Mentia parks the kart in the middle, goes slightly defensive, and potentially their bulks exits and has to chop across on Finley Watson. Watson's then going to come round the outside to try and get more drive. See how he closes up there round the South Bank corner by taking that wider exit, and he's got down the inside of Mentia. Mentia's going to be down the inside. She's going to have to park this on the apex. This contact between Watson. Side by side, they're going to be over start finish. Mentia's got the shorter run to the checkered flag and takes it from Watson by nothing. Like absolutely nothing, really.
And I've got a funny feeling that Finley Watson might have dropped the nose down with that contact into the rear of Lizzie Mentia on the final corner. Here we go, we're going to have a replay of it. So this is hairpin 3 into hairpin 4. Now watch the nose. Does this drop down when it meets the rear corner? There. of Mentier. I think that is possible that it's dropped down, and that will be a 5-second penalty. Now, if it's enforced, of course, as in if it has dropped the nose, that will be a 5-second penalty. However, there was a 5.5-second gap to Catherine Potter, so in the end, it won't make a difference.
No, but out the window, Tom, his rear bumper's hanging off, and that could be a failure of technical scrutineering. That could be a problem for Finlay Watson. Granted, we're running on mixed grids, but it means that if he's removed from the standings, no points, and that could potentially mean he's going off the back of the final, Tom. You know, the rear bumper is part of the technical scrutineering. If he was out there racing, he'd have been brought in under a mechanical flag, and it's weather. There it is on the right-hand side.
But where
you can
did
see
that
it from
happen?
our PTZ camera.
Because it didn't look too badly on the replay.
No, but we see it a lot with Rotaxes here, Tom. The curbs on the inside are very jaggedy. We occasionally see them pulled off by the curbs rather than anything else.
Could have happened on the cool-down lap.
It could have done, although actually during that incident, I saw it was off on the exit.
Okay.
So it was whilst he was there. But if that is deemed as a problem for our scrutineer down there, he could be removed from the standings. And if so, there'll be no points for the first heat. And when there's only 5 of you, everybody else is going to be picking up consistently high points. And that could see Finlay Watson, one of our fastest junior Rotax runners, going off the back of the final at the end of the day.
Well, let's see what happens with that. David will keep you up to date throughout the day on any infringements and indeed technical infringements as well. So immediately we're moving on to mini Rotax heat number 1. Already just crossing the line for their first rolling up lap, so we're going to get through this very quickly. So Lewis Goff goes off pole with Sebastian Corking in 2nd, Addison Smith in 3rd, Melissa Adrian in 4th, then it's Jared Fox-Whiteley and Ben Horner. Benjamin Lee, Sam Robson, Joseph Yao, Amy Peacock is finishing off the top 10, then it's Oliver Watson and James Philip Byrne. Cian Logan in 13th and Ben Adrian in 14th, setting no time in practice for Ben Adrian.
It's because he was at a wedding. Not his, because obviously he's only 12 or 11 or something. But he was at a wedding yesterday, so wasn't here for qualifying. And minis are our oldest class that qualify. And yesterday, Tom, that qualifying session was intense. All throughout that session, I think Melissa Adrian was at the top, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Seb Corking, Addison Smith. Lewis Goff goes off pole, though, in this mini class. The largest mini grid we've had here at Teesside Autodrome ever to date. We are away and racing. Lewis Goff takes them over the line quite slowly as well, but it's his prerogative as the leader. He can dictate the pace. Seb Corking off the outside of the front row is going to drop at least 2 places. Jared Fox-Whiteley, the big mover, though, up from P5, and this contact from Addison Smith, and it's pushed Lewis Goff ever so slightly wide. It's enough, though, for both Smith and Fox-Whiteley from 5th to move through into 2nd place, and Fox-Whiteley gets a good run down the back straight right, and closing up on the back of Addison Smith.
Yes, indeed. And it is the move down the inside of hairpin 3. That's Fox-Whiteley. Can't quite get it pulled off on Addison Smith. Addison Smith maintaining the lead as they head down and cross the line for the first time. So it is Addison Smith from Jared Fox-Whiteley, Lewis Goff, Melissa Adrian, Sebastian Corking dropping all the way to 5th place on the opening lap. Then Benjamin Lee, Ben Adrian, Ben Horner, Joseph Yao and Oliver Watson.
Nose to tail, Tom, as they enter hairpin number 1. Fox-Whiteley gets alongside. There's a contact warning on the screen in front of the commentary box for the 15 of Addison Smith. That was for that opening lap infringement. And Jared Fox-Whiteley also picks up a contact warning. I think that's a bit of rubbing and racing between the two of them, and they're both up on the digi flag. They're battling it out between the two of them. Addison Smith there clips a little bit of entry curb into 3. And now, Tom, this battle for the lead is going to be 6 karts deep, because it's going to go all the way back now to at least Ben Adrian, who's come through in 7th.
But fantastic action between Fox-Whiteley and Addison Smith. I think there were 4 different overtakes there just through the back end of the circuit for the lead of this race.
Yep, there's a slight gap as Ben Adrian goes down the inside of Benjamin Lee. So qualifying yesterday hasn't hampered him too much. He's still alongside in the background. Benjamin Lee managed to get the cut back into hairpin number 2, but Ben Adrian will have track position round South Bank, although Lee's not giving this one up too easily. Has to in the end, though. The leading trio, as they were, still with Melissa Adrian and Seb Corking towing along behind them. They have got a gap back now to Ben Adrian, who had to work hard to get past Benjamin Lee and is going to have to work even harder to catch up onto the 5 in front.
Yeah, correct, but 6 tenths, he'll be within the slipstream, and that's a big hole being punched as Fox Whiteley moves through again on Smith, who can't quite get the cut back done and dusted, and has to settle for second as they go through hairpin number
settling.
2, but
he's not settling for second
immediately responding.
At all. Straight back down the inside from Addison Smith on Jared Fox Whiteley. Lewis Goff biding his time. These two content to battle it out in front of them. Lewis Goff potentially mindful about what happened in the final last time, where a really strong all-day performance came to nothing at the end, unfortunately.
And you were saying about Ben Adrian having to make his way through on Ben Lee and try to get onto the back of the pack. Well, not only has he got onto the back of Sebastian Corking and the back of this pack, he set the fastest lap of the race. So doing exactly what he needed to do. That is classy from Ben Adrian.
Yep, Fox Whiteley this time elects not to put a move on Addison Smith down the inside of hairpin 1.
And there is the aforementioned Ben Adrian already moving past Sebastian Corking. So that's up to 5th place now, but another gap has been created, so he's going to need another fastest lap again to get onto the back of the front 4.
Fox Whiteley and Smith having their battle, which has raged all the way. Stationary car, Tom, on the entry to South Bank. Not quite sure it was his, but everybody's going to come over the line in a few moments, so we'll be able to pick up. It's Ben Horner dropping like a stone down the timing, and that car being wheeled away. Hopefully we're not going to require a yellow flag. I don't think we are, because it's safely out of the way, which means that we are green all throughout the circuit. All overtaking opportunities are on the table for our drivers at half race distance.
Yeah, and Lewis Goff is finally making a move. He sat very quietly in 3rd place throughout the race, but has now just made a move past Jared Fox Whiteley for 2nd place.
These Comets, Tom, we were talking earlier about an operating window, and they don't perform perfectly for the entire 10 laps. You set them up for a point in the race where you want them to be good, and that's why that's why we see some drivers going well at the start and then dropping into a pack, or at the end of the race they start going at the right momentum as Goff goes down the inside of Addison Smith. We're 2 and 3 wide in the background as well, but Lewis Goff leads Minimax heat number 1 from Smith and Fox Whiteley. The two Adrians are side by side in the background. Melissa having to relent, lets Ben through down the inside, and Seb Corking almost goes into Ben Adrian's gap.
And then Melissa immediately responds into hairpin 3. That was a great move.
This could split into two battles of 3 here, Tom, with the leading trio potentially getting an opportunity to move away if those behind don't stop arguing between them.
And what you were saying about the peak on the tyres, David, it seems that most of them have set their PSIs up exactly the same, because we had personal bests all the way up until they've just crossed the line this time. James Philip Burnham, the only one, apart from Lewis Goff, who set a personal best lap. Yeah, I mean, it looks to me, Tom, maybe that was why Goff was biding his time in the early part of the race, is that he knew his tyres were going to come good towards the tail end of this opening Mini-Max heat, and didn't need to go early because he knew that machine was going to come to him towards the latter end of the race. Seb Corking then back down the inside of Ben Adrian. Thought Adrian was on the charge forward. Corking's managed to get back through, and Adrian's dropped a bit of time as Fox Whiteley puts in the fastest lap of the race with a 43.111. Yeah, just beating the personal best of Addison Smith as well. So Goff, Smith and Fox Whiteley all nose to tail and all absolutely flying along here.
Moved down the inside from Addison Smith. We've just about missed it, but Addison Smith dived to the inside of hairpin 2 when Lewis Goff wasn't expecting it. Goff, though, gets the run round the outside and is back into the lead. So Goff and Addison Smith, Jared Fox Whiteley right on the back as well. And Melissa Adrian is back into play now with that overtake from Smith on Goff.
Yeah, it's the last lap board is out as well, so it is Goff from Smith, Whiteley, Adrian, so it's Melissa Adrian, then Ben Adrian, Corking, Lee, Yao, Robson and Peacock.
Half a lap for our Mini-Max runners, and Addison Smith goes half overtake, half defend to keep Fox Whiteley behind, but give himself half a run on Lewis Goff, slowing there down the back straight. I'm not quite sure why, but his arm went up and Lewis Goff hands over the lead The rest of the field seem to be slowing in the background as well. They've sorted themselves out. We've got Ben Adrian going quite slowly down there as well. Not quite sure what was wrong with Lewis Goff, but he put his arm up, and Addison Smith will come through. And for the first time, we'll take victory here at Teesside Autodrome. Goff comes back for second. Fox Whiteley completes the top three, with Sebastian Corking getting fourth, as Ben and Melissa Adrian also both drop right down the standings as well on that final lap, down into 8th and 9th respectively. I have no idea what happened there.
With Melissa and Ben Adrian, no.
And Lewis Goff, actually, on the way out of two. His arm went up as if he thought he had a problem and moved offline.
All three of them went into hairpin 2, nose to tail, and Fox Whiteley gave Smith a push out of the corner, which is perfectly acceptable. Gave him a push out of the corner. I don't know whether that then pushed Smith into the back of Goff and Goff offline, or what happened, but there was certainly out of hairpin 2, Goff put the hand up, pulled over to one side, and the other two went through.
It didn't look like an angry hand, though, did it?
No,
that was the thing.
It was almost like a no power.
Exactly. Kind of. It didn't look like he was throwing it up in disgust. It looked like he was putting it up as a warning to those behind him that he had a problem and that they needed to be aware. That is the way. You see drivers when they come into the pit lane, they put an arm up in the air to let everybody know they're moving off track.
It's karting sign language.
It is, and we thought, not entirely sure what has happened at all there with Lewis Goff. Hopefully we might be able to get an update later on. But congratulations though to Addison Smith, taking his first victory here at Teesside Autodrome in what was an intensely fought Minimax race in which Smith, Goff, Fox Whiteley, Corking, and then the two Adrians, who did finish further down, were right there with a trio of 6. Big shout out for me, Tom, for that one in P6. Joseph Yao in his first ever Minimax race, our O-plate from the Cadet class, which he won here in December, finishes his first Minimax race, his first rolling start race as well from P number 6, and good performance as well from Amy Peacock. She's double stacking, as we said, running both in the Minimax and in Cadets. She finished inside the top 10 in 10th.
Yeah, and the Mini Rotax grid has been bulked up this year, as we said at the previous round as well. A lot of the drivers moving up from Cadets into Minimax this year for their first season in essentially a 2-stroke class. Sebastian Corking, of course, ran the Micromax last year, which is a variation on the engine he's still currently using. But that Micromax class is essentially a cadet series. So yeah, moving up. So there's quite a few who have moved up, and it is their first season racing something that is far quicker than the Honda Cadets, and indeed a 2-stroke engine. So big changes for those, and all performing well. And unfortunate for Ben Horner, who is just being recovered back into the pits. You might actually see them on this camera in a moment as they pull in on the back of the quad. So we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, Ben Horner's, I'm just looking at the notes, David. Ben Horner's first season of racing as well, and was right up there.
He was performing really, really well. He's come on, no end as well. And we see that a lot, don't we, driver development. And that for me is the best part of being a consistent commentator throughout the entire season, is you get to see drivers develop. And, then when they get their first top 10, they get their first podium, you can share in their delight because you've watched them come from, turning up and just being out there, and effectively at the start they go out, they're lapping on their own, then they catch somebody up and they're racing with somebody, and then you get to see that development. It's fantastic to watch.
Indeed, and yeah, real shame that parked up, and we'll hope for better in heat number 2 and 3.
Having a quick refresh of the weather for the next 2 hours to see whether we've got anything coming in our direction. Still looking for a dry race day as it stands.
So very quickly we will move on to Senior Rotax.
Paul Swan then will start the random grid allocation from pole position with Andy Ambrose, the returning Andy Ambrose, alongside Martin Fisher and Andy Collinson, row 2, Shane Collinson and Emma Brown on row 3. Chris Stove starts in 7th with Arthur Lowthian alongside. Josh Redhead will start the number 9 kart in P9. So yeah, Andy Ambrose, Tom, one to watch for me here. First return to Teesside in a long time, the 2019 Rotax champion here at Teesside, as we see our... What did we decide a gaggle of photographers was called? I'm sure at the 24, we know last year when they were out and there was like 8 of them on the behind the tyres, very bravely whilst it was raining at hairpin 1. You know, we came up with a word for a gaggle of photographers.
Did we?
Yeah, but I can't remember what it was.
Was it about 4 o'clock in the morning?
You can't even remember the conversation, so you're not going to remember what we called them.
I can't, honestly.
So, if you're on the live chat, what would you call a gaggle of photographers? A swarm of photographers?
A lens?
A lens of photographers?
A zoom? Oh, a zoom.
A blur.
Oh, a blur. Oh, I like that, yes.
We can't say that. We can't have blurred pictures.
A zoom of photographers I quite like. But yes, any other photo puns you can get for a gaggle of photographers? Well, I mean, we say gaggle like we're already using a collective noun for them.
Love a noun.
A collective noun, like a parliament of owls. Did you know that?
No.
Oh, a group of owls together is a parliament.
Because I looked at you thinking, are you doing me here?
Do you know what the one for a crow is? For crows?
No.
A murder of crows.
Oh, unreal.
I know, very true, very true. There's all sorts of them.
Yeah, well, we can't have a murder of photographers, can we?
Well, let's hope not.
2 rolling up laps then for our Rotaxers, which means that Tom and I have got about 35 seconds.
Although they're not paying me commission for their pictures.
To become serious again. So they'll be slowed down because they are split by about the length of the back straight. So Paul Swan in pole, he's going to have to back these up. And the issue there, Tom, if they back up too much, is if the plug oil's up and then they don't get away when it comes to that rolling start. Now, there is only 9 of them, so we should be able to roll into position nicely. And Tom's just pointed at the comm notes. Now, I'll explain what he's pointing out to after about the first 3 laps when this has calmed itself down. But there is a glaring omission on this senior Rotax grid, and we'll explain why in a few moments' time. They are nicely positioned, Tom, coming through. Paul Swan slowing them as necessary to the acceleration cone. They are going to go racing now. That's a nice controlled start. Collinson gets a good start from the outside of the second row, but it's a long way round the national loop. Could potentially get into second, but he's going to have to slot in behind Paul Swan. Andy Ambrose then, the returnee leading the way as everybody else makes their way round hairpin 1. There's a good move by Shane Collinson into 2. Josh Redhead as well up into what could be 7th place in a few moments' time in the background, because he's managed to get past 2 on the opening lap. There is Andy Collinson through on Paul Swan for 2nd place. Shane Collinson trying to go round the outside of Martin Fisher for 4th place. There's Arthur Lowthian tries to get alongside Chris Stoves. Over the line they come then for the first time here at Teesside. Ambrose leads from Collinson with Swan, Fisher, Shane Collinson and Emma Brown, the top 6. Josh Redhead, Chris Stove and Arthur Lowthian completing your 9 runners. The gap to the lead 1 second since Collinson has had to come through from the second row and make his way through. He did 1 straight off the start round the outside, had to slot in and get past Paul Swan halfway round the back straight. Andy Ambrose, though, has managed to move away at the head of the field and take advantage of that opening lap. Rotax is in the seniors still on the Comet tyres as well, so operating window is important here in this 10-lap heat. Even more so for the finals, where an extra 2 laps are added to that as well, so they'll be running at 12 laps, so the window for them even more important when it comes to the finals. Gap out to 1.5 seconds, though. Ambrose gone early with his setup as Shane Collinson and Paul Swan swap positions. That's for 3rd and 4th respectively.
Yeah, Ambrose looked racy even off the over the start-finish line at the start for making a move around the outside. So confidence from Ambrose, and already that gap is stretching out very nicely. So it is Ambrose from Collinson, from Swan. Oh, no, sorry, it's Andy Collinson, then Shane Collinson, then Paul Swan, Martin Fisher. Josh Redhead has just taken 6th place from Emma Brown, who's dropped down the order and, in fact, is coming into the pits with a left rear puncture.
Yep.
Just straight under the commentary box. I could see that. She's coming with a left rear puncture.
Yep, no pressure at all in that tyre. Very pancaked on the bottom. Developments, Tom, from preceding races.
Hold on, David.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on as Martin Fisher moves through on the inside into South Bank corner and takes 4th place from Paul Swan.
Swan was going to try and get the run straight back down the inside there into 4, didn't he? But elects to slot back in. Gap continuing to elongate at the front, up to 2.3 now. Shane Collinson closing in on Andy for 2nd place. What was going to run through, Tom, was that Alfie McBain picked up a penalty in Heat 1 in the Honda Cadets. That drops him from 11th to 14th with 5 seconds of penalty.
Club.
And in the club class.
Yep.
And no penalty applied for technical compliance to Finlay Watson, so he does hold on to his 2nd place off the back of Lizzie Mentia, and that means that he's going to pick up some solid points, because it's 49 points for 2nd place. You know, with only 5 runners, you're not going to be able to get that back. So good for him that he's managed to hold on to that 2nd place. That means he's still got a good chance of a front row start for the final.
Good. Okay. Andy Ambrose setting the fastest lap of the race on that lap as well with a 41.6.
Still powering away at the front, isn't he? And now as Shane Collinson has closed right up on the back of Andy Collinson.
Shall we have a quick chat about some missing drivers that we've got from this round?
We will. So the first one you pointed out was Connor Lucas in the 43. He's here, but not out, and I believe it's because his ribs aren't doing what he'd like them to do. He's hurt them, and going out in the Rotax isn't going to do him any favours, particularly when he's got 12 hours of BPEC at Rowra coming up in 2 weeks' time.
Okay, so it's a
body preservation.
So it's a rest weekend.
Yeah, so I've seen him running around the paddock, helping out the MS lot. So he's still here, but yeah, not out in a kart either.
And Dan Kell?
Dan Kell, don't know where he is this weekend actually, although I'm sure either him or his dad Stephen will be watching, so I'm fairly sure they'll be able to get in touch and let us know. But obviously he's at university over at Bolton. Does a lot of sim racing as well, does Daniel Kell, at a really high level as well, Tom. So as well as that, he's got they've got a pair of Ford Sierra Cosworths, which at some point I'm going to have a go in. I've not asked them, I'm telling them.
Okay.
Yeah. I've never had a go in one, and I'd quite like a go.
In a what? In a Cosworth?
Yeah, Ford Sierra Cosworth.
Oh, a Sierra Cosworth.
Got a pair of them.
Okay.
I mean, granted, one of them works better than the other.
Right.
Dan's works all the time, and Stephen's works sometimes. But that's Stevens, isn't it? It's natural.
Put me in Stevens. He'll only do half a lap. It'll be fine.
I don't know why he's not gone out under the. As Collinson goes down the inside for 2nd place, as Andy Collinson gets the cut back and drops straight back.
Whoa.
Contact between the two of them. And Andy Collinson allows Shane through into 2nd place. I'm not sure that was courteous after the incident. Yeah, so I'm surprised Stephen Kell hasn't been out in night time peeling the 89 off one and putting the 90 on it and just basically, yeah, that's definitely been mine all along.
So we've got just in the live chat comments, we've got Caleb Lawson Donachie has said it's known as a bellow of photographers.
Is it? He's either been on Google or he's made it up.
Yeah, I think. And then Paul White has said a multi-lens. Final lap board goes out. Spencer Carr says a flock. And then Frida Yeadon says a clique of photographers.
I like that one.
I like the clique of photographers. That's very good. Because it's a clique and a clique.
That is, yeah, we're going to go with that one. Out onto the back straight, though, comes Andy Ambrose for the first time here at Teesside. He's back after 2 years away. And he's going to be going straight to victory lane if he can navigate the final 2 corners here for the 55 machine. Slowly pulled away from the rest of the pack throughout the entire race as the 2 Collinsons battle behind. But Andy Ambrose returns victorious to Teesside Autodrome. Then it's going to be Shane Collinson crossing the line in front of Andy to complete the top 3. Martin Fisher and Paul Swan will be 4th and 5th. Josh Redhead in 6th. Arthur Lowthian will cross in 7th in front of Chris Stoves, and Emma Brown retired before half race distance, so won't pick up any points for this heat, Tom, unfortunately, with that left rear puncture.
Yes, indeed. So, slowing down lap for the senior Rotax heat number 1. So we will move on to the build-up for our senior Pro Kart race. And the reason I say we move on is because we do have a fair bit to discuss. So we'll take you through the grid first. So pole position went to... Oh, this is random grid, isn't it?
It is.
Sorry, but pole position does go to Connor White. Then it's Gracie Mitchell, Harry Nottage, David Brown, Brandon Truman-Reddish, and David Brewis. Steve Nichols, Mark Tate, Lennon French, and Simon Doughty. Then it's Mark White, Ben Hogarth, Thomas Lowther, Jack Morris, Scott Tate, Jessica Alexander, Dan Tate, Asher Blythe in P18, Joe Grinsell in 19th and Jonathan Allen in 20th, then Callum Booth, Philip Patton, Dan Fulsham and Thomas Braid, James Hitchen, Andrew Worley, Gareth Plackett, Alban Dowell, Alec Bull and George Davis. Then it's Henry Bood and Lee Austin finishing off the random grid. Apologies about that. I forgot that we had moved to random grids for this season very briefly. And there is already a rumble heading out of the paddock, and you can actually see them on screen off the dummy grid for gridding up of senior Rotax heat number 1.
Absolutely. Out they come then. Connor White starts on pole position with Gracie Mitchell alongside. And Mitchell, Tom, in practice yesterday was putting some fantastic laps in. And with this mixed grid format, as always, you generally find that when you have a look at that mixed grid format, you look at it and you think, oh, you start looking who's in effectively your group, because you're going to have a front, a middle and a back. And ideally, you want all the quick ones at the back when you're at the front. Yes, indeed. You want to be in the opposite place to where your championship rivals are, really, so that you're not fighting with them as you're also trying to make your way through the field, let's say when you get your back grid slot. As you said, with the random grid, so there's 3 heats, so they will have a front, a middle and a back, but it could be you get P1 and then you get P30 or P32 as it is in this particular round. So you could get a front and a very, very back, or you could get something like P1 and P22, something like that. It works as an average. So if you get a P1 and a 22, then for your middle one, you like to get an 18. Yes. So they add them together, divide it, and everybody gets a similar average. You wanted to talk about something, Tom?
No, it was just that we've got a bit of space on the grid this time for senior Pro Kart, which is unusual. Normally it's a sellout. It normally is. We've got 1 or 2 missing. Obviously, Adam Nichols ran at the last round. He's here because he's running a number of karts but isn't out in the seat. Josh Yeadon missing from this round as well. He had the big off, Tom, remember, in the preceding race here at Teesside Autodrome, where he ended up where it looked like the worst part of it was going to be a damage to his hand. It actually, he took a burn to his leg as well, which I've seen pictures of. That was quite bad. So he's here, obviously, because he's helping out running Samuel Yeadon in the cadet class. So Paul Rye, he did the last round. He's here because Edward's out as well, but he dips in and out and does the odd race, and he's obviously probably just doing that just to get a bit of track time in before the British 24 at the end of July, because he'll be racing again as part of the A66 outfit in the owner class. So he's getting a bit of track time in as well. In owners? In owners. They did last year as well, didn't they? They had an owners and a higher class last year. So they'll be doing something very, very similar again this year, where they've got 1 owner and at least 1 higher, maybe even 2. They had a 2 higher last year, didn't they? An A66 and A66-2. Yes, and we've got a missing person on the grid as well. So not just missing from this weekend, but we've got a hole in the grid itself. Well, a hole in not a hole in the grid. It's not like no, not in the track. We're missing a person. What? Do you know, like when all the tarmac goes and it's like a sinkhole? in front of Jack Morris.
We don't have a sinkhole in front of Jack Morris. We have a gap in our drivers. You can see it there actually on the screen, just about where the acceleration cone is on the right, behind, alongside Simon Dougherty. We do have a missing driver from our grid. I'll try and sleuth it out, Tom, as the final few roll into position.
Almost there now, folks. They're just having to adjust the barrier ever so slightly so they can get the carts actually put into position. Yeah.
What that does mean, Tom, is that, you know, for your back part of your grid, dirty tarmac, like really dirty tarmac, because it's not used for anything other than car testing. And that cut through that you can see in the background.
It's also not used for anything other than potentially starting senior Pro Kart grids as well. It used to be used for cadets as well, Honda cadets, but now with the split, they're not even going back that far either. So really, the only time that section of the track is being used is here once a month to launch senior Pro Karts.
Yep, final 4 or so rolling into getting themselves into position.
I'll have a quick look on the comments. We've got Donald Fuller, who's watching from Vermont.
Just having a quick look, Tom, down on the left of the screen. Connor White on pole position, jumps out of his car and restarts the left rear engine.
Well, better to do it now than...
Well, first of all, it's good to have 2.
Halfway around the first lap.
It's good to have 2 when you start. That helps, because I've had to do the opening lap of a 24-hour once on one engine, where one died as I pulled away, and it's a slow lap round the international track.
Yeah.
It's normally 1 minute 10. It's well over 2 minutes when you've only got one engine.
I can imagine getting up the hill on the West track was an experience.
I had to swim my way through the air just to help myself up there.
It is very steep, that climb up the West Circuit.
Yep, looking right down the grid here, Tom, for Heat 1. Asher Blythe right off the back of the pack here. He goes and won a heat last time here at Teesside. So a couple of spaces further down. Looks like we are gridded up to go. We're going to have to obviously get them all the barriers put into place down there as we launch away. So
thumbs up at the back of the grid from the marshal. Looks like we're ready to go. We've got green flag in hand. And we're up and down and away we go. And a good start from Connor White. Not the best start off third place.
David Brown got a good one, Tom, from the outside of the second row. Managed to get across the front of Harry Nottage up into third. So White's going to lead the way with Mitchell, David Brown, Nottage the top 4. Brandon Truman Reddish and Steve Nichols is down. The concertina effect into hairpin 1 on this opening lap. Let's see if we've got a spinner in the background. That was by themselves. That's Lee Austin going round on the entry into hairpin number 1, but nobody else involved there.
Very, very clean and tidy all the way through hairpins 1 and 2. So good start for Senior Pro Kart as they're 3 wide heading down South Bank for the first time.
They did get a dressing down, didn't they, Tom, from the Clerk of the Course at the last one. They've probably been a little bit too robust on the opening lap. And what we have seen is that as moved on into transformed into a good opening lap as an investigation is underway for the 20 of Jess Alexander off that opening lap. So we'll find out what that is for. Potentially, Tom, if you're under investigation on the opening lap.
Oh, Morris
and Brewis. Contact between the two of them. Morris went up in the air over the front of Brewis.
And there was an initial yellow flag out there as well, so there was no overtaking for anybody else through hairpin 1. As we've got the 25 of Lee Austin has gone round again at hairpin 1. Seems to have trouble getting it stopped there.
Looks like snatching some brake on entry there. Connor White, though, still leading the way.
From Mitchell. Then we have David Brown is still holding third place. Then it's Harry Nottage, Brandon Truman Reddish, Steve Nichols heading up the over 40s class. That's what the green number signifies on the left-hand side. The red number is clubman class. The blue is the pro class. And then the black numbers are for novices. So it was Harry Nottage, Brandon Truman Reddish, Steve Nichols, Simon Doughty, Scott Tate, Jack Morris, and Jessica Alexander now up into 10th place.
Contact warning for Jack Morris.
For number 24 for that incident at hairpin 1, and that's actually put the...
we're 3 wide, sorry Tom, there between Tate, Alexander and Dougherty. And Dougherty is tipped into a spin. Further on, I think that was Mark Tate down the inside as well. Scott Tate picks up a contact warning. Now it's starting to get impatient as we get deeper into this senior pro kart race.
Yeah, what I was going to say is David Brewis, with that contact from Morris, has had the...
Sorry, Tom, I just want to cut you off, but we've had a change for the lead. Gracie Mitchell has found a way past Connor White, and White, who was 3 tenths in front as they came over the line on the previous lap, is now 4 tenths behind Gracie Mitchell, who comes out of the junior Rotax class into senior pro kart this year. She continues to race Rotax at other circuits all around the country, but here at Teesside, her home circuit, getting a little bit more racecraft in terms of elbows out action by going into this senior pro kart class.
And Jack Morris has just moved through as well on Steve Nichols, so potentially Morris up to 6th place now. We'll just get them over the line. In fact, Scott Tate and Jack Morris have both overtaken Steve Nichols on that lap.
Yeah, White with a personal best, but the gap is out by another 3 tenths behind a charging Gracie Mitchell. Harry Nottage up to 3rd then, having taken 3rd place here at Teesside in the club class last time, is in 3rd place in this one. Obviously, it's random grid. That's why in this race, at least, you're going to see all of the colours mixed up when it gets to the final. You will expect naturally to see far more blue towards the head as our pro runners throughout the day amalgamate their points for a higher starting position in the final.
Yes, indeed. And we've got Gracie Mitchell setting another fastest lap of the race. So that's 2 in a row for Gracie Mitchell, and now moving the best part of a second clear of Connor White, taking full advantage of this random grid format and her 2nd place start to now take the lead and move away. But as you say, I was speaking to Gracie's dad at the previous round, and he was saying that we've got a contact warning out for the 98 of Jonathan Allen, but yeah, he was saying that that's exactly why he's put her into this senior pro kart class. So 3 wide into South Bank. It's purely for that racecraft.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly with this mixed grid as well, as there's a little bit of contact there between Dan Tate and Asher Blythe, but it was straight into the back, and that the problem is there. The driver at the back may get a penalty, though no drop downs on senior pro, as Leonard French has managed to find a way through as well. Jonathan Allen, as you say, picks up that warning, still flashing on the gantry outside the com box.
So Steve Nichols now dropping down and outside of the top 10, down to 12th place, and only just in front of Mark Tate now for that over 40s battle. Harry Nottage still on the podium place, and Clubman as well.
Doing very well. Mitchell, though, still got that gap now. It's 1.1, so it has settled down the charge ever so slightly, but Nottage is through on Connor White, Tom, for 2nd place, so that expect the gap to go out even further as that battle goes. So there is contact warning for Connor White as they come over, and Harry Nottage, so looks like that they've changed positions, but not exactly in the cleanest possible way.
Nice move from Asher Blythe there on Dan Tate as well on the exit of South Bank.
Yep, so the top 10 then with 2.5 laps remaining. Mitchell, Nottage, White, Brown, Tate, Truman, Reddish, Morris, French, Blythe and Dan Tate.
Connor White now under immense pressure.
He's back down the inside of Harry Nottage, actually, so that's going to relieve that slightly because he's back up into 2nd, but it's David Brown who's the driver in the 55 who's looking racy now, Tom.
Yep, I'm about to move into 3rd place, and indeed does.
Nottage doesn't really need this battle, though, does he? Because obviously he's in a different class, and we obviously give trophies out for 1, 2 and 3 in each one. So needs to consider just the points that you're going to get. 47 points for that 4th place is going to be plentiful for him. You have really, when you start in that top 10, you have to try and finish in that top 10 and maximise your opportunities, and then anything else throughout the day is a bonus.
Yeah, and that's where the multi-class format as well can help you out with the random grid specifically, because if Harry Nottage has got a good, 4 or 5 kart buffer between the next one in the clubman class, yeah, it makes it a lot easier for him to make his own racing decisions, but doesn't seem to be holding back, and immediately has overtaken David Brown.
Yeah, Brown has a look over his shoulder because that's...
They don't think like us, David.
No, they don't. We come in with logic that you can't really pass to a racing driver whilst they've got the visor down.
No.
Final lap is out there as Gracie Mitchell puts in the fastest lap. Immediately eclipsed, though, by Scott Tate in 5th place, and he's closed right up on this battle for second. Will he run out of time to at least get anywhere near that second place? As Brown goes defensive. Gracie Mitchell hasn't really had the chance to get her elbows out and learn any of that racecraft in this one, Tom. She got past Connor White at half race distance, and the gap almost 3 seconds now. Nottage trying to run all the way round the outside of Connor White. It's a long way round the outside, but Scott Tate in the background is down the inside of David Brown for 4th place. Out of the final corner though, Gracie Mitchell. She was quick in practice yesterday. She's been quick in Heat 1 and wins Senior Pro Kart. The opening heat of the day, Nottage and White are side by side over the line. White takes the victory in that battle for second, with Nottage in 3rd, who wins the club class. Scott Tate in 4th, David Brown in 5th.
Then it was Lennon French in 6th, Truman Reddish in 7th, Morris in 8th, Blythe coming all the way through to 9th place, and Dan Tate in 10th. I'm having a look a little bit down the order for...
Well, Steve Nichols wins then in the club class, in the 40s class with a 12th place finish. And Alex Bowd for the first time here at Teesside in the novice ranks. He finishes 23rd. He's our leading novice runner.
It was Asher Blythe that went right off the back of the grid, wasn't it?
It was Asher Blythe.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
off the
So,
back,
yeah, I thought I was dreaming for a moment there. But no, 9th place for Asher Blythe. So, well done there. Making your way all the way through very nicely and cleanly as well, for the most part. Good to see. So, that is our first lot of heats completed for the day. So, we will have heat numbers 2 and 3, and then a potential break, depending on how long or how we are running in terms of timetable. But we will move on back to heat number 2 of the day for Bambinos. So, heat number 2 for Bambinos, and it is again Chloe McGill going off pole position. We'll see if she can keep this run going. She's won every heat and the final so far this season at Teesside, so we'll see if she can keep that up. Then it will be Tommy Clark in P2, Buddy Hugo in P3, Jake Gibbon at the back of the second row, then front of row 3 is Sebastian McCarthy, and then Harry Hardcastle in 6th, Grayson Crawford 7th, Freddie Blackshaw in 8th, Teddy Hardcastle in 9th, and James Pybus in 10th.
This one, Tom, Bambino, we've got loads of new drivers, like Grayson Crawford, his first ever race, the 2 Hardcastle twins, their first time here. That's our that's our cameraman at South Bank. It's not his first time here, although with that dancing, I do hope it's his last.
We do love you, Chris.
I love you, Chris.
He'll be straight on the chat now, won't he?
How dare you? I'm going to throw a bit of inter-class battle into this, Tom. We've got Chloe McGill with a 100% record in Bambino.
Yeah.
Thomas Potter, who's still holding on to a 100% record in Cadet, having won in the Pro class, having won the first 4 races at round 1 and that preceding heat. Who's going to get beat first?
Oh, okay, right. I see what you mean. Right, so who can hold on to the unbeaten run for the longest?
Yeah, because 100% record's fine unless 2 of you have got it, and then it's then we can work then on who's going to hold on to it the longest.
Well, Chloe. Well, what I would say to that is Chloe McGill's not been overtaken so far.
No,
she's not been anywhere but the lead. throughout the entire season.
So her 100% record, because she's had 2 pole positions to Potter's 1,
yes,
is slightly above, isn't it?
Yes, and it took Potter a few laps to get past, didn't it? In the previous heat. So, but as you say, did take the win. So yeah, 2 unblemished records here so far this season.
Should add an extra little bit of spice to it.
Oh, he likes to throw a bit of spice on it.
It's better than throwing shade.
It is. It is. So we pull the blinds down. But yes, David's a bit like our very own version of the Salt Bay guy. Just only it's salt, it's spice he's throwing on it.
Front 2 are being rolled forwards into position. Then Chloe McGill will take the pole, and then once they roll in, their helpers can go across the track into position to give them some assistance. Now, obviously, because they are the youngest of our runners here at Teesside Autodrome, just helping them get gridded up and just making sure that they're in the right frame of mind is very, very important when you're about to send them out at the best part of 40 miles an hour down the back straight.
Yes, and 40 miles an hour at 5-6 years old is and your backside's only an inch off the tarmac, it feels like 150 miles an hour. So yeah, absolutely, David, and as we said previously over many rounds as well, that it is key to have that support on the grid for these Bambinos as well. It used to be a case of them lifting the back end up and revving the nuts off these
can't do that anymore.
Comma C50s.
To be fair, you never could do it, but they did still do it. But
they did it.
They
anyway.
definitely
Clean
can't
the
do
carb
it anymore.
out. But yeah, they don't do that anymore. It's just a case of a bit of moral support and a tap on the helmet, and everything's all right. And don't worry about where you finish. Just go out and have fun. Or at least I hope that's what they're saying anyway. It's probably the opposite. Don't have fun, make sure you finish first.
You've got 10 must wins out there.
Yeah, that's it.
Final one, though. James Pybus rolls himself into position. And,
but it is key that these drivers are enjoying themselves. And that's right the way through the grid as well. Everybody needs to be having fun and enjoying themselves here at Teesside. And it is a fantastic paddock, absolutely fantastic paddock.
we down the bottom end of the west track, which you see on the inside of Rib Bend down there on the international circuit. There must have been about 40 people playing football last night, from adults down to Bambino age. It was fantastic. We are clear though on the track. I think we are drivers all directed to look at the flag. Tommy Clark gets a good start from second place, but not enough to hold off Buddy Hugo, and Hugo moves through into second from his third place berth. So everybody cleaning through the D chicane then. Chloe McGill making the early escape from the rest of the pack. And let's see now whether Tommy Clark can get past Buddy Hugo, or whether Hugo's found them few tenths to keep Tommy Clark behind.
Yeah, it took Clark a few laps last time to get past Hugo, but then got past and pulled away. As we see that usual now, the Bambino racing line of down the inside into South Bank corner, holding it tight, white lining it all the way around the inside, and then into hairpin 3, the exact same. Chloe McGill using a slightly different line, as we said before. Just joining the dots, but not in the out-in-out style that we're accustomed to.
Not sure what's happening here, Tom, but Jake Gibbon is going backwards from fourth place. Sebastian McCarthy's just managed to get through, and that's going to drop Gibbon down into sixth. So, I'm not sure whether timing's had a bit of a headache there, because it's showing Hardcastle leading the way from Pybus, but it is Chloe McGill out at the front from Buddy Hugo, Tommy Clark, Harry Hardcastle, Seb McCarthy, and Jake Gibbon, with Grayson Crawford, Freddie Blackshaw, Teddy Hardcastle, and James Pybus, the top. That's your 10. As now Clark's going to try and go all the way around the outside. He's got some top end in that engine, hasn't he, Tom? He can try and go all the way around the outside of Buddy Hugo.
Yeah, it must. Do they have fixed gearing for this class as well?
Yes, they do. It
Okay.
has an 80 on the back end. and I don't know how many on the front.
80 is the sprocket size,
Yeah.
just for those who don't know.
The number
It's essentially the size of the gear.
The number of teeth.
Yes. So timing, we're still having a little bit of trouble with timing, but Chloe McGill has just set the fastest lap of the race, but is showing in third place, and that's not just on our timing column that we've just removed from the screen, but also on my laptop as well that I have here.
Yeah, I think that they may have gone over the line before it triggered at the start of the race, hence why everybody else was showing with 2 laps rather than and then they were showing 1 lap when they had already done a lap. So we'll focus on what's happening on the screen as there Tommy Clark once again gets a run on the outside of Buddy Hugo, and Buddy Hugo almost drops a wheel off the track on the inside as that Clark squeezed him to the white line on the inside of the track, and Tommy Clark through on Buddy Hugo. Hugo's going to try and get the run on the exit on the way out, but Tommy Clark did seem to have more straight line speed, went round the outside. Hugo went to the inside, was squeezed, but there was no contact between the two of them there, and it looked like Buddy Hugo just dropped a wheel off the track onto the inside, and that slowed him halfway round the corner, and Tommy Clark managed to come through.
Just having a quick look while these guys are settling in with their Bambino. So we've got live comments coming in. So Sam Baker's been in touch. Nice to see you in touch, Sam. And yes, we'll try. Funnily enough, I was thinking about you this morning, Sam, and we're going to need to try and set something up on Thursday night for our usual. We used to have a gaming session on a Thursday night. Wreckfest Thursdays. Well, it became Feckrest Thursdays because it used to be Wreckfest Wednesdays, and then which worked quite well. But yes, so then it changed to Feckrest Thursdays, and yeah, we need to set that up again, Sam. So thank you for getting in touch. Hopefully, we'll see you soon. Who else have we got? Russell Banfield asking what racing track is this? Well, it's a Teesside. It does say it in the top left corner of the screen.
Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't. It says it in the bottom left.
And the top left as well. But yes,
right.
So thanks Donald for that. Sorry, Russell for that.
Sorry, Tom. We're 4 karts here for, I believe, 4th place or 5th place with Sebastian McCarthy, Jake Gibbon right on the back as well of that, Grayson Crawford and Freddie Blackshaw. And Seb McCarthy doesn't look very easy to overtake, Tom. He's putting that kart where he needs to, and Jake Gibbon is struggling to find a way through, although that 111 machine doesn't seem to have the power that it had in heat number 1. And we see that a lot, Tom, in Bambino. You know, like the temperature goes up, you change the jet. The temperature goes down, you change the jet. If you get the jet wrong, it just doesn't work properly. As this time, Gibbon does manage to get the run all the way round the outside of Sebastian McCarthy. And let's see now in clean air whether he can move away from this pack, which is battling it out for 6th place, as the timing still shows Blackshaw, Hardcastle and Pybus in 2nd, 3rd and 4th, whereas Blackshaw, I believe, is in 8th place, with Hardcastle and Pybus 9th and 10th respectively. So we'll try and get the stacker sorted out. Nonetheless, Chloe McGill is still leading the way out at the front.
Yeah, what I was going to say is Nathan Jensen Racing has been in touch and says Teesside can thank me for cutting the grass for them. I think that's the bit where, when we had the red flag, wasn't it? And he went off down here.
No, it was the bit on the before the red flag where he went straight on through there. You know, the bit where you can't see any daisies anymore.
Ah, right. Oh, I see. At the start of the Wiggles. Yes.
Yeah,
okay, well, yes,
done
a good job of trimming the daisies, so thank you for that, Nathan. Nathan, I will thank you on behalf of Teesside for that. That's one bit that they don't have to do.
No, big development. So Tom coming out of Senior Pro Kart, excluded Jess Alexander, advantage by contact, so she's not going to pick up any points for the opening race, and that's a driver that we expect to see right at the front of the pack.
Okay, well, that's going to put Jess Alexander in, well,
right at the back of the pack
for the final, yeah, but potentially sort of low end of the top 20, bottom end of the bottom end of the 20s, something like that.
Yeah, in terms of points when it comes to the final, yeah, unless she's got to pick up now
somewhere
solid
in the 20s,
points from the next 2 heats.
Yeah,
and I think that was her middle start as well. So she's going to have one from the front and one from the back.
Okay.
And a driver that started round number 1, the final off the front row. Now that's got a lot of work to do for Jess.
Chloe McGill still going quicker.
Fastest lap of the race then for McGill, a 59.726. The only driver thus far today in this Bambino class to dip into the 59s. Still, Tom, almost a second slower than her own outright lap record that was set at the previous round, which was a 58.8.
Which was rapid. I mean, when you think we were commentating here on, goodness me, his name's escaped me now, with the Aston Martin style front end.
Edward Haynes.
I knew it began with E. Edward Haynes. And when I first started doing commentary for the live stream here, was clearing off at the front of the grid and setting, low 1 minute flats, low 1 minute second, 60-second laps. And now we're 2 seconds quicker than that. And most of the grid now are running sub 1 minute.
Yeah, I mean, there has been...
Or sub 1 minute 1.
There has been developments, obviously, engine-wise. The new gen Coma engine does offer a little bit more. But nonetheless, you still have to have the right pilot. And Chloe McGill out at the front, the gap 4.9 seconds back to Tommy Clark, who once again, having got past Buddy Hugo, has managed to move away around about 0.8 a lap. Last lap board is out then as Chloe McGill closes up onto the back of lap traffic from James Pybus. A much improved James Pybus as well, Tom, actually. His lap times have come down by... And at this sort of age, they come down not by tenths, but by seconds.
Yes.
You know, when they improve, it's a leap rather than a step. So Pybus sees McGill go around the outside of him into the final corner. It may well be, Tom, that Pybus doesn't... there's the last lap board coming out now. Is that if he keeps this up, he only needs like another 2 seconds a lap to get to the point where he's going to finish on the lead lap.
Yeah, correct.
You know, with McGill moving away at the front, you know, this time she's, I think at the last one, he was caught on around lap 6. Now it's laps 7, 8 or 9 before he's... So the development, this goes back to what we were saying before about just watching that improvement from James Pybus. So I hope he takes that away from him in his performance. I hope he has a lovely birthday here at Teesside Auditorium. I mean, I can't think of a better place to spend my birthday.
Well, another thing that gives you experience as well, of course, is following people. Being able to follow people. So when you're out and you are testing and you're practicing, if you're not able to follow somebody in their wheel tracks, you can, you can struggle to find your own lines and your own pace and things like that. And actually getting out and racing can be the benefit for you. So Chloe McGill coming round the dogleg for the final time and taking the checker flag. Heat number 2, and that unbeaten run continues for Chloe McGill.
Tommy Clark thrilled with the second place. His arm is up off the steering wheel. James Pybus comes over the line, which confirms his 10th place. Buddy Hugo then completing the top 3. And we've got a bit of a gap back then to Harry Hardcastle. His battle with Jake Gibbon appears to be continuing round South Bank. There is 3 tenths between them on the previous lap, so they are still making their way round hairpin number 3. They'll flash into shot here. That is a battle for position out there on track. There's another intense one going on, I think, in the background as well.
No, that's the that's the slowing down.
Well, there's still McCarthy and Crawford to cross the line as well. Yeah, this one's going to be Hardcastle in front of Gibbon. The next one over the line, Tom, is going to be Chloe McGill, but there's still a race going on behind her. She's overtaken 2 drivers that haven't yet taken the checkered flag. There they go to confirm it in Sebastian McCarthy and Grayson Crawford. So what I would say on that, and it's more advice than me trying to get anybody into trouble, but whilst you have crossed the line to take the checkered flag, you do have to be mindful that those in front of you are still having a race, and there is a little bit of a, and this is the part of being a Bambino, is that you only learn through that sort of experience. Something happens. We had one yesterday in practice where a red flag came out, and you're always told with a red flag you either come round and they'll either stop you on the start line or they'll direct you to the pit lane. And some of the runners came through and they did another lap under red flag quite slowly, but that's an education for them, and they may well have never seen that circumstance before, and that is what this type of karting gets them used to before they step into other levels.
The key is to always follow the marshal's instructions. So if there were no instructions over the line, then you keep going until you receive further instructions. Obviously at a very reduced pace, but
correct, and they did so
exactly. So, but yes, experience.
Just a little one there. Obviously, for Chloe, as quick as she is on that slowing down lap, there may be people in front still having a race as well. In front, that you let them finish. They have their right to take the checkered flag as much as anybody else. Looking out the window, Tom, the clouds over the riverside are grey, but I don't know whether that's a more of a description of their season. Well, but out of the South Bank window, the clouds are not there at all.
Speaking of which, we're not going to be talking about football today, David.
No, but do you need to check whether your lot are getting relegated? Or is that tomorrow?
No, it's today. Today at 3 o'clock.
Oh, okay,
but as I said, we're not talking about football, David. We're moving on.
So if Tom gets depressed throughout the day, that might be why.
If you hear me sobbing in the corner, you'll know it's not because of Junior Pro Kart's heat number 2. It's because something else has happened.
Second heat then for Junior Pro Kart, making their way round. Amy Frame and Sophie Pawsey on the front row. Christian Oblang and Max Shields on row number 2. Joe Arnold and Harvey Still on row number 3. Harry Brown and Sebastian Pereira then will complete your 8 Junior Pro Kart runners. And once again in this one, Tom, we'll see Harvey Still lining right up behind Max Shields, which means that Shields is likely to go off the back row in the next race, with Harvey Still much further towards the front. So, unfortunately for Still, he will have picked up points from that second heat, where he had that right rear tyre depart from his kart, unfortunately, as still trying to figure out why we've got a gap for third place, and we've still got 8 runs. I think that might be because I think at the start of the day, I think we could potentially have had Harry Roddis signed on for juniors, but which has sort of moved him round. But
I was just checking the live stream comments, and Nathan Jensen's been back in touch and said there was a daisy in his battery cover.
Unreal.
After he went trimming the grass earlier.
Fantastic. All of our juniors then into position. Marshall having a serene walk to pick up the green flag here at Teesside. Junior Pro Kart Heat 2 is about to be with us, just getting confirmation then from the race director that we are good to go. Green flag in hand then for the start line, Marshall, as our drivers look across. Amy Frame already forwards in the seat to sort of bounce and try and get that car go. Joe Arnold with a fantastic start from the outside of the third row, sees him leap in front of Harvey Still, so that's going to drop Harvey Still a place. Everybody else is as they were. Amy Frame has bolted at the front though and managed to move away. Let's see if everybody else can get round hairpin 1 nicely. They can. Sophie Pawsey goes defensive. Christian Oblang's going to try and get the cutback. He's alongside as they go down the back straight. And now Max Shields is going to duck into the slipstream. He might get into Oblang's gap there, and Pawsey may well get hung out to dry round South Bank and lose 2 places. She will have to try and chop across. Contact warning already for Christian Oblang on that opening lap. I think that was to do with, must have been something into the D chicane as they concertinaed up after the start line, but as they come over for the first time, then Frame leading the way from Oblang, Shields and Pawsey, with Harvey still in 5th place, Sebastian Pereira up into 6th. Arnold has dropped 2 places down to 7th. Harry Brown rounds out the grid.
Yes, indeed. So with the Pro Karts as well, of course, they do take that chicane on the opening lap, and it's the same for seniors as well. So it's not too bad with the 8 karts that we've got here today, but certainly senior Pro Karts, it gets very tasty into there, as they're the ones that certainly towards the back of the grid are almost at full racing speed by the time they get to that chicane.
Yeah, they are carrying a lot more, and that's why we see the same effect in senior Pro Kart as well, with them starting so far back. They're almost at full pace by the time they get to that chicane, whereas everybody else is going a lot slower in front of them.
Exactly, and that's what causes what you saw with that concertina on the opening lap here as well. Although there were only 8 in in junior pro kart. So Amy Frame still leads the way from Christian Oblag. Max Shields is in third with Harvey Still. Then Sophie Pawsey, Sebastian Pereira, Joe Arnold, and Harry Brown. Max Shields looking pretty racy into hairpin 2, tucks back into line. Decides not to push Christian Oblag and does the gopher as he heads down the back straight. And the reason I call it gopher, of course, is you scoot down in the seat and then you pop up like a gopher out of the hole.
I thought it was because it looks like you're going for a sleep. Down the inside, though, goes Christian Oblang for the lead on Amy Frame. And Max Shields now, Tom, has Harvey Still right behind him. He needs to find his way through and try and put another kart between him and his nearest championship challenger. Let's not discount Christian Oblang from that championship either, because he was much further down in the opening heat, but he did come through from the 9th place berth that he was starting in that race. So he's now starting from the second row and has moved through to the front. Shields in the slipstream of Amy Frame, can't get alongside, but has used that to gain a kart length from Harvey Still, who once again takes that much wider line and with it entry into hairpin 3, and he's going to try and run round the outside. That might allow Sebastian Pereira to take an advantage as Amy Frame sticks half of a nose down the inside of Christian Oblang. Has that balked her exit? No, and they come through over start line nose to tail.
Yeah, Shields is still trying to find his way through on Frame, but Harvey Still and Pereira are now right there, and Still, of course, with that was leading the race in heat number 1 before that unfortunate incident with the wheel or hub. We still haven't got to the bottom of which it was, but the left rear corner became detached right here.
It didn't look like the hub went with it, did it? So it looked like it was wheel nuts rather than the actual hub coming off.
Yeah, in fact, you're right. You are right, because it did bounce down the track a little bit, didn't it? And it wouldn't have done that if the hub was there.
Pereira down the inside of Still. Still's going to have track position on exit, though, and should have enough to slot back in front of Sebastian Pereira, and does, but that gives Shields a couple of kart lengths in front. Still hasn't managed to find a way past Amy Frame, but having said that, she's not dropped off the back of Christian Oblang either. So she's managed to stay with them, and Amy Frame, in her first season in junior pro kart, so has had a fair few outings in terms of practice in Rotaxes as well, really starting to develop into quite a handy driver in these junior ranks.
That Shields again doing the gopher, and there indeed is the pop straight back up into the seat again. So as we've said, that's what the shorter drivers tend to do, as opposed to the taller drivers who will lean forward and get their head right into the steering wheel, almost not looking where you're going, to get that aero position and create less drag from your helmet in the car, and that will give you a little bit of extra speed. It's still not been fully proven as to how much that actually helps, but more psychological than anything, and shows you racy.
Oh, it does, definitely. But yeah, like I say, I don't know how much it does. You know, I don't know whether the consistency of you keeping yourself in the same position.
There he goes again.
Still's going defensive here from Pereira.
So what you mean is, so when Shields drops down, obviously that creates the aero effect, but then when he comes back up, does his helmet then hit the air and act like a sail, essentially?
Yeah, I don't
slow
know
it back down again.
Having that consistent aero of keeping the body there, whether it makes so much difference popping down and then back up and changing the way it works.
Oh, it's like last month's tyre chat, isn't it?
Well, keeping you interested here at home watching.
So whether one set of tyres was better than the others in terms of lap time.
One thing I want to look for, Tom, and we'll let them get round these two corners, because Still's going to go down the inside of Max Shields, and Seb Pereira might try and take advantage as well. Looks like Shields is into the slipstream, though, of Harvey Still. He's gone really, really defensive to try and hold this one down that back straight with 2.5 laps remaining. When Still's going round the corner, that kart really does look like it's bouncing a lot more than all of the others, particularly round hairpin 4. Watch him into here. That looks like it's actually physically bouncing more. You can see his side pods moving, but I think that's also his front wheels as well. Is that, you know, he's carrying a lot more through there, and potentially is he a little bit stiffer on chassis?
I was going to say
setup than anything else.
It could be higher tyre pressures as well. So the only suspension that they have in these karts, essentially, the only shock absorption is through the tyres and the flex of the chassis.
You could see him there as he was coming through, Tom, bouncing on, under brakes into hairpin number 1.
But they do, I mean, the chassis do twist a lot through the corners, which is why you'll see, certainly with Senior Pro Kart and some of the Rotax classes as well, the inside rear wheel will sort of come up into the air as the chassis twists and flexes. If you're running it much stiffer, it won't do that. And in fact, we've not seen a lot of that from Harvey still. No, where you'll see it much more from Max Shields, where he'll crank a load of lock-in into a hairpin and the back wheel will come up in the air. Harvey still seems to be much flatter.
Amy Frame runs wide into the national loop, and both Max Shields has gone alongside. He can't get through, but Harvey still can into second place. So Amy Frame, I'm not sure whether it was an assist or whether she just ran slightly wide into national loop as the last lap board came out, but Harvey still has moved through into second place. Pereira's getting a good run here on Max Shields, who feels the need to have a double look over his shoulder. In fact, they are all bouncing around there, Tom. I don't know whether they've got a lot of grip. It's, they're sort of causing them to sort of hop over, but as they come round that final corner, it looks like it's going to be Christian Oblang holding off. Harvey still now for second place, who moved there on the last lap. Amy Frame third. Best ever result for her in Junior Pro Kart, with Max Shields in 4th and Sebastian Pereira in 5th, with Pawsey, Arnold and Brown all coming over. Only 8.5 seconds between all of our runners in this Junior Pro Kart class. They will clear the track very, very quickly, which means that next up is the Pro class for our Honda Cadets. Thomas Potter then starts on pole position, having won Heat 1, with Ben Robinson, the day's pole sitter, starting alongside. Row 2, Joshua Sullivan and Amy Peacock, with Jack Collinson and Larry Price, who's come all the way through from the back up into 6th. William Howard starts 7th alongside Oliver Sibbald. Sam Hayes and JJ Plowman complete the top 10. Stanley Clark and Holly Swan on row 6. Then we've got drivers that got involved in incidents in heat number 1. Max Gilman starts 13th, Harris Alley 14th. Isabella Stanzimore-Wilson drops from 4th to 15th. For this one, having picked up a 5-second penalty. That's how close Honda Cadet Pro is. Edward Wright starts 16th, with Alex Lynn in 17th.
So we'll look for Harris Alley and Isabella Stanzimore-Wilson to make their way through the grid. And
Max Gilman as well, Tom,
and Max Gilman as well. Yeah,
they were all there together in that battle for 4th, 5th and 6th.
See how far they can get up the grid.
The chicane being moved to allow the straight run then down towards the national loop. The circuit is clear, but we await our Honda Cadet Pro runners. Cadets have finally left the holding area, so they are through and they're going to make their way round into position. So Potter then with his 100% record, so it's going to be a standing start, of course, now for our Hondas. They're all going to come through, just trying to get a bit of warmth into their tyres. There's no sunshine here at Teesside, but it is nice and warm outside. Although there is still a little bit of breeze going on. The first 2 sent straight into their position. We are obviously going to run straight down towards this camera that's on screen at the moment, which is the one on the outside of the national loop corner. Potter on pole then. He made a good start, but in the past he had bogged down a little bit before, so we'll just keep an eye on that. Everybody else rolls themselves into position as well. We should grid up fairly quickly, Tom, because it looks like they've all come out of the holding dummy grid in the correct order, so should have a fairly rapid start on our hands here in Senior Cadet, Honda Cadet Pro.
Yep, looking forward to this one again. It was a very exciting heat number 1.
Yeah, I can't
I'm
remember.
interested to see what Sam Hayes can do as well, because Sam Hayes had some good pace in Heat 1 as well.
Yeah, I can't remember last time we had a boring Honda race.
Well, yeah, no, there is that. And that goes all the way through from Junior Pro Kart, Senior Pro Kart as well. So just because they put an extra engine on it doesn't seem to make the racing any less exciting.
No, it's a solid class, isn't it? Final two runners then, Edward Ryan, Alex Lynn, are going to roll themselves into position.
We should give a shout out as well to 2RPM Engines, who supply and seal all the engines for the series here, and they do a very good job of making sure that everything is equal.
They had a mammoth task as well at the start of this year, Tom, when they dynoed almost every engine in the country, certainly if you wanted to go racing, because they put that new 2022 seal on as well, that one piece all the way round seal. You know, they did the best part of 2,000 engines at the start of this year. What an effort from them. We're about to go racing then for the second time in Honda Cadet Pro. Green is up, green is down. It's a good start this time from Robinson. Even better from Peacock and Price as they slot in and manage to get to the inside. Ben Robinson round the outside of Thomas Potter. And they are all single file, actually, Tom, by the time they get to the national loop.
Yeah, nicely done so far. Let's hope they can keep it going through hairpin 1 and 2. I will keep my eyes out the commentary box window as Sam Hayes makes a move up the inside and does indeed gain a place, and it is all so far very nicely done.
Stanley Clark has a bit down the inside and then gets a bit of snap oversteer and runs out onto the curb, and he's lost 4 or 5 places as Holly Swan, Harris Ali and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson come down the inside. Max Gilman as well is through on Stanley Clark. He's getting hung out on the outside. There's a move though for second place. Sullivan goes down the inside of Robinson. Actually, I think there he clipped the curb on the inside, and that's going to actually drop him all the way back down to 4th place. He was through into second. I think he dropped the inside wheel, Tom. There's a bit of a gap there between the edge of the curb and the tyres, and I think he's dropped a wheel down there. Lucky to save that, actually, with the rest of the pack coming through.
Yeah, and with all that going on, we've actually missed Thomas Potter taking the lead as well. So Potter took the lead from Robinson on the opening lap.
Yep, Sullivan then back down the inside of Peacock into hairpin number 1. So he's back up into 3rd place, but has now got a gap to the leading duo with Ben Robinson behind. Larry Price down the inside of Jack Collinson and his contact. And William Howard is unbelievably lucky there to still be in this race. As Collinson spun across him, he must have missed by fractions, inches, maybe even millimetres.
Yeah, and it would have been a bad one as well. Here we go. So we've got the replay here.
Look for the green cart. That's the one we're looking for in this one. Forget those in front. Price then is down the inside. Collinson. And then there is William Howard round the outside to take evasive action. And if there's contact there, you're off, and there's gravel on the outside of there. You're not coming back into this race.
Yeah, it's one of those where you go so far off circuit, you're going to have to pay to come back in. It's a long way around the outside there. So Potter leads from Robinson, from Joshua Sullivan, who's feeling the need to go defensive, from Peacock, who tries to have a look round the outside. Then it's Larry Price, Sam Hayes, Oliver Sibbald, JJ Plowman, Harris Ali has moved up to 9th, and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson up to 10th. Holly Swan, Max Gilman, Howard, Lynn, Rye, Clark and Collinson.
A bit of contact there, I think, from Peacock as she gets alongside Joshua Sullivan. Sullivan's still going to have track position. Haven't seen anything yet regarding that incident between Larry Price and Jack Collinson round South Bank, so I don't know whether it's deemed as a racing incident or whether you've seen anything. There's a contact warning there for Amy Peacock, Tom. I don't know if I've missed something looking out the window on the board, but I haven't seen anything yet from Larry Price, who timely tries to have a move down the inside of Amy Peacock as well there into hairpin 1.
Yeah, I didn't see anything on screen either between the two of them. The good news for William Howard, who went right round the outside of that incident, is that he's still in touch with this pack.
He is. Sam Hayes is right there as well now, Tom, up into 6th place as the battle from behind sees Harris Ali and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, and Max Gilman still all nose to tail as Ali goes down the inside of Oliver Sibbald, and there's contact there between Gilman and Sibbald, and that's turned Holly Swan round as well.
An unfortunate victim there for Holly Swan. She was, just caught up in that and had nowhere to go.
Oh, the battle for 3rd, Tom, now sees Amy Peacock and Joshua Sullivan side by side. Sullivan's going to get balked here as Sam Hayes gets down the inside of Larry Price. Peacock then back up into 3rd place. Hayes and Larry Price still side by side. They're going to be side by side still as they go on to the back straight.
Yeah, I thought Hayes might be one to watch in this particular heat. As tried to cut across, did cut across in front of Larry Price there. robust defence of that corner.
Yep, those that had issues earlier on, Tom, are now starting to come back into play with Harris Ali and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Max Gilman didn't lose too much time, Tom, earlier on, and it's the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race there for Max Gilman, so recovering quite well.
Yeah, and did well. He got down the inside of Sibbald, where Sibbald had already, there was a gap there already made by Harris Ali going down the inside into that corner. And then the problem there is that door was always going to get closed, and it tipped Gilman more into a spin than Sibbald, and then Berryman had nowhere to go. Stanley Clark took evasive action by going out onto the rumble strip as well, which he's now down into 14th. We are 3 minutes remaining then as Larry Price and Sam Hayes go side by side. Looked like Price was going to try and get down the inside there on Hayes. He's already tried that move once already. Changed for the lead though, Tom, there. We caught the latter part of it. And Ben Robinson now, look how close they were over the line. It looks like he went all the way round the outside of Thomas Potter, and he's moved into the lead.
So what we were talking about earlier, Sullivan now goes into the apex of hairpin number 1 on the inside, but can't make it work, trying to overtake Peacock. Can't get the move done. What we were saying is Thomas Potter's still got an unbeaten record here this season. Sullivan now does manage to move up the inside of Amy Peacock.
Thought Hayes was going to try and get inside of Peacock as well, and he does, but into 3. I thought he was going to drop right onto the back of Sullivan into that corner, into South Bank, and try and get in there. And you know, we've seen before drivers not being able to get back in and losing 4 or 5 places. Peacock's back in the lead as they come through this time on over the line from Ben Robinson. Still only a 10th between them, and that's good from Potter, because when they came through the chicanes before, Robinson had 4 or 5 kart lengths on him.
Yeah, yes indeed, and I'm still so Thomas Potter has got back in front of Ben Robinson off camera, but Potter is now leading again, and as we said, he's still unbeaten this season as we pick them up now as they're side by side through South Bank. So Robinson really making him work hard for this one. But only 2 unbeaten records here so far this season, Chloe McGill and Thomas Potter. 2 minutes left to go for Potter to maintain his record. Chloe McGill made hers count earlier on in the Bambinos. Oh, and we've got, is that
Sam Hayes in the tyres, Tom? It's Sam Hayes, and it looks like that's contact that's caused that, because he's gone straight on into the tyre wall down there. He's still in the car. I think he's waiting for some Marshall assistance potentially to get him back. Marshall's just making sure he's okay. So the yellow flag is out at hairpin number 3, which means that there's no overtaking into the 3 and 4 complex. So if you are going to get a move done, it's got to be into South Bank, because as soon as you go past that Marshall's post on the entry to 3, there is no overtaking at all. 1 minute remaining, so they're going to get at least 2 more laps, maybe even 3, because they'll come over the line this time. Hayes is down there still in the cart, the Marshall attending to him, so hopefully he is okay. I think we've got the thumbs up from the start line, Marshall, but the yellow flags are out down there at 3. Everybody has complied nicely with the no overtaking, so it's going to go stationary, but we'll come back to wave later, I think, as the Marshal continues to check on Hayes. Larry Price, personal best with a 48.6 for him. This train for 3rd place, Sullivan with Peacock and Price still nose to tail.
Yeah, Potter now moving away from Ben Robinson at the front as I keep my eye on the live timing. So Potter has made his way through, as we said, and is now starting to pull away slightly from Robinson. Last lap board will go out this time.
Yellow flags are still out there, Tom. Sorry to cut you off, because that's where we're about to go. So yellow flags are still out down there in the 3 and 4 complex as our drivers make their way round. So still no overtaking. Sam Hayes is down there. Looks like he's okay, though, because the Marshal has thing. The last lap board has come out. 48.1. Ben Robinson, fastest lap of the race then, at a time when he needs it most to try and close that gap to Thomas Potter. The gap is 0.2 of a second. Not sure he's going to be able to get there, but he's managed to keep Potter honest, and this is the closest this season, Tom, that Thomas Potter has really been challenged, because at round 1 he was able to pull away as everybody else battled it out. It was Peacock and Stansmore-Wilson that day in 2nd place, battling it out for the rest of the podium, as Sullivan and Peacock and Price continue to battle it out, and Peacock's got half a nose down the inside of Sullivan there into South Bank, and it's Price, though, that's going to try and make the dive. Robinson through on Potter around the final corner, side by side as they come over start finish. I think Potter's going to hang on and take the victory, keeps the record alive. They're side by side for third place as well. And Potter and Price are over the line, and Price snatches it exactly the same time, Tom. I've no idea how they're going to sort that one out. Exactly the same time between the two of them. Price is credited with fourth behind Sullivan in third, Peacock in fifth place. Harris, Ali and Stansmore Wilson come through with Wilson in sixth place, Ali seventh, Plowman eighth, Sibbald ninth and Gilman in 10th.
I'm just keeping my eye on Sam Hayes out in at the back of that shot there that you can see on screen, still in the car, hoping that's just because being told to wait for recovery, and in fact he's being pushed back onto circuit.
Yeah, I think the car is fine, but obviously he's created half race distance and he's that far back. There's no point going back out and just doing the laps.
So apologies to Sam if that was any kind of commentator's curse, because he was doing very, very well in that heat, as I thought he might. Oh, it looks like he's going again. And there he goes. Going to drive it back under his own steam, I think. And there we go. Just recovering himself back.
Almost looked like he forgot which way he was going there, because he was going to go the wrong way and then was being pointed round in the other direction. So he's bringing that one in slowly, Tom. I don't know whether he's got any sort of damage. I think we put something's bouncing a little bit there, Tom. Right rear puncture, I think, potentially. If not, it's a bent axle and there's some work to do down there in the Hayes camp. But it did look like it was bouncing a little bit, didn't it? It did,
and it looked a bit skewed.
Yeah, at best that needs a bit of a check to make sure it's okay. At worst, there's some work to be done by the Hayes camp. Nonetheless, we move on to the second instalment of our Honda Cadet class. It's time for Club.
And Catherine Potter's been in touch very briefly before we get to the grid to say she'd like to wish my little sister Elizabeth a happy birthday for Tuesday, and so Stevenson Photography, who is at the track this weekend as well. So that will be echoed by us.
Absolutely. Charlie Eibel then starts on pole position with Jos Husker alongside Sebastian Benson and Drew Davidson on row number 2. Davidson, who came through from row 5 last time, starts 4th. Summerwood starts 5th with Ollie Carter in 6th place. Riley Buckton-Young and Mason Webster share row 4. Layla Berryman and Samuel Yeadon on row 5. Joey Swan starts 11th with Jake Walker alongside Riley Sims-Ezard is 13th with Alfie McBain in 14th. Thomas Harper starts 15th alongside Alfie Watson. James Winstanley and Morgan Cooney are on row number 9. And Jamie Balding, who retired from the first race of the day, starts in 19th place. Caney Kins has been on saying, come on Charlie Eibel. Well, he's got a good chance, Tom, having started the day in 2nd place and moving through to win the opening race of the day in Honda Cadet Club. So he goes off pole position then with that good start. He was reeled in throughout the race by Jos Husker, but Jos just couldn't find a way through on Charlie Eibel, and Eibel then moved away with a couple of tenths at the end to take the victory. And so he's going to roll into pole, Jos Husker, alongside in the 55 machine. And that's Sebastian Benson rolling the 77 in. He was the pole sitter from round 1 with Drew Davidson, who started from 9th at the start of the day after qualifying. He's up to 4th now. And, there he is. I'm not sure. He's giving a thumbs up to somebody up on the bank and somebody down the bottom as well. 10th place is already in. That's Samuel Yeadon rolling in the 118 machine into 10th place. So now we're into the second half of the grid. We should be able to grid this lot up fairly quickly then in this Honda Cadet Club class. We are all in position then here for Honda Cadet Club. Charlie Eibel on pole, Jos Husker alongside Benson and Davidson row 2, Wood, Carter row 3, Buckton Young and Webster row 4, Berryman and Yeadon completing the top 10. We are in position and we are good to go racing here then at Teesside Autodrome.
Sorry about that. I was just adjusting the air conditioning. Oh. As in turning it on. We're getting a bit warm here in the box.
Should have worn shorts like me.
I should have, but you know, I came down from Scotland, and you know, you prepare for all weathers, except sunshine.
Of course. Just waiting for confirmation we're good to go then, Tom, because everybody is gridded up and ready to go. We've got all of our runners out there. And, not sure whether it's a case that the weighbridge and scrutineering still has occupants in it. But once that's sorted, we should be ready to go racing.
Let's have a quick look. So we've got Michael Yeadon's been in touch and said, good luck, Samuel Yeadon, from Dad on a wet Scottish island. Well, which island are you on?
Narrows it down to about
900, yeah. As well, and Graham Corking's been in touch and said, smash it, Ben Robinson from Seb SC52. So we are away and racing in club for your cadet, and it was a good start this time from Hushka. Tries to go around the outside of Charlie Earball, but couldn't make it work, and they will slot into line. Still side by side through the wiggles as they come through for the first time into hairpin 1, and all look to be making it through rather cleanly, and the same for hairpin 2. Somebody going very wide towards the back, and we've got a contact warning from Mason Webster immediately.
Yeah, he's had a good start though, Tom, as he tries to run all the way around the outside of Summerwood.
Whoa, and we've got contact. I've just seen it out South Bank. We've got 4 carts, 5 carts, 6 carts off.
Got one of them's Berryman, because the pink helmet, I think Joey Swan as well, with the orange helmet.
James Stanley as well.
Yeah, and I think they could all be booked. What we did take away there, Tom, is that Mason Webster made a sensational move round the outside of Summerwood just as we cut to the end of that incident.
I'm just keeping an eye on what this flag situation is, because we've still got at least 2 carts stopped on South Bank.
Yeah, yellow is out at hairpin 1, Tom, just to warn the drivers. It's out at hairpin 2, actually. So hairpin 1 has got an overtaking opportunity. 2 is negated as they're under yellow for the incident at the next corner down there.
And we're still under yellow as well as they come through hairpin 3.
Yeah, we've got a driver off on the outside. I think that is James Winstanley in the black suit and the white helmet. We're just having he's down there with the marshal. He's well offline, Tom. South Bank is probably the widest corner in the country.
For karting, absolutely.
To be fair, it could be for cars as well up the top there. They barely get any run drifting though. They get loads of drifters up there.
Yes.
He's probably going to come back now.
Oh, and he's back going.
Yeah, he's going to come back with a personal best with all that drift rubber on his tyres. He's going to have some huge grip. Top 10 though, after that incident, is Eibel, Hushka, Benson, Davidson, Carter, Webster, Wood, Buckton Young, Yeadon and Riley Sims Ezard up from 13th place at the start to run inside the top 10 for the first time.
Yes, it looks like the ones who were involved in that incident were Cooney, Walker, Watson, Berryman, Swan, and Winstanley now comes across the line. 2 minutes and 2 seconds for his opening lap.
Yeah, tough break for them. Webster now right on the back of Ollie Carter as Riley Buckton Young is the next one to try and go all the way round the outside of Summerwood.
I'm just keeping my eye out the commentary box window as well at Winstanley, who has continued on. So did cross the line and continued. So it looks like of the 6 that were involved in that incident, everybody's made it round okay and has continued. We've got Layla Berryman and Joey Swan shown as a lap down. So in fact, they may have come into the pits. Berryman and Swan.
Yeah, it looked like Swan was actually, there was nobody with him actually. He wasn't hooked up, whereas Berryman was with another cart, that of James Winstanley. There's a move there for Eibel and Hushka. They're side by side. Hushka goes really, really wide then. And Sebastian Benson in the 77 will come down the inside and move up into second place. And now we have a 4-cart battle for the lead because Drew Davidson is right back in the mix.
Yeah, that's definitely brought Davidson right into contention now as we've got a front 4 train at the front of this Cadet Club heat number 2. Benson with the fastest lap of the race so far, but not on that lap that was set on the previous lap. So Benson showing good pace and starting to make his way through to the front. What's he got in the pocket for Charlie Ibble as they head down into South Bank? Nothing this time as the gaps remain constant.
Carter goes slightly tighter than Webster. Webster goes wide on entry and then tight into hairpin number 3, and Mason Webster on Ollie Carter goes down the inside. Can he get it stopped though into 4 to stop Carter getting the cutback? He can't, and Carter's going to get alongside Ollie Carter. Will he run all the way around the outside? Who's going to keep their foot in? Mason Webster moves through and up into 5th place.
Yes, indeed. Charlie Ibble setting the fastest lap of the race on that lap as well, so has been woken up by Benson closing in onto the back end and the rear bumper, and actually makes his way through now. That is
Carter.
Yes, Carter.
Back up to 5th.
Back in front of Webster.
Webster straight back into the slipstream here, and he's going to go try and pull the same move again, Tom, which was wide on entry into South Bank, and then try and get the cutback, although he actually can't get back to the inside. Remains a kart width out wide on Ollie Carter, but Carter's gone wide this time. He's going to get a slightly tighter exit into 4, and it's going to be Mason Webster this time trying to get the good run out. Summer Wood right on the back as well.
Yes, indeed, and Riley Buckton Young as well, looking fairly racy on the back of Summer Wood, and hoping that with the 3 battling in front, that could bring Summer right into contention as well with that group. So essentially we've got 2 groups of 4 separated by around about 4 seconds.
Yeah, Samuel Eden not too far back off that battle as well, from 5th down to 8th place, as Jos Husker once again takes quite a wide line round the South Bank corner. And Benson, though, he does it round 3 instead to try and get the cutback. Drew Davidson looking really smooth in 4th place, but doesn't quite have the pace to stick with this top 3, although his driving does look really, really tidy with the 3 of them in front, all taking slightly different lines. Davidson looks really consistent, but probably lacking a 10th or 2 today, but he did take the win here, so at round 1. So we know it's there in him, but not quite not out there on track at the moment.
Yeah, Charlie Ibble looking fairly comfortable up front. You know, Sebastian Benson was really taking chunks out and coming through very quickly, and then has just sort of stalled out, if you like. He hasn't been able to make any further inroads into Ibble's lead. Hushka now holding 3rd, but putting Benson back under pressure as we look back at the second group of 4 coming through hairpin 4. So, and that could be one reason why. So Ibble has just set the fastest lap of the race. Even Benson with a personal best has been eclipsed by Ibble and has slightly pulled away.
Yeah, our race leader looks like he's been leading races for a long time, doesn't he? He's comfortable out there, lines are smooth, not looking over his shoulder every 5 minutes to make sure that there's to see where everybody else is. His vision is the clear track in front of him and with a target of trying to move away.
Exactly.
And he looks like he's been leading races for the best part of 10 years.
Yes, it does look that way. Very comfortable, as I said. And Benson, who was flying through and up to the back of Ibble, has just not made any further impression so far. Still 40 seconds to go. So as they come across the line, this will be the penultimate lap, then the last lap board will go out. So still 2 laps to go here. Hushka now with a personal best.
He's right on the back of Benson as they come through. Can he put a move? Jos Hushka, who has shown good pace, but doesn't have a huge amount of racing experience, Tom, whereas you look at like Ibble and Benson, I know they both do. So with Hushka, we know he's got the speed, but this is our club class. It's the entry level, you know, of the 2 Honda classes. You know, does he have the racecraft to set one up here on Sebastian Benson?
I think we're going to find out, and as they come across the line this time to take the final lap board, what has Hushka got in the back pocket? Webster
and Carter then, as we see Carter, and that's Riley Buckton Young. Yeadon's right on the back as well. They're side by side, actually, Tom, just out the window with Riley Buckton Young right on the back, as it looked like Webster trying to go round the outside of Ollie Carter. Leading trio, though, then on screen as they go into hairpin 1 for the final time. Charlie Eibel has a gap of 3 or 4 kart lengths back to Sebastian Benson and Josh Husker. Benson has a look over the shoulder. Eibel goes defensive anyway down to the inside. That's natural last lap kart positioning just to make sure, but still doesn't have a look over his shoulder, but then gets a little bit of snap oversteer round South Bank, and that's allowed the chasing duo to close right up onto the final corner. I don't think it's going to do him any harm though. Charlie Eibel, for the second time today, will take the checkered flag, and victory in Honda Cadet Club from Sebastian Benson and Josh Husker, with Drew Davidson coming through in 4th place. Ollie Carter holds off Mason Webster in 5th and 6th respectively. Wood gets 7th, Buckton Young 8th, Yeadon 9th, and coming through in 10th place for his best ever Honda finish is Riley Sims Ezard, his first time in the top 10, holding off Alfie McBain. Thomas Harper moves up into 12th, with Balding coming through from the back of the pack up into 13th place, with Cooney, Walker and Watson your remaining runners. James Winstanley did do a lap, but then elected to come into the pits. Berryman and Swan retiring at the end of the opening lap.
Fantastic action again. Honda Cadet Clubman. Moving on already to heat number 2 of Junior Rotax. Sebastian Benson coming across the line there with big fist pumps of the air, so well done there. Yeah, let's move on already to Junior Rotax. So pole position for Junior Rotax heat number 2 went to Catherine Potter, then it's Finley Watson, Nathan Jensen, Ollie Poole and Lizzie Mentier. Just 5 in your Junior Rotax grid. So as the Honda cadets get checked over and sent back out.
So there you see our leaders, that's Josh Husker from 3rd place. They'll be just waiting to go over the weighbridge as our chief scrutineer there makes his way through. So he's just checking the front fairings, the front nose on the rest of the karts to make sure there are no penalties to be applied to those, because if you end up with a front fairing penalty, then you get a 5 second penalty added to your race time, and that's what we saw earlier, which dropped some of our runners a really long way down. Circuit is clear though. Next up will be our Junior Rotax as they make their way out onto track. Catherine Potter then leads the way round, so they'll get 2 rolling up laps, as we mentioned a few times. They're on Comet tyres now rather than Mojos, which means they're going to get 2 rolling up laps to get themselves up to temperature. Just having a look at some of the preceding races to make sure no penalties have been applied at all in them ones. We've got front fairing penalties actually for Max Gilman and Sam Hayes. Sam Hayes will probably, because he went into the tyres, but it won't matter because he was a couple of laps down. That's going to drop Gilman though down into 13th when he was up inside the top 10. No other penalties applied in that one, and results from club haven't come through yet, so we'll check those off later on, although they're a little bit further spread. So there was that big incident on the opening lap of that race. Leading duo of getting themselves side by side, so that we seem to be gridded up nice and early then for our mini Rotax class. They're going round South Bank, just trying to get some temperature into the tyres. They've gone round at a fairly quick pace and got some in it, and then they slow themselves down and some of the tyre pressures get to drop again. So it's going to be Potter leading the way with Watson alongside this time, Jensen and Paul on the second row. Mentier this time lonely on for the 5th place berth. Potter will control the pace as they come through then towards the acceleration zone, shown by the 2 cones that you'll see in a few moments time when we cut to the start line camera As they come through, you can just about catch them there now on the left-hand side of the circuit. Potter leads us through. We get the green flag. We are away and racing. Watson's going to try and come all the way around the outside and does, into a lead from the second place berth. Nathan Jensen creates a gap that allows Lizzie Mentier to come through as well. And Ollie Paul drops down into 5th place. Mentier tries to get down the inside of Jensen. Can't get that one done into hairpin 1. Jensen then goes tight into 2. Mentier's going to get the cutback and goes down the inside. Should have enough power to get that one done by the bottom end of the track. Into South Bank, she goes up into 3rd place. Jensen then just down into 4th. Still struggling, looks like, ever so slightly with a little bit of back end grip, certainly round that South Bank corner. He's looking like he's struggling to hold on, but Watson, though, now gets that good start, has managed to break away from Catherine Potter in 2nd place, with Mentier 3rd, Jensen in 4th, Paul in 5th.
Yes. Enjoyable start to that race.
Do you see much of it, Tom?
I did, yeah, sorry, I had a little comfort break very briefly. And managed to get a good waft of 2-stroke engine as well as I was running back. Making my way back. But best smell in the world.
Mentier, the closest to closing up on Potter now. The gap was almost 3/4 of a second on the previous lap. Now it is 1.5 tenths. Problem that Mentier is going to have here, Tom, is if she can get past Potter, Watson is 1.1 seconds already down the road. And
it's going to have to be short, sharp, and quick here.
It's got to be
there
done
it goes,
early, hasn't it?
There goes Mentier. As we said,
Potter's going to get the cutback though, Tom, and
he's going to fight this one and gets the line up the inside. And Mentier goes the outside route and manages to hold the speed.
That's worked nicely, hasn't it?
Unusual to see that as well.
Yeah, but I think she's looked there and just thought, well, it's the only thing she could have done other than give the corner up. And she wasn't going to lose a lot by going that wide, given that there's no train of karts behind.
I'll tell you what I did see there is a lot of drivers, when they do go around that outside route, if they feel that they're going too wide, will scrub the speed off, will turn it tighter and will scrub the speed off. Mentier didn't. She actually opened the steering out and was like, let's accept this line, let's go for it.
It was a purposeful line round
it
there,
was,
wasn't it?
And it worked really, really well for us.
Yeah, and didn't try to cut back in either halfway down, which is where you normally see that snap oversteer. And with it being a banked corner, the bottom part is banked, but then it actually there's a point in the track where the bank gets far more severe.
Yeah,
around there, and that's where you start seeing that snap oversteer, where your front wheels are on the low bit when your rear wheels are up on the high.
Absolutely, and so what tends to happen is that then scrubs off the speed, and the person who's on the inside of South Bank, even if they are behind, will then get a run and the inside into hairpin 3.
Yeah, I thought that too, Tom. 1.6 seconds though now from Mentier and Watson. And I'm not sure, with 6 laps, which is basically half race, Tom, because it's a 10-lap race, so they're going to come over the line in a few moments' time to make it half race distance. Here comes Watson. I don't think Mentier's got 3/10 a lap in her on Finley Watson. In fact, Watson opens up the gap by 1/10 of a second to 1.7.
So barring any difficulties, this looks all sewn up for Watson.
Yeah, Mentier's going to need 3/10 and hasn't actually managed to shake off Catherine Potter just yet. Potter's there, not to the point where she can attack on Lizzie Mentier, but enough that Mentier has to give it consideration.
Yeah, Potter's still remaining very much in the slipstream and needs to do either the Matt Shields Gopher or the Shrimp down the back straight to get a little bit of extra speed using that slipstream and see if she can get right up onto the back of Lizzie Mentier and make a move once again.
4 laps remaining then, so that's 6 in the bag in this 10-lap race. We go up to 12 for our final at the end of the day. Watson is actually moving away, Tom. Another 2/10 on Lizzie Mentier as Mentier lifts up the flap on the radiator to allow more air into that junior Rotax engine. Potter's still down though, so they're not just doing that at a whim. There's temperature sensors on them that feed back to the data logger on the steering wheel, which you just about see there between the top 2 spokes of the steering wheel. on that camera shot over Catherine Potter's left shoulder. So it is feeding data back, and if the engine temperature is getting high, then they can lift the radiator flap up. And generally, though, it's if you've got a kart in front of you and you're not getting the same air into your radiator because there's a kart in front stopping the air going into your radiator, that you normally have an increased temperature. But Mentia is lifted the flap up early. I don't know whether she feels that that's going to give her a little bit more power to hold off Potter, who's managed to stick with her. 2/10 was the gap, and Potter is right now closing in on Lizzie Mentia.
Had a good look there in hairpin 4. Watson sets the fastest lap of the race that time, and not eclipsed by Mentia or Potter. So that remains, and in fact, another couple of tenths clear. So 2.2 is the gap now from Watson, who's been untouchable so far in this race.
Yeah, Mentia had the edge in the first one when they were battling.
We'll have a conversation today, I think, about data loggers and lap timers and things like that, because it's something that we've never spoken about before. But I don't think this is the right time with Potter being so close to Mentia, but it is one that I think we should have a little chat about, because we've talked tyres, we've talked engines, we've talked radiators, sprockets, yes, various things, but we've not talked lap timers yet, as Finlay Watson is now almost halfway around the final lap of this race, and in fact that gap has gone out between Mentia and Potter, so it went out to 4/10, which is the biggest it's been since Mentia moved through.
Defends though, moves it to the inside, not really defends, but parks the kart there to sort of like wipe any sort of consideration of an overtake out of Potter's mind.
And break the slipstream as well.
Yeah, Watson though comes through out of hairpin 4 to take victory in junior Rotax heat number 2. Mentia's going to get second with Potter in third. Potter sets the fastest lap as well on the final lap with a 41.659. Ollie Paul will come through for 4th place, with Nathan Jensen completing our junior runners in P number 5. And because they're able to clear off quite quickly, it shouldn't be too long, Tom, before we are back with our next race. And so we'll queue it up, then we'll come back with some comments from the live chat, then we'll drop some, we'll do the grids. And so next up then will be Minimax. Heat 1 winner, then Addison Smith starts on pole position with Lewis Goff alongside Jared Fox-Whiteley and Seb Corky on row 2. Ben Lee and Joseph Yao on the 3rd row, with Sam Robson and Ben Adrian 7th and 8th. The top 10 completed by Melissa Adrian and Amy Peacock, with Phillips James Byrne and Oliver Watson on row 6. Kian Logan and Ben Horner, who ran well but retired from the first race. He starts in 14th. Anything interesting on the comments, Tom?
We've got support for Nathan Jensen's come in from SLX Silent, and Debbie has said good luck. Put my teeth in.
I'm a big fan of him.
Yes, good luck, Lennon French from Hall watching in Dundee. Sorry about that. Yep, so making their way out now are the mini Rotax. So they've got a couple of laps of rolling up as well. So should we have a quick, brief chat about data loggers while they're doing that?
There is. So there's different types of data loggers.
Yep.
We don't have to be like, oh, well, others are available.
No, there's
it's down to personal preference, but they all do as much of a muchness as Ben Horner slides into shot, not in the way that he wants to, but off there.
sliding into the weekend like.
So we might actually take a little bit. They're going to need to catch this one up, Tom, in the 2 laps. Certainly, if we had one rolling up lap, then it would have took a lot longer to get this one going. But yeah, data loggers certainly for the cadets, you're going to get a lot more of. Let's say you're just going to have your lap time on there and your engine revs. When we start getting into the 2-stroke classes where you've got water cooled and stuff like that, you're going to have your lap times, your revs, your engine temperature.
Water temperature.
Yeah, and everything else as well, hence why the they're able to lift them radiator flaps up. As we said, they're not done at a whim. They are done based on their knowledge.
And the latest data loggers as well, they're all using GPS trackers as well. So they actually give you, rather than just a split time on the circuit, they're actually using live satellite uplinks, and they're giving exactly where you are on the circuit versus your personal best, versus your all-time best, versus your last lap, however you want to set it up.
You can really see now, like F1 style, like if you're up in sector 1, up in sector 2.
It's not just in sector 1, it's
yeah.
if you can see if you're up in hairpin 1 and then down in hairpin 2, you can drill down that much into it. It's they're fantastic bits of information. But here we go.
We are going racing, Tom. The green is out. We are 3 and 4 wide then as Joseph Yao actually drops his car off the track at pit entrance and does actually manage to hold it, although I think he's going to drop a couple of places. No, he's still there. He's up in 5th, Tom, but I thought he's actually run all the way round the outside there of the national loop to make that one work, as Philip James Byrne and Sam Robson get good drive there, and it looks like Melissa Adrian was slightly balked on exit, which has sort of split the pack up a little bit, so the two Adrians a little bit further down than what we normally see them. Jared Fox-Whiteley, though, Tom, the big mover on the opening lap, up into the lead at the expense of Addison Smith.
Yeah, moved through on the entry into South Bank, got good drive out of hairpin 2. And there they go. So it is Fox-Whiteley from Smith, Goff, Lee, Yao, Corking, Robson, Peacock, Melissa Adrian, and Philip Byrne. Ben Adrian down in 11th. Then it's Ben Horner, Oliver Watson, and Kian Logan.
As Ben Adrian gets a move done down the inside there in the background on James Philip Byrne. That moves him up inside the top 10, I think. And Byrne's not had a fantastic exit either out of hairpin 2, and Oliver Watson thinks he'll try and get a run. I'll confirm that in a few moments, as Lewis Goff has moved up into 2nd place there on Addison Smith.
So that's twice in 2 laps. Smith has been passed through South Bank corner. Seems to be a favoured overtaking spot for these Rotax karts. It's rare to generally see them overtake into hairpin 1 and certainly hairpin 4. Although it is possible, but it is rare to see that. But South Bank seems to be the favoured place for this particular class.
Yeah, they are carrying a lot. You know, they're able to just accelerate a lot quicker, aren't they, than the others from a not a standing start, but from low revs. They're able to get them karts moving. They are in the region of 3 seconds quicker than the Honda Cadets, the class that most of these runners came out of. You know, look at the front, the trio at the front. They all came out of Honda Cadets last year. Addison Smith halfway through the year, Goff and Fox-Whiteley towards the latter end of it as well. Joseph Yao, the most recent to step up out of Honda Cadet. He was racing Hondas here in February. He's now out in minis. Behind him, Sebastian Corkin, who's gone down the other cadet route. He came out of Micromax, the current Micromax UK champion, in 6th place, who qualified on the front row yesterday. He was actually, Tom, until the final minute, was on provisional pole.
Yes, indeed, was flying along. Qualified it in 2nd, I believe, though.
He did, yeah.
Still managed to maintain P2, so went off the front of the grid anyway. Oh, that was a nice move.
Ben Adrian down the inside of Melissa for 9th place. On the back there of Amy Peacock, and she's the busiest person in Teesside. Well, in fact, I'll say 2nd busiest person, because obviously her dad's got to mechanic 2 karts, so she's just got to turn up and sit in it. He's got to actually prep and do stuff. So, and in between that, he's actually got to watch the races as well. So, plenty to do down there. But Amy Peacock giving a good account of herself in 8th place.
Absolutely.
Now could be 9th, actually, because I think Ben Adrian has moved through.
Well, Sebastian Corking set the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap, and indeed then makes a move straight up the inside of Joseph Yao. Can make it stick? No, can't quite. Got squeezed out a little bit through the left-hand kink. Didn't give him the run through the right-handed dogleg, but as I said before, that we've seen that doesn't particularly work anyway. You need to be on the right-hand side of the track coming out of hairpin 4 to give you the inside for the dogleg and then the inside for the chicane.
Down the inside, Corking goes, though, there, Tom, on Joseph Yao, and I think he has got it done this time. He has. Slots in. Both of them look over their shoulder in unison. They've got a slight gap back, but Sebastian Corking continuing to grow into this Minimax class.
Still only very young as well. Don't forget, it's a lot of bulking up to do.
That's the thing, isn't it? You know, like all of these drivers, they are wrestling carts around this track that are much, much bigger than the cadets that they came out of last year, on tyres that are far more grippier, engines that the jump is massive, isn't it? From
the weight limit goes up as well, so your arm strength needs to be. I mean, what's the weight limit difference between these and
30 kilo? But obviously there's a battery on there. The engine is bigger. The exhaust is considerably bigger.
So there's a 30 kilo difference. So every time you turn the wheel, you're carrying an extra 30 kilos.
Yeah,
minimum.
That's in the cart alone.
Yes.
That really that weight limit is for. You know, they're going to have lead on the cart on the seats that brings them up to the minimum weight limit. But that, and then when them tyres are much, much grippier, you know, you know.
It can feel like 50, 60 kilos.
Yeah.
And it really can. And I mean, I know that sounds, to people, to the layman's watching at home, they won't realise that it really is that much. It can, you know, it's 30 kilos in net weight, the difference between last year's kart that they were racing, these guys at the front, and what they're in now. But that's every corner, every turn in. It's 30 kilos extra that they're having to turn the wheel. It's a huge amount. It genuinely is. And, you know, to do this for 8 and 10 laps at a time,
yeah,
it's massively intense.
We see it a lot, you know, when the driver first moves up, that they're quick out of the box, but by lap 5 and 6, they drop off a cliff, you know.
And that's purely because the strength isn't there yet.
You are using different muscle sets, you see, as well, from like the Honda Cadets as well. You know, you're driving a lot more with Addison Smith with a good run then out of hairpin 2 on Lewis Goff. Goff's, Tom, has dropped a couple of kart lengths off the back of Smith there.
Yeah, it's almost like we had a repeat of the previous heat.
We caught the back of the overtake, didn't we, down the bottom end? I don't know what set that up, whether there was a slide sideways from Goff. But let's see whether Seb Corking can reel him in and whether there's a problem there for Lewis Goff.
Well, last lap board is out. And Fox Whiteley looking comfortable now in the lead, 1.3 seconds. Still a full second back from Addison Smith now to Goff.
Ben Adrian down the inside of Benjamin Lee on the last lap into hairpin number 1. Sebastian Corkin, who crossed the line 7/10 off the back of Lewis Goff, still seems to be there or thereabouts. So Goff doesn't seem to have lost a lot of pace, just track position a lot off the back of Addison Smith. Out of the final corner, though, Jared Fox Whiteley has been untouchable since he moved to the lead. Comes through, takes the checkered flag. Victory in heat number 2 from Addison Smith and Lewis Goff. Seb Corking in P4. Adrian in 5th place with Benjamin Lee, Joseph Yao, Sam Robson, Melissa Adrian and Amy Peacock in 10th place once again. And then over the line, Ben Horner on the last lap has got past Oliver Watson for 11th. Watson 12th. James Philip Byrne in 13th with Kian Logan will cross the line in P14.
Glad to see the good recovery from Ben Horner as well after his trials and tribulations in the first heat. So moving up to 11, so well done there. Please do keep your comments coming in on YouTube. We will give you a shout out. If they're coming in on Facebook as well, David will be able to read them, but if they come in on the YouTube feed, they come straight into the comms box and we can see them there and then. So we will head forwards to Senior Rotax, heat number 2.
Senior Rotax then, we are into the mixed grids once again with Emma Brown this time going off pole position, Christopher Stoves alongside Arthur Lowthian and Josh Redhead on the second row, Paul Swan and Heat 1 winner Andy Ambrose off the third row. 7th is Martin Fisher, and then it's Andy Collinson and Shane Collinson in 8th and 9th respectively to complete our senior grid.
Dan Kell was on in the comments earlier on and just said that he's got other commitments at the moment, so that's why he isn't here.
Oh well, I'm
but,
sure.
Just to go back to our previous comment from conversation from heat number 1.
I'm sure he'll be back later on in the year, and I'm sure he'll be trying to sort himself out a British 24-hour drive as well, because I know in the last 2 years he's had a hire kart outing and an owner kart outing as well in the last 2 years, and he's thoroughly enjoyed both.
And you're hoping he's sure to be bringing a Sierra Cosworth with him.
Well, I can't take it out during the 24-hour, but one thing they do normally bring with them at the 24-hour are cakes.
I was going to say...
they do bring cakes to the 24.
Cat might let you out for 20 minutes on a Friday or something. You're very lucky.
What with the best part of 1,000 people in the paddock
exactly,
to laugh at me?
to watch you go round the circuit.
No, I want a closed test and nothing else. I'm throwing my rider out now. I want a closed test and a pint pot full of brown M&Ms. And if you know what that reference is, please let us know in the live chat comments.
Do you know why that was, by the way? Do you actually know why he did that?
No.
It was to test whether the rider had actually been read properly. Genuinely, that's what it was. It was if that appears, I know that my rider's been not only read properly but adhered to. True story.
Every day's a school day.
There you go. Dan Keller's saying racing with A66 in owners, David. So there you go.
That's the 3 different teams in 3 years. He's a mercenary.
A journeyman.
Well, no, journeyman suggests that there's minimal talent being banded round. But
I don't know. Jermaine Defoe was a bit of a journeyman and had bags of talent.
He was also a mercenary.
Sorry, Jermaine, if you're listening.
Oh, he's a big fan.
He's big fan of Teesside Karting.
Watches every round.
That's it.
And so should you.
Hang on, he's just texted me.
Here we go then. We are gridded up nicely. We should hopefully get this one going at the first time of asking. Emma Brown then leading us away with Christopher Stoves alongside. Into the acceleration zone. The green flies. We are away and racing in our senior Rotax. And Andy Collinson sweeps all the way round the outside from the back row. He's going to come through into 3rd place as everybody else sorts themselves out. Andrew Collinson with a superstar already up into 2nd. Tries to go down the inside into 2. That would have been probably one of the best opening laps we've ever seen if he'd gone through into 2. As in the background, Paul Swan goes across the rumble strip and then doesn't manage to get back on the tarmac before it runs out and kicks up a bit of grass.
Sorry, I'm just sitting here mouth agape at the moment as Andy Collinson has come from the back of the grid and is now leading.
Yeah, but he was 8th, wasn't he? So he's on the outside there, and what he's done is everybody's migrated to the inside. He's just gone round the outside, all the way round the outside of the national loop and slotted back into 3rd, done 2nd into hairpin 1, and then got past Emma Brown as well.
8th to 1st in 2/3 of a lap is pretty impressive. So well done, Andy. Fantastic driving.
Yeah, Andy Ambrose as well. Another Andy's flying down the inside of Paul Swan. Arthur Lowthian tries to get down the inside in the background of Martin Fisher, but then that balks his own exit as Collinson does. Do we do track limits here? Because he's just used half the grass to go around the outside there.
Just the rallycross line, that's all it was.
And then down the inside as well as Max Martin goes very, very wide. Arthur Lowthian back down the inside. Chris Stoves as well looked like he was going to try and get down the inside there with Josh Redhead there, side by side. Over start finish.
Martin Fisher looked like he was having some problems getting it stopped.
Great overtake there. Great overtake there from Andy Ambrose on Emma Brown. That was round the outside. They are in 2 different classes in Rotax 162 and 177 respectively. That's what the red is and the green. With green being the 177. And that's just the different weights that the karts run to. So what we were speaking about earlier about adding lead, similar for the the driver is a little bit bigger or they want to run with more weight on, or there's a limit to the amount that they can put on. Arthur Lowthian and Max Martin still arguing as Andy Ambrose and Emma Brown. Oh, that looked like Shane Collinson actually trying to get through there on Emma Brown and almost lost 4th place then to Paul Swan in doing so, as Andy Ambrose picks up a contact warning for his charge through the field.
Yeah, so they are starting to make their way through now. The for want of a better phrase, the cream sort of rising to the top. So you've got Andy Collinson, as we said, took 7 places and ended up leading after 2/3 of a lap. Here comes Shane Collinson on, as we said before, the different class, different weight limit for Emma Brown, who's now demoted to 4th place on the road, but is still leading her class.
Yeah, doesn't really need to get involved there in that
one. And of course, Emma Brown retired from heat number 1 as well.
Yes, she did, with a flat tyre.
Yes.
Right rear puncture, wasn't it?
Yes.
So Collinson leading then by just under a second from Andy Ambrose, and I think Ambrose closed in on that previous lap. I'm just going to bring the live timing back up there, Tom. He did 2/10 actually on Collinson. If he's going to chip 2/10 a lap out, we're going to have quite an intense final lap, Tom, as we head towards just into the second half of this race when they come through. They'll cross the line. That'll be 5 laps in with 5 remaining.
Ooh, Paul Swan with half a move on the inside of Emma Brown. Couldn't get it stopped. Couldn't make it work. Sorry. 3 attempts at that. About as many as Paul Swan had. So, trying to overtake Emma Brown.
Teed yourself up there.
Yeah, indeed. Yes, so going to have another look here. Can't quite get it done again. So Emma Brown doing well to hold off Paul Swan here for the remainder of this lap, at least.
Loudian and Redhead there having a battle. That is for 7th place. They were battling with Martin Fisher earlier on, but he's managed to break away with these battling each other, and he's closed up on the back of Paul Swan.
That was Andy Ambrose has just taken the lead from Andy Collinson as well, coming out of hairpin 4.
Collinson had a problem there, Tom, because he's gone for that's a 1 second swing.
Yeah, he was over a second slower that lap than Andy Ambrose.
I know what you mean about the screen there, because I thought that was Ambrose just in front of Shane Collinson rather than Andy.
Yes.
Because they were closer before, but Andy Ambrose has managed to find a way through.
And Shane Collinson is now only 1.7 seconds behind as well. So, yeah, big.
The surprise came there because we know how quick Andy Collinson is, and we don't expect anybody to take a second a lap out of him.
Yes, correct.
Swan now does have a move down the inside of Emma Brown. Emma Brown's not going to let him have that one too easily, and Max Martin comes through to take advantage to wrestle 5th place away from Paul Swan.
Yeah, Fisher finally had some issues, it seemed, with potentially tyre warm-up on the opening lap and ended up going backwards, but is now starting to recover and recover quite well.
7/10 is the gap then for the lead, Tom, and it is a comfortable 7/10. Now the trio have spread themselves out, so this is where the action is at then in senior Rotax with Martin Fisher coming through onto the back of Emma Brown now. And like I say, didn't have an easy start to this race. He's down the inside of Brown. Brown won't give this one up, Tom. She's going to have track position, but might not have the power to hold on. And Martin Fisher comes through and moves up now into 4th place.
And that's a perfect demonstration of the weight difference between the two classes.
It's the getting out the corner bit, isn't it?
Exactly.
That's the main problem.
So it's very rare, especially in this class, that somebody driving around the outside of the dog leg would be able to hold on or even take position. But running that 15 kilos lighter, that makes all the difference. And that's exactly it's there in plain sight what a difference it makes. Not just a few kilos, but I mean, this is 15 kilos, but a few kilos can make to lap time.
Well, 15 kilos to get out of a corner is a lot, isn't it?
Well, it was 3 to 4 kart lengths, wasn't it? The difference by the end of that short straight. So a couple of kilos over the course of a lap, and you can see the lap time difference that it will give you, especially in a long race such as a 12 or 24 hour.
Yeah, 15 kilos is about half a small cadet.
Yes. Yeah, about that, yeah.
Last lap then for Ambrose Collinson and Shane Collinson. Ambrose managed to find a way through and has chipped away throughout the end of this race to open up quite a comfortable gap on paper for around about a second to come through to make it 2 from 2 for Andy Ambrose, Andy Collinson and Shane Collinson then the top 3. Martin Fisher has had to come through the pack, having early battles earlier on to move away from Emma Brown and Paul Swan for 4th down to 6th respectively. Josh Redhead in 7th, Arthur Loudian in 8th, and Chris Stoves crosses the line for 9th.
So that brings an end to Senior Rotax heat number 2, and our final heat number 2 will be Senior Pro Kart. So, your grid for Senior Pro Kart Heat 2. Scott Tate goes off pole. This is the mixed up grid again, random grid order. So Scott Tate and Jess Alexander, P1 and P2. Jess Alexander, of course, having the penalty from Heat 1. So still carrying that, but going off P2 here. Then it's Dan Tate, Asher Blythe, Joe Grinsell and Jonathan Allen. Callum Booth, Philip Patton, Dan Falsham and Thomas Braid. Then it's James Hitchen and Andrew Worley. Gareth Plackett, Connor White, Gracie Mitchell, Harry Nottage, David Brown and Brandon Truman Reddish. David Brewish, Steve Nichols, Mark Tate, Lennon French, Simon Doughty and Mark White. Row 13 headed by Ben Hogarth and then Thomas Lowther. Jack Morris, Alban Dowell, Henry Bowd and Lee Austin. Then it's Alec Bowd and George Davis in 32nd. So the certain members who were mid-pack are now getting their front, or the mid-pack group from heat number 1 are now getting their front. The rear pack group seem to be getting their middle, and it looks like the front pack ones have now been shuffled to the back.
Yeah, when you went through that grid, 'cause obviously we don't always get a chance to see them and digest them before they appear on the screen. My first thought was, wow, what a top 4. That's like a qualifying session. With Scott Tate and Jess Alexander on the front row, Dan Tate and Asher Blythe on the second row.
Yeah.
That's a good effort, isn't it? As the Scott Tate and Jess Alexander roll in, and then we've got Asher Blythe and Dan Tate rolling in. Blythe will be on the outside of Dan Tate on the inside. And then we're going to have a bit of a wait now. Jonathan Allen is in 6th place. 5th place will be vacant once again. That would have been taken by Joe Grinsell, who isn't racing with us here today. So the grid's already created based off the entry list yesterday at midday. So that means that he's not with us. So P5 and his subsequent places throughout the day not to be taken.
No Kieran Lambert at this round either.
No Kieran Lambert at round 1 either.
Ah, I thought he was here at round 1.
Wasn't here at round 1.
Okay.
No. I think that he's electing to focus more on enduros this season.
Is that what's happened with Josh Falkus as well?
He's in Belgium.
Belgium?
Yeah, doing Belgium-y things. I think he's gone to
Frites and Mayo.
No, I think he's gone to like a gaming effort over in Belgium with some of his friends.
Okay.
But pleasing to see when you go on Facebook, it shows you, it comes up with who's watching, and his mum's still watching, so we haven't lost any viewers.
Oh, hello.
which is always good.
Hi, Ange. Hope you're well.
Yes. So she was in the paddock yesterday, actually, walking around.
Okay.
So she's been here this weekend.
But yes, certain names notable by their absence. So we hope we get them back soon.
Well, it's an 8-round championship, and you can drop 2 rounds, so you don't have to enter every one.
Very true.
It works on your best results. So.
Very true. We're just having a look at the live comments. So Vicky Carr is sending in more support for Lennon French. And then there's a conversation between Paul White as well and Dan Kell going on about the BPEC 12-hour that's taking place at Rowra, which will be their next round. Unfortunately, we aren't streaming that, no, but we are here for the 24-hour, as always.
Even a sprint race at Rowra feels like 12 hours, because you do get, even the sprint race, you get all the weather conditions.
And likewise, the 12-hour at Rowra will feel like a sprint race as well.
Yeah.
Having commentated on a 12-hour before for BPEC, that very much felt very quick as well. With you're getting little waves from the drivers.
I'm waving at drivers out the com box. Callum Booth in like 7th has just got his feet out the front, his hands on his head. You can see it there on the camera behind Jess Alexander.
He's picturing himself in Zante.
He is. I don't know whether that's a relaxed look or a bored look.
I'm half expecting him to pull a book out of his race suit.
But when I say relaxed or bored, because he's like a teenager, I'm going to go with bored.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, but there will be a book coming out at some point, I'm sure, out of that race suit. Just have a little read.
Just having a a rejig at the back with the final few runners. Looks like one of the bowed duo with the 90 and the 140. Looks like it's the 140 machine.
We're getting away from Jess now as well. Hi, Jess.
It's got to keep them entertained as they grid up. It's Henry Bowd, the 140. He's just they're having a bit of a rejig. Although Alex down there as well, their random grid allocations, seeing where they get themselves positioned. So we are good to go. David Brewis, and Marshall's dragging his car. It's 185 kilos with the driver in the weight limit. You don't want to be dragging too many of them. He's going
to need good eyesight at the back of this grid as well to be able to see the green flag. They're all, well, in fact, they are on South Bank Corner. They're backed up that far now.
Green flag in hand, though, from the start line. Marshall, it is up, it is down. We are away and racing. Dan Tate from the second row manages to slot across in front of Jess Alexander. And let's see if that concertina effect causes any problems. We have got a driver sideways. That is one of the Bowd duo. And I think George Davis as well. And for around about 10 metres, Davis was just pushing Bowd on sideways there as they sort themselves out round hairpin 1. There's a driver who's gone around the outside of 3 or 4. I think that's Tom Lowther's done about 4 by just going all the way round the white line round at hairpin 1 and slotting in at hairpin 2. Good move there from Lowther on that opening lap. But Scott Tate and Jess Alexander's managed to get back in front of Dan Tate for second place. So we'll call them as they come over the line as we see Tom Braid get down the inside of Dan Fulsham. The top 10 as they come over then will be Scott Tate, Jess Alexander, Daniel Tate, Asher Blythe, Callum Boo, Jonathan Allen, Dan Fulsham, Tom Braid, Philip Patton and James Hitchin. As in this one, Tom, loads of club drivers starting towards the front and holding their positions on the opening lap.
Yeah, doing well to hold those positions as well. So as you can see, we've got blue numbers on the left-hand side. That's for the elite and pro class. Sorry, pro class, not elite. And then you've got the red numbers for clubman.
Contact, Tom, into hairpin 1. I think we saw Jack Morris and Steve Nichols coming together. Nichols has definitely dropped a few because he was facing the wrong way. And I don't know whether Morris was involved or whether he had to go round the outside for evasive action, but he was really, really wide round that corner. Not sure where he was over the line in the previous lap. He was 21st. We'll see where he comes over to see whether it was just evasive action or whether it was heavy involvement there.
And there is that contact warning. It's Andrew Worley has dropped right down the order to 20th. Steve Nichols dropping right down 28th. So Andrew Worley lost 3 positions. Steve Nichols lost 8 on that lap. James Hitchin lost 4.
Morris as well. He was down a few. He's now down into 24th after being 21st, and he does pick up that contact warning. So, like I say, we didn't really see the incident out of the window, but I did see Steve Nichols facing the wrong way as Fulsham gets down the inside of Jonathan Allen, and behind them as well, that's the 11 of Philip Patton getting involved. Gracie Mitchell, Heat 1 winner, within touching distance of the top 10 as the Mark Tate, the third of the Tate trio, getting down the inside there into hairpin number 2.
I'm glad you can tell the Tates apart because I've had 3 years at this and I'm still struggling.
It's not easy at all. I just generally go on where they are on the track, and with mixed grid it's better because they're normally at different ends and then working their way through. Whereas normally on a normal race day they're all inside the top 10.
Yeah, normally
the final they'll be all over the shop.
Second, third and fourth or something like that. Yeah, very annoying. Anyway, we're looking at Gracie Mitchell about to send one through on the inside of hairpin 3 of Jonathan Allen, who's going to lose 2 places to Connor White as well, who followed through.
Yeah, Connor White with a little bump and run there into hairpin 4.
See if anything's picked up on that one in terms of warnings.
Jonathan Allen now has Gareth Plackett in the 94 on the back of him. At the front though, Tom, Jess Alexander has started to reel in Scott Tate. I think we're about a lap or 2 away from a proper battle for the lead, so we'll stick with this battle for the lower end of the top 10 as Gracie Mitchell tries to get alongside Harry Nottage with Connor White behind. Now Gareth Plackett does get alongside Jonathan Allen and moves up into 11th place. I think no, 12th place actually, sorry.
Looking good actually, Gareth Plackett. He didn't have the best of round ones.
Oh, Nottage is going to get a 2-for-1 special here. They're sorry to cut you off, Tom, but Philip Patton tried to go down the inside of Dan Fulsham, and Harry Nottage took advantage of them both right down the inside. 2/10 the gap now, Tom, and we do have a battle for the lead going on.
We also have a new fastest lap of the race set by Jess Alexander on that lap as well. So closing right in, Asher Blythe unable to make any inroads so far into the front two, although was a 10th quicker than Scott Tate on the previous lap.
It's almost like she's harbouring a bit of anger after that race one exclusion.
No, I don't believe that. Not in a heartbeat.
Lying to make friends.
So Scott Tate with a personal best lap of the race. Jess Alexander was only hundredths off the previous fastest lap of the race as well. So maintaining consistency in behind Scott Tate, who very much knows that she's there now and is about to potentially be overtaken. We've got a contact warning from Dan Fulsham. Is Scott Tate going to feel the need to go defensive? If he does, that's going to bring Asher Blythe, Dan Tate and Callum Booth right back into play as well.
Certainly is. I'm not sure Jess is going to go too early on this one, because she knows that when she comes through, she's not going to be able to drop Scott Tate. He's going to stick around.
So they'd be better off working together, is that what you're saying?
Yes, but also conscious here that she needs points, because she won't have got any for heat number one.
Correct.
So she needs points, and there's contact warning still flashing on the screen as they come through. But yeah, she needs points, and it's 49 for second. If she can then get up into the top 10, she's going to be somewhere near 100 for the heat, and that might give her a fighting chance of getting somewhere near the top 10, even the top 5 if there's issues in front in the final. But as the head goes down behind the steering wheel, the opposite to what we were talking about in Junior Pro earlier.
That's the shrimping move. David, just remind us about the contact warning situation, because Jack Morris has now got 2 for the day.
He does have 2 for the day, and that is starting to get into the twitchy realms. Although I think it's 2 penalties, isn't it? And then we start getting into the realms of potential black flags as Brandon Truman Reddish goes down the inside of Jonathan Allen. That move was set up at hairpin 2 though, because they tried to get that, and Allen got the cutback on him and managed to hold off Brandon Truman Reddish.
So they are cumulative contact warnings then throughout the day?
They are, yes.
Yes. And speaking of which, we've got Lennon French and Philip Paterner dropping like stones out of the not only the top 15 but top 20 now. They've dropped 28th and 29th.
But they've, more importantly, Tom, they've dropped 13 places each, and that suggests that they
stopped.
They
together.
Yeah, together.
Yes. 8 seconds. Yeah. That was Lennon French was slower on that lap. So something has clearly happened between Lennon French and Philip Patton, and the last lap board is out.
So one more opportunity on this lap for Jess Alexander to try and get alongside, and Scott Tate noticeably more defensive than into hairpin 1.
Asher Blythe right there as well now. It was 8/10 over the line, but I can assure you that's not the gap now.
It's been, we missed him actually. Did we get him past Dan Tate? But now Scott Tate more defensive. Will Jess try and get the cutback? This is getting white lined, isn't it, down the inside into 3, and this is now really allows Asher Blythe. Jess doesn't know he's there. He could have sent one down the inside into 4. Her focus on the front. She's got alongside Scott Tate all the way around the outside. Asher Blythe's into the gap for second. Tate gets the victory. Blythe second, Alexander third. Told you she didn't know he was there. Going for Tate, she's lost onto second. Blythe through for a fantastic second place. Dan Tate gets 4th. Callum Booth in 5th, with Braid Mitchell coming through for 7th place. Nottage, White and Plackett the top 10. And
that was fantastically opportunist from Asher Blythe. Brilliant. Really took advantage of the situation. Saw that Jess was going to cut to the left-hand side of the track and filled that gap using Scott Tate. Knew he wasn't going to get the win. Used the draft, pulled up behind, pushed Scott Tate along, and managed to get second over the line.
Yeah, did what he needed to do there as well, Tom. Like I say, I'm adamant that Jess didn't know that he closed up quite so much on that final lap, because there was nothing heading, like, in terms of defensive. It was all attack on Tate, and she tried to get the run around the outside, which she's going to for the win, but there was Blythe just put it there where he needed to and took that second place by a 10th of a second. It's Bambino time again next, Tom. The time is It's 10 past 1. I think we might get a lunch break at the end of the third round because the weather is reasonable and the progress through the times has been quite good actually. So we should be. The final round of heats is upon us. Senior Pro Kart are going to take a while to clear the track and get over the weighbridge, but next up for us, Bambino, heat number 3. Chloe McGill then will start on pole position with Tommy Clark alongside Buddy Hugo and Harry Hardcastle on the second row. Jake Gibbon and Sebastian McCarthy in 5th and 6th respectively. Grayson Crawford starts in 7th alongside Freddie Blackshaw with Teddy Hardcastle and James Pybus, your 10 Bambino runners. I think we had a spotter's guide for the Tates there in the comments from our helpful friend Paul White. Which I will read out because I'm sure
you're going to read this out because you're a lot braver than I am.
I will take full responsibility by saying that this is the words of Paul White.
I was going to say,
yeah. and not the thoughts of Alpha Live or the commentary duo. The spotter's guide is small one Scott, old one Mark, chunky one Dan. Paul White, they're making as many friends as normal.
Yes.
Track's clear, Tom. Bambinos, though, are yet to emerge from the holding area.
And Paul White doing the 12 hours of Rowra in a couple of weeks for the BPEC series, so I'm sure the Tates can take it up with him there.
He's going to be pulling wood chip out of his pants for weeks. Fired at hairpin too.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah, because there's the Barker Rowra, isn't there?
He used to have half a tree in his shoes.
I thought you were talking about wallpaper for a minute.
No, they don't do gravel at Rowra, do they? They have half a tree on the exit of the second hairpin.
Yes. Still, to drive, one of my favourite circuits in the country, Rowra, actually. It's particularly the latter half of the circuit where it comes back downhill is a fantastic section of track.
I've never been. I was hoping to go there a couple of weeks back, but I had a clash that prevented me from going up to Rowra. But speaking of downhills, I'm off to GYG in about a month's time, and that's got a good downhill bit from what I'm told.
So it's uphill and down. It's up, down, up, down.
I'm
up
told
down
actually
again.
last year some of the cadets from there were taking sickness tablets because it's like a roller coaster coming down the hill.
Wow.
It's not anything like they're normally used to. You know, one or two of them were having some issues with that coming all the way down that hill at GYG. But the good thing is that you can see the whole track from the paddock because it's just on a big hill in front of you. It's like a canvas.
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, Wilton's quite like that as well. I mean, you can see the whole track as well at Wilton from pretty much anywhere on the circuit, but anywhere that you stand around the circuit, because there aren't any hills in the way or anything like that. But but Wilton you come across and back, so you go up and down the hill, but you also go across it twice as well.
But the thing is, when you're watching that track on the camera, it doesn't look like there's any hills at all.
No, it's a bit like Eau Rouge and Radion, isn't it? At Spa, the camera very much flattens it out, and it's when you're actually stood there in person, it
looks flat till you're walking up it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's frightening how steep that hill is.
The third row, Tom, is rolling in with Jake Gibbon in 5th place and Sebastian McCarthy in 6th. So we should be, I say good to go, but once they're all in position, then the helpers make their way across. They, in the past, they would make their way across and line theirs up, but I think it's much nicer that they're waiting to the side until everybody's in position. A safer way of doing things as well. And now they're able to make their way across. And the first thing that Tommy Clark's helper does there is lift the kart up and change the direction of it to point straight to the apex of the D chicane.
As well.
He's still in his grid slot. He's just faced him so that he doesn't have to get the throttle down and turn straight away. So
it's just a straight drive, isn't it?
Yeah, his front wheel's still bang on the white line down there.
Oh, and already getting cleared, so that was quite quick.
There's only so much you can say to him after the third time, isn't there?
And away we go, and another good start for Chloe McGill, and yet another good start for Buddy Hugo. Looks like, he is going to drop into 3rd place.
Tommy Clark was forceful there, wasn't he? There was no contact, but there was no doubt at all that Tommy Clark was having second place there.
Yeah, didn't want to go through the process of having to overtake Buddy Hugo for a third time today. But Hugo immediately up the inside as they exit hairpin 1 and round the outside into hairpin 2. And just as I say it, Tommy Clark's got to overtake Buddy Hugo again.
No, super move. Hardcastle not too far back either in the 46 kart. Jake Gibbon, once again, Tom, has dropped off the line from 5th place. I think he's going to be at least 7th, once again behind Sebastian McCarthy, who we saw in the last race. Parks that kart where he needs to hold on to his position. So Jake Gibbon, who started the day in 4th place, really struggling to get away on these opening laps, Tom. And that's going to see him. I think he could be down in 7th place.
Yeah, not the best of starts. And but I mean, we've seen this a couple of times from Jake Gibbon now, struggling not just to get away and get the power down, but on the opening lap as well. So we'll see whether there's much of a recovery drive from Jake. It is still Buddy Hugo holding 2nd place. Chloe McGill has already disappeared to the tune of 1.7 seconds up the road.
Top 10 then. McGill, Hugo, Clark the top 3. Hardcastle, Crawford with a good start. McCarthy in 6th. Gibbon in 7th place. James Pybus coming up from 10th into 8th with Freddie Blackshaw and Teddy Hardcastle, your 10 runners. And here we see now Tommy Clark trying to go the long way round Buddy Hugo round South Bank. We'll get the cut back now. We're going to get 2 different lines. And let's have a quick look on exit. And it looks like Hugo's got the better one. Although Clark is going to close right up on the back here. But he's got to try and get through. Ran the outside. He tries to go on Buddy Hugo side by side. And Hugo closes the door. If there was contact there, both of them would have been off and onto the grass. They've lived to fight another corner.
But you can see how much that dropped Clark back because he had to lift. Was right there alongside, and because of the lift, it's cost all that momentum. But using the slipstream well and got that engine spooled up again, and he's going to start to close back up onto the back of Hugo once again.
It's one of them moves, isn't it, where if it works, you look like a hero, and if it doesn't, it's got 0 written all over it. Gets the run, though, Tom, dips into the slipstream. This, for me, is more than just Bambino racing. This shows that Tommy Clark, let's see how he goes with the overtake, and then we'll go to the point that I was looking to make, because I'm not sure he's going to get the run. This shows that he understands racing and how the slipstreaming works and how you need to use the driver in front of you to get the good run. Even more so in Bambino when you've got hardly any engine power.
Yeah, indeed. And as he does actually make the move now, exact carbon copy of the previous attempt, but this time managed to be a bit more forceful with Buddy Hugo and got through. What I would say that's different as well between these 2 particular karts is that, as we see on the opening lap, Buddy Hugo gets it spooled up and gets it up and running. Got a bit more bottom end in that kart, or certainly in that engine, and Tommy Clark got a lot more top end, which is why he's much quicker towards the end of the straight.
Gets away well, doesn't he?
And you can see here, so Hugo got the run out of hairpin 2, but then by the end of the straight, it's as they were because Clark has then pulled away.
Yeah, and this is a very top-endy circuit, isn't it, given where we're keeping the revs up. I mean, think back 2 years when Thomas Potter was in the Bambino class. You know, which
is amazing to think that was only
Buddy
2
Hugo
years ago.
gets a good run round the outside as Chloe McGill puts in the fastest lap of the race. There, but yeah, like I say, think back, like Thomas Potter ran round the outside of most corners.
He did, yeah.
Just to keep the revs up.
Yes, exactly. It was almost the wet line, wasn't it?
Yes.
Keep the momentum up, keep it running, and that was exactly how, like you say, Thomas Potter used to do it. Chloe McGill taking almost the exact opposite, and doing the shortest possible line. Huge amounts of grip for in the kart for Chloe McGill, which is the difference. So that's why she's able to do that. Why she's able to take those lines is what we've seen before, and what we were saying as well in the other classes. As Buddy Hugo now makes a move up the inside into hairpin 4, And can he get it done? Not quite. Couldn't get across in front of Tommy Clark.
He
He does. He squeezed him right up against the grass there and moves through. But you can see that top end from Tommy Clark starting to come through. So again, at the end of straight and into the D chicane, Tommy Clark was right there again.
This is a good battle going on, Tom, from McCarthy. That also involves James Pybus and Freddie Blackshaw and the 88 as well of Teddy Hardcastle. It would now be a good time to point out that Buddy Hugo and Tommy Clark are cousins.
It would. That would
nice
be a
little family battle going on in second place.
Good. I didn't know that.
School day.
Every day's a school day, David.
We're both learning.
Every day.
As we go. This battle, Tom, from McCarthy in 7th down to Pybus in 10th place, is really, really intense between them all as they make their way, learning the lines through karting as Blackshaw takes a much more weavy line there through the chicanes rather than straight lining as the kart's in front of him. But they're all still battling really nicely. James Pybus has been holding his 7. McCarthy gets a half spin there, and that's going to lose him a couple of places. That's what I mean about keeping the revs up. If you run into one and stop, it takes an absolute age for the engine to go as James Pybus goes back up into 8th place.
And that was exactly what happened to Teddy Hardcastle, wasn't it? But Seb McCarthy taking even longer to get that engine spooled up as Hardcastle moved through and almost around again.
Did well to save that there, didn't he? But once again, it's going to take that engine an age to spool back up again. You see how much time it's lost, and the spin didn't lose it in. The engine has lost him there.
And that's the difference between what we were saying with Chloe McGill's setup versus what other people traditionally run. So, that if Chloe's taking that line, that exact line, she's just through it, as you said earlier, David, like it's on rails. Whereas other people or other drivers, maybe they're putting a little bit too much steering angle in. Maybe there's something different with the setup. Maybe it's different tyre pressures.
Because they're not running on slicks, these karts. They're running on that LeConte or weather. It's got a clear groove down the middle, and then grooves coming out from that groove down the middle. Is that they're not a very grippy tyre. Ultimately, they run it in the wet and in the dry. They're not a very grippy tyre. They do not react well to sharp inputs of steering.
Well, the best way that I could describe them is it's more the way that they look. It's more it's a traditional karting wet tyre look, which is very different to a road tyre where the kart tyres look almost like off-road tyres. They've got big knobbles on them, kind of thing, rather than a road tyre, which is essentially a perfectly round, spherical, slick tyre that they then cut the grooves into. Kart tyres work the opposite way to that. It's almost like the lumps of rubber have been stuck onto a slick.
Yes, another fastest lap of the race, 59.4 for Chloe McGill.
And so those the tyres that they're running here in the Bambinos are very much of a similar ilk to a wet karting tyre. And so while they are a softer compound, and there is that grip there, it's finding the best way to use it because they aren't slick tyres and they do react very differently.
Yeah, and there's very little weight as well over the rear end, is there? Because all the drivers are really small and the engine sits alongside them rather than over the back of the wheel. Chloe McGill then makes her way round the final complex of corners for the final time. Out of hairpin number 4 as she navigates some of the lap traffic. Don't want to have the race ruined, so you've got patience here for Chloe McGill. So she's going to come through and take the checkered flag and victory in the 3rd heat in our Coma C50 Bambino class. Tommy Clark will come through then, has got past Buddy Hugo for 2nd place. So Hugo gets 3rd. And then we're going to have Harry Hardcastle coming through. It's been a lonely run for Hardcastle, Tom, but a consistent one into 4th place. He's had nobody to play with out there. Everybody else has either been battling in front or battling behind, but he's done what he needs to do. And Harry Hardcastle comes through into 4th place.
And shout to Freddie Blackshaw as well, who looks like he's going to come across the line in 7th. So despite the previous problems in heat number 1, has finished heat number 3 in P7.
Yep, there's still a battle going on here between Crawford and Gibbon. Crawford will hold on, though, for 5th place, with Gibbon in 6th, right behind. Crawford actually puts in a personal best as well. And Blackshaw and Hardcastle will cross the line to take the checkered flag in 7th and 8th, respectively. And then Chloe McGill comes into the pit lane behind. So that will definitely put McGill onto pole position, Tom, for the final, because she's still unbeaten. Next up, though, as the Bambinos make their way off, is heat number 3 for Junior Pro Kart.
So, Junior Pro Kart heat number 3. Pole position goes to Sebastian Pereira, then it's Christian Oblag, Harry Brown, Harvey Still, Sophie Pawsey going off row 3, and Arnold on 4. Off at the back of row 3. Then it's Amy Frame and Max Shields. The last of your 8 runners in Junior Pro Kart. The last of our Bambinos are just coming into the pits. There they are. To finish their heat number 3. So that's their final session before the final. So the penultimate session. Final heat for them. That is done and dusted. And in fact, you can see a good little look there at the tyres that were on that Bambino kart. Smooth down the middle, but grooved around the outside. Junior Pro Karts, as we said, normally grid up very, very quickly, nice and organised as always. They're already in their 2x2 Noah's Ark formation. Makes it much, much easier for the start line marshal as well to get them out and get them onto the grid. And in fact, they're already heading straight round to the front.
Pereira and Oblang then, though, Tom, off the front of this one. And Pereira with a good chance here, Tom, of taking a victory here. Not wishing to curse, as the commentators one often does, but off pole position, one of at least 4 drivers, Tom, on the grid. Him, Oblag, Shields and Still, that really have an opportunity of taking race victories here. Based on their outright pace. He has run comfortably inside the top 3 earlier on in Heat 1. So no reason at all why Seb Pereira can't add his name to the victory list here today in Junior Pro.
Absolutely, and we hope for his sake that he does. I'm looking forward to seeing what Christian Oblag can do off P2 as well here. And obviously what Max Shields can do from the very, very back. Yeah,
Oblag doesn't have that kart pointed towards the apex, though. It's almost a cadet line, but the green is up, the green is down. He's got a good start, and he's going to try and slot across the front of Harry Brown in the 47, and he does. Harvey still gets a good start, and he is up into 4th place off the line in front of Joe Arnold, but behind Harry Brown. As they come through the chicanes for the first time, it's Pereira, Oblag, Brown, as there's a little bit of bumping and boring in the middle as Joe Arnold gets down the inside of Harvey Still back to the inside of Joe Arnold, as both Frame and Max Shields get down the inside of their respective drivers in front of them. There's Frame trying to go down the inside of Arnold. Arnold's going to try and run it all the way around the outside. Max Shields is going to potentially do them both into hairpin 3, but will have to settle for just Joe Arnold.
He thought about returning the favour on the inside of hairpin 4, but decided against it. Whoa, and Shields up over the back of Amy Frame.
Contact there between the two of them, and still sets the fastest lap of the race, but obviously came from the back, so was carrying loads more speed over the start line at the start of the first lap.
Dodge Charger style, it was on the back wheels as it went up over the back of Amy Frame.
So Pereira, Oblang and Brown, the top 3, still in 4th place, trying to get onto the back of Harry Brown, but Brown with his head down behind the steering wheel. Doesn't take much for the youngest driver in the junior ranks to get his head down behind that steering wheel, but does leave the door open for Harvey Still to come through and down the inside up into third place. Shields still can't find a way past Frame as she makes a late dive down the inside of Harvey Still. That might give Shields enough to close in if she's got a poor exit, but she has run comfortably there now in fifth place. Doesn't seem to have lost anything on exit either.
No, and so it is Pereira who's leading from Oblag by just that 0.3 of a second, but there is a gap to Harvey Still, and is that Frame has gone round? Amy Frame has gone round.
It has. It's
hairpin one.
It's lost Shields 2 places as well because he had to go round the outside of a gap that both Arnold and Pawsey went down the inside of. Late move then from Frame down the inside there. Thought we were going to get a replay, but looks like we aren't at the moment. But looked like the move was late from Frame down the inside, and a little bit of contact with the back of Brown sends her round.
Shields has immediately passed Pawsey once more, though, and is setting about Joe Arnold in front. The gap from Pereira is increasing. A couple of tenths further in front of Christian Oblag now. Harvey Still setting the fastest lap of the race. It didn't show it on our timing, but it is on the official timing of 46.490. As the front three start to make a break for it.
Shields onto the back straight, gets to the inside of Joe Arnold, and keeps the front left into the inside the rear quarter panel, which means that if Arnold was to turn in, he'd find a cart there and would almost certainly be spun out. So enough there from Shields to just have the cart down the inside. Arnold allows him to come through, and Max Shields then up into fifth place. Amy Frame, fastest lap of the race with a 46.2.
That's impressive as well. So well done, Amy Frame.
It is on her own as well. She's closing in on the back.
Exactly.
Of the,
no slipstream involved, and recovered from that spin and bangs in the fastest lap of the race. Just do another 4 or 5 of them, Amy, and you're going to be right in the mix here.
Harry Brown moves to the inside slightly earlier. I think it's looking a little bit defensive down there, but I would be too if I was running in my highest ever position half race distance. In fourth place there for Harry Brown. Holding off.
Love that colour scheme as well.
It's a new suit, and I think it complements the colour scheme on the kart perfectly.
Yes, very very Martini-esque, isn't it?
Yes.
Martini racing.
Of course.
Not that we're promoting alcohol or anything like that. But, yes, and with the retro livery, I like it. I like it a lot. And then the Ukrainian flags on the front as well, showing support. So very good from Harry Brown.
Shields is going to get the run here, Tom, on exit. Line that one up into 1 by going wide.
You could see that coming.
Back into 2 as well, as Brown was a lot tighter into 2, and Shields has managed to come through. And that Shields, despite the fact that he's only 12, has a lot of experience in the junior ranks that Brown can really learn from, as Amy Frame bounces over the curbs in her quest to get past Sophie Pawsey.
What I was going to say about Shields' overtake there was that he had a lot of confidence by going wide that Joe Arnold wasn't going to send it up the inside, because of course he opened the door.
Oh, contact there, Tom, from Joe Arnold, sends Harry Brown across the grass at the D chicane, and Harry Brown, 4th place at the start of the previous lap, is now down into 8th place onto the grass there into the D chicane. You saw that was an arm off the wheel in frustration more than anything else.
Well, that's 1 place back for Amy Frame as well, as she continues her recovery drive and setting quick laps. And here's another one as she goes up the inside of Sophie Pawsey and takes 6th place.
Yep, through then into 6th for Amy Frame. And Pawsey then having to slot into 7th. Shields, now he's through, Tom, but he puts in a personal best, but long way back now to try and close that. Sebastian Pereira has got a couple of, half a 2 seconds as Harvey Still manages to get past Christian Oblang there. As you see him there just slotting back in for 2nd place.
Yeah, 4 seconds in 3 laps for Shields is nigh on impossible, but a 4th place finish will help with the final points. Or points for the final.
Correct, as Oblang staying with Harvey Still. And there's a contact warning there for Amy Frame. Don't know if that's from earlier on with the incident with Sophie Pawsey or something else that we haven't seen, although she has managed to get past Joe Arnold, who had that incident with Harry Brown earlier on, which dropped Brown down into 8th place.
Well, Frame is now up to 5th place as well, but so he's at the front of that, essentially that, third group, because you've got the 3 at the front, and then you've got a bit of a gap then to Max Shields, and then it is the group with Frame, Arnold, Pawsey and Brown.
Last lap board will meet and certainly greet Sebastian Pereira this time as he comes round. 1.6 seconds the gap for Pereira. Back to Harvey Still and Christian Oblag. There's the final lap confirmation as Oblag puts in a personal best. When we come through, Tom, for the checkered flag, I've got some important news that actually coming out of this race, but we'll focus on the last lap and then we'll come back to it a little bit later on in about half a lap's time. Pereira, though, leading the way down the back straight from Harvey Still and Christian Oblag in 3rd place, Shields in 4th, Frame in 5th, with Pawsey, Arnold and Brown, your 8 runners. Leader out of hairpin number 4 then, for the final time. Sebastian Pereira, we said he had a chance to take a victory off pole position here. Drove fantastically throughout and takes the checkered flag and the maximum points for Heat 3. Still gets 2nd, Oblang in 3rd. Max Shields crosses the line in 4th. Amy Frame recovers to 5th with Pawsey, Arnold and Harry Brown crossing the line in P8. Tom, the development that I wanted to say was the 45.998 from Harvey Still. The fastest lap of the race and a new outright lap record here in Junior Pro Kart from Harvey Still. The first driver ever on a race weekend to dip into the 45s.
Wow. Congratulations, Harvey Still. 2nd place in the race, fastest ever lap around Teesside in a Junior Pro Kart. Well done there. So while the Junior Pro Karters move off of the grid, move off of the track, sorry, and into pit lane, we will welcome very shortly our Cadets Pro class. So Cadets Pro heat number 3, pole position for Thomas Potter, then it's Ben Robinson, Joshua Sullivan, Larry Price, Amy Peacock and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Harris Ali, JJ Plowman, Oliver Sibbald and William Howard then rounds out the top 10. Jack Collinson and Stanley Clark, Max Gilman, Alex Lynn and Holly Swan in P15. Then it will be Edward Rye and Sam Hayes after the incident in heat number 2. So again, we'll be looking at Sam Hayes coming through and seeing where Sam can finish off. As the rumble of the 4 strokes heads out of the dummy grid, you can just see them at the top of the picture. They're going to head all the way around the circuit and line up on the grid. So Thomas Potter still maintaining his unbeaten record so far this season. Chloe McGill has taken it on to another heat, so she's won all of her heats in Bambino and the final. Thomas Potter winning all 3 heats in the final at round number 1 and has taken the first 2 heats here today, although under intense pressure throughout. See whether he can maintain that as well. The gauntlet has been thrown down once more by Chloe McGill, who can keep this unbeaten record for the longest. And you can see them heading through now onto the grid. So very much looking forward to heat number 3. We do have the clubman's next, then we have three Rotax classes and the senior Pro Karts still to go, and then that will be the end of our heats for the day. We believe we're going to have a bit of a lunch break then where we will put the paddock chat on, so you will have uninterrupted coverage. There will be the paddock chat will go on during the lunch break, pre-recorded, and then we will be back for the finals. Welcome back, David.
Welcome back, Tom.
If I sounded like I was filling there, it's because I was.
Comfort break. I don't run as quick as you.
I try not to run anyway, that's why. I'm the size that I am.
That paddock walk, though, don't tune out for that. There's some absolute gold in that paddock walk.
Okay.
I'm not going to ruin it because I don't want to spoiler alert for the viewers.
Oh, okay. You don't even want to tease it?
It is good.
You don't want to give us a bit of a tease?
Okay, it's carnage. Absolute carnage.
Is it Car Crash TV? Oh, here we go. Right, so we're away. So good start from Thomas Potter, but an even better one from Ben Robinson. Is he going to be able to hold it around the outside and take the lead? Not quite, and he might actually get freight trained. Oh, no, he does. He does get through. Right round the outside, into the wiggles, taking the lead, and into hairpin 1. Joshua Sullivan, not with the best of starts, has dropped down 1 spot so far. We've got a contact warning for Jack Collinson. Stanley Clark, Tom, also went over the grass on the opening lap there through the chicanes. Larry Price got a good start. And Thomas Potter's got a contact warning as well. Oh, we've all got a bit, haven't we, there? But, yeah, Larry Price got a rocket start, Tom, off the outside from 5th place as Ben Robinson down the inside of Thomas Potter. Sullivan's going to try and throw one down the inside of Larry Price, and he doesn't. Harris Ali might try and take advantage as well here and get alongside Larry Price over start finish. Amy Peacock's down the inside as well. Over the line then for the first time, it's Robinson, Potter, Sullivan, Price, Ali, Peacock, Stansmore, Wilson, Sibbald, Plowman and Howard. And that move from Potter in hairpin 4, that was hyper aggressive. It really was, wasn't it? And as we concertina up into hairpin 1 once again, this goes back to it being pack racing, and we're only on to our second lap here of this 8 minutes plus 1 lap third heat. So they've changed places again, and Potter's moved through and given Ben Robinson the let's work together and break away from this pack, but they've already done that. So Robinson, rightly, is just fighting this place as much as he can. But when I said it was hyper aggressive from Potter, I didn't mean that it was, you know, contact or anything like that. It was just the way that he braked into the corner, took a really, really wide entry to make sure that Robinson couldn't get the cutback. Got it stopped though, didn't he? That's the thing. Did. And obviously if you're going in on the brakes, they're slightly sideways, your kart is wider because they are longer than they are wider. You turn them at an angle and they're just not able to get through in the same way. And we saw that last year. Lennon French is good at that. We saw it last year in Junior Pro. When he's coming in there and he's getting it stopped and he's getting it stopped sideways, you're cart and a half wide. Yes. You can't do anything about that. Stansmore Wilson picks up a contact warning. Sibbald down the inside of Plowman, although they were in that position before, so it was more like that Plowman got back round the outside. In the background, though, Collinson tries to get down the inside of Plowman. I think he's going to now, is that Larry Price comes through on Joshua Sullivan for 3rd place. Sullivan then drops to 4th, couple of kart lengths back. Harris Ali and Amy Peacock now in front of Isabella Stansmore Wilson. And Sam Hayes with a good recovery, as we said, right from the back of the grid, is already up to 12th, so we'll keep an eye on that and the progress that Sam can make. Potter feeling the need to go defensive into hairpin 1. And I mean, there's still a long way to go in this race. There's still 5 minutes plus a lap to go in this race, and Potter already feeling the need to go defensive. If he continues like that and Robinson can't find a way through, I can only see that that's going to bring this pack behind back into contention. Yeah, unless they can carry on doing it at such a speed, Tom, that it's only a tenth a lap, it doesn't cause an issue. It's when it starts costing them 2, 3, 4 tenths. That's really going to back them in, isn't it, into this one? But Potter over the line, then head down behind the steering wheel. We don't see that very often. Robinson in 2nd, Price still in 3rd, with Sullivan behind at a couple of kart lengths then, although that's closed up actually on exit to the D chicane through by Harris, Ali and Amy Peacock, as well as Sullivan now goes down the inside of Larry Price. Price leaves the door open. Ali nearly stuck it down the inside there as well. They're still side by side, and Ali will now try and get to the inside of Larry Price.
who pushes now Joshua Sullivan. Look at him chopping and changing, trying to break the slipstream, trying to get into the gap that could be left by another driver and get in, because you don't want to be on the outside there, Tom, if they're all coming down the inside. And
all of this battling is of course, leaving the front two to fight it out amongst themselves.
They won't mind.
No, absolutely. They're very happy about that. And Potter, head down again as he came in front of the commentary box window, head down behind the steering wheel. And some long looks behind as well. It's the first time I've seen Thomas Potter actually look even flustered.
He's got a bit of a gap down there, Tom. 3/10 over the line, and that's 5 or 6 kart lengths, isn't it? As they make their way through. Hard on the brakes for everybody else then into hairpin number 1. There's a lot of trust, Tom, in these drivers. There's a bit of contact there, I think, from Peacock trying to get through, and that's going to balk the exit of a couple of others. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson says, this could be Harris Alley out to dry here, Tom, if Sibbald comes down the inside as well in the back there.
And I think he's going to try.
This is what we mean by the pack racing. Sibbald's going to be down the inside of Harris Alley into that corner. It looked like there was 3 or 4. They're going to still be 3 or 4 wide. Sibbald jinks out of a move. There's contact there with Plowman up the back and into the side of Collinson.
This is full-on pack racing, isn't it? There's no quarter given, and they are up and over the back of certain people and into
Sam
the
Hayes
back
there
of
with a good move. Yeah,
side by side everywhere. You don't know where to look.
No, but I know what you're sort of thinking there, Tom, because there's little, everybody's sort of engrossed in their race, but there's not an awareness of in this sort of pack racing that something can happen 3 karts further forward that can have a real detrimental effect on your race. Everybody is sort of tunnel vision. But this ultimately is only the second race meeting that all of these pro runners have been packed together so tightly because they are racing in this sort of top level of our cadet class here. Peacock with a good run there on Larry Price. Price has to even go a bit defensive through the dog leg, and Stansmore-Wilson is right onto the back of this battle now for 3rd place.
Well, the gap went out for half a second between Potter and Robinson, but Robinson has maintained that and actually just put in a fastest lap of the race, albeit only a couple of hundredths quicker than Potter went. So it looks like they're fairly stable at the front, and Potter is still, as I can see out the window, head down and pushing himself and the kart very, very hard. Robinson's just got to try and keep him honest now and almost try and force him into a mistake of his own
Price
making.
goes wide, Tom, there on the exit of South Bank, and that allows Amy Peacock to look like Price actually dropped a little bit of the inside wheel off the curb there. That shot him wide by a kart length, and Peacock's not going to need 2 invitations for that gap.
Yes, indeed, and just breaking slightly off topic, but that colour scheme for Larry Price as well is fantastic, especially along with his helmet.
Not missing that,
well. No, it's brilliant as well. I really, really like it. It's like you say, you're not going to miss it, but also, of course, a good colour scheme is worth 0.2 of a second.
Oh, absolutely. Helmet as well, that's another 10th.
Exactly, that's it. So everything combined, that's 0.3 of a second. Larry Price running 5th and about to make a move on Amy Peacock into South Bank corner, but couldn't quite get it stuck, and that's going to give Isabella Stansmore-Wilson a run. She can't quite get it done either, so they are, as they were, heading into hairpin 4, and that's brought Harris Alley back into contention as well. So he dropped slightly back off this group. Wow, that was ambitious from Larry Price.
Yeah, Sibbald's there as well, Tom, off the back. William Howard, fastest lap of the race, down in 13th with a 48.079.
That's a full 10th faster than Potter went on the previous lap, and was matched by Ben Robinson as well.
Yeah, they could, to be fair, Tom, if they keep battling like this, Gilman and Plowman aren't too far back, and Gilman is coming quickly onto the back of this battle. He's up into 9th place with Plowman as everybody then cuts to the inside, trying to break the toe, and Larry Price could be down the inside of Amy Peacock there, as Peacock elected to stay wide. Peacock,
that's twice he's done that now in a row.
Yes. And then you see now, Tom, that they're getting closer to the inside of 4, not wanting to leave the gap, conscious that the race is getting towards the business end. Robinson, fastest lap when he needs it most. Onto the last lap here then.
Took 2/10 out of Potter that lap and brought it down to 0.4 of a second. So he's going to need some help here, I think, in the form of a big slipstream or a mistake from Potter.
Yeah, and Tommy's right there. Look at the back now. That's a 10th, half a 10th now for Ben Robinson as they enter South Bank corner We'll keep an eye on everything else in the background as we stick with this leading duo into the final couple of corners here at Teesside Autodrome. Robinson's going to try and put one down the inside. As he know, Potter closes the door. Potter's going to hold on here for victory in the third heat from Ben Robinson, but it's set for a fantastic final between the two of them. Out of the final corner come the rest of the pack. Sullivan will be third, Peacock in fourth with Price in fifth. Ali beats Stansmore Wilson on the final lap. Gilman and Plowman both get past Sibbald for 8th, 9th and then 10th respectively, with Collinson, Hayes, Howard, Clark, Swan, Wright and Lynn completing your runners.
Well, that was intense again, wasn't it? A big pack.
I still don't think I've breathed during a Honda Cadet Pro race yet.
Well, that's...
I reckon I'm just doing this on like 100% carbon dioxide.
So the gap was 6 seconds between Sullivan and Robertson, and then all the way back down to 14th place.
It's one.
So it's 3rd to 14th was one big pack. Again, it was 3rd to 15th in the previous heat. So they're starting to calm down a bit. We're down to 14 now. And breathe.
Next up, another one, a Honda Cadet Club.
So I've just noticed as well that the front three in Honda Cadet Pro have been the front three all day, despite this this close pack racing that we've seen. Certainly from third on back, but Thomas Potter's won every heat so far and continues that unbeaten run. Then Ben Robinson has finished second and Joshua Sullivan third in all three heats so far. So Charlie Eyeball takes pole in Cadet Club Heat 3. Then it's Sebastian Benson, Josh Hushka, Drew Davidson, Ollie Carter and Mason Webster. Then we have Summer Wood, Riley Buckton Young, Samuel Yeadon, Riley Sims Ezard, Alfie McBain, Thomas Harper in P12. Jamie Balding goes off P13, Morgan Cooney in 14th, Jake Walker, Alfie Watson, James Winstanley and Layla Berryman in 18th place, and Joey Swan in 19th place.
Had a technical issue there, Tom, which stopped the grids. Director had a nap.
Oh, yeah. We had to wake him up by putting some carrot cake under his nose.
Poor lad. He's going to get bullied for that all year.
Will he ever live it down? No.
Should he ever live it down?
No.
Charlie Eyeball and Sebastian Benson roll their machines into the front row. And Josh Husker, the top three there, Tom, in this one have been able to move away as a trio in the previous races, with Drew Davidson a comfortable fourth in both heats, but needing a 10th or two to close in on the trio in front. And then it's been a really good battle, Tom, after that, from Ollie Carter in 5th, all the way down to Samuel Yeadon in 10th place, which has involved Mason Webster, Summerwood and Riley Buckton Young as well. So Yeadon will start this one in 9th, with Riley Sims Ezard in his best starting position in 10th place with the 43 machine. He's just off shot to the right-hand side.
Sorry if you heard some rustling there. That was me getting us onto the right page.
I like what you've done with putting the W's next to the wins and stuff. I'm a fan of that. I normally just like to try to remember, but I like the fact that we're actually right. There's more. There's an extra 8 races now.
But you're much better at remembering who finishes in what positions, whereas I have a memory like a sieve. As soon as we're on to the next heat, I can barely remember who won the last one.
Well, we're up to 32 races on a race day now, rather than the 24 we were having last year, because the split in the Honda Cadets and the split in the Junior and Minimax. So, any more, and we're definitely going to need to start writing them down. Everybody's in position though, which means that we are way and ready to go racing. Couple at the back, they retired earlier on, so James Winstanley, Layla Berryman and Joey Swan. They struggled in the last one. They retired early on, that incident down at South Bank. Green is up then. Green is down. Sebastian Benson gets a good start, and he's going to get alongside Charlie Eibel then as they head down towards the National Loop for the first time. He's going to have to stick it all the way around the outside, Tom, and he might have overcooked it on the way in. And Drew Davidson's going to come through. They're side by side. Benson has to relent, and Davidson from fourth is up into second. Ollie Carter down the inside of Josh Huschka for second place, and Mason for fourth place, sorry. And Mason Webster's going to try and stick it out round the outside, but he's going to get run out onto the rumble slips by Huschka. They're 3 wide down the back straight, with Riley Buckton-Young looking interested in that 5th place as well.
And continuing the trend, Huschka not getting off the line particularly well, has already dropped down, as we said, into 5th place. So going to need to work on those reactions or something, getting off the line or clutches or something to get Huschka, and in fact they've received a contact warning as well for good measure. Over the line they come then for the first time in Honda Cadet Club. Eibel, Davidson, Benson the top 3, Carter, Huschka, Webster, Buckton-Young, Wood, Yeadon and Sims-Ezard the top 10. So continuing on, we've got Charlie Eibel, as we said, at the front, and there is Huschka, in fact, now making his move, recovering from that not particularly great start. Having a look at Ollie Carter for 4th place, but bringing with him Riley Buckton-Young as well, who's, wow, that was ambitious from Mason Webster to try and pass around the outside there. Could well cost Webster as well a position to Summer Wood. And Buckton-Young, in fact, does make the move through now and makes it stick and takes that 6th place. As we still look at this battle for 4th place. This is Carter, Huschka, Buckton-Young, Webster, Summer Wood, and Samuel Yeadon is there on the back of this group as well. This top 10 battle, Tom, the top 3 have been able to move away, but then everything else is just really, it goes back to that pack racing again, doesn't it, from 4th down. As a contact warning for Drew Davidson as he's coming, he's battling with Sebastian Benson, and Benson has got through off camera. Mason Webster with a big slide coming out of hairpin 3. Yeah, he's going to be on the outside here, Tom, as they come through. He's going to have to be brave if he wants to stick this one out round the outside of Samuel Yeadon, and you just have to relent there in the background. Webster with the orange helmet. So, hasn't lost him too much in terms of positions. It could have been far, far worse there as he got that big slide on, and we're still very, very early into this race, Tom. We're only 3 into an 8-minute race, so plenty of time for him to come through. And what Charlie Eibel will be pleased at, though, is the Benson-Davidson battle going on for 2nd. Correct, and I'm quite keen on seeing Layla Berryman has moved up 3 places, so she's taken up 1 place a lap so far and is on to the back of Alfie Watson. Well, she started the day in 3rd, Tom, remember, off the grid at the start of the day. She was in 3rd with Eibel in 2nd and Huschka off the pole position, but she retired, obviously, from the 2nd heat. She was the driver off down at South Bank with a couple of others as well. Always easy to spot, though, in this one, Tom, because she's got a big, bright pink helmet. Yes, very helpful. Very, very helpful indeed. The only one as well in this one, and it's the same as Holly in the Pro class as well, with the only driver with a bright pink helmet in that one. Really makes them stand out. Yes, it does. Anything that they can help, that we can do to help with commentator spotting of drivers is always welcomed in this box. But just something as simple as putting the number on the side of the car can normally help us identify who it is. There's a lot of people that run without numbers on the side. And they have made it harder with these Mark 20 noses. Yeah, the number being right on the top. So you can't see the number on the front there. No, exactly. They've made it much, much harder for us. We love a challenge, Tom, but you know that's taking Nicky, isn't it? As we said, they have the hot dog noses in the Rotax classes as well. With the, it's on top and curved. Yeah, a big slot through the middle, and it's on the top of it, and it's bent round, wrapped around it as well. So yeah, nightmare. Need a drone shot to see that one. Huschka gets a run on Ollie Carter, but not enough. So he got alongside, but then Carter had more
to go at on the way down there. But now Carter started to go a little bit defensive. Huska takes the wider line, and then he's going to try and get the cut back, is he, this time?
Benson set the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. Started to close that gap in as well. Not able to do it that time round, actually lost time. In fact, was 3/10 down on his previous lap was Benson, so not consistent with lap times there for Benson.
Only lost a 10th on Charlie Eyeball, though, so still within touching distance, but the time continuing to elapse then here at Teesside. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remain. That did about 3:15 when they came over the line, so looked like Yeadon tried to get a good run out in the final cut out hairpin 2, and he does on Summer Wood, but Wood comes across to defend.
Yeah, 3 distinct packs here as well. So we've got the front 3, then we've got Carter down to Walker, so 4th down to 12th, and then the third pack is the
Sorry to cut you off, Tom. There, Mason Webster down the inside of Samuel Yeadon into hairpin 4 as Riley Buckton-Young goes wide, and that was set up by Yeadon trying to get past the driver in front of him into that corner. That booked his exit. Webster ran all the way around the outside, straight down the inside into 4. Really good opportunistic move there from Mason Webster. Scouted the move from the driver in front of him, losing potential time, and moved through up into 8th place.
And that was good from Mason, because that was almost the exact opposite of what happened to him on I think it was lap 2. Did a similar thing when held it tight at on the exit of 3 and ended up on the outside of 4. So learned from that mistake and moved forward now. So that's good from Mason Webster.
So your 3 distinct packs there that I chopped straight
no,
in the
middle.
middle.
No, it's fine, I did it, yeah. No, we're all good. So it's 13th down to 18th was what I was saying about the other one, and James Winstanley, unfortunately, is off the back of 18th. I'm not sure of Morgan Cooney in 18th. I'm not sure whether there's still residual issues from heat number 2 that are holding up Winstanley's progress. Layla Berryman, speaking of progress, has not managed to make any further inroads into that group. So that group is headed at the moment by Thomas Harper in 11th. Oh, sorry, Alfie McBain in 13th.
Yeah, Harper and Walker in their own battle, which actually sees them on the back of this battle a little bit further back, side by side down the back straight. I can spot that one out the window, and Walker looks like he's managed to get past Harper down the back straight into South Bank. So that's the battle for 11th and 12th place between the two of them. Leaders over the line with 34 seconds remaining. So penultimate lap, then they'll see the last lap board next time round.
Charlie Eyeballs looked very good all day, hasn't he? Looked comfortable. Like you said, David, looked like he'd been leading for 10 years.
Yeah, exactly. And I know that...
And not his first ever...
No, but looking at this one, Tom, is that he's starting now to get into the realm, certainly in terms of lap times as well. His best is a 48.7, where he's in that sort of zone where he's top of the club, but could keep up with the pack in pro.
Yes.
You know, and that's the purpose of this class, of where when we get there, you know, and I'm sure the deeper we go into the season, we'll not be promoting people, because there will be a case where then they've got no chance then of championships, or we'll be taking a championship off somebody. And I am confident that the split we did at the start of this year was the correct one at the time, based on previous data and that sort of thing we've seen. You know, Eibel is the first driver actually this season who's won more than one race at a meeting, based here, you know, with things like, you know,
in club, you mean? In
club, yeah. It's been a real mixed bag. So just looking at this battle then, Tom, the leaders have all split as Summer Wood goes defensive. Riley Buckton-Young's going to try and go round the outside here, but that's going to leave him well offline and potentially opens the door for Mason Webster to throw one down the inside. We'll check how that comes in a minute, but Charlie Eibel makes it 3 from 3 in Honda Cadet Club. Sebastian Benson in second. Drew Davidson continues his progression through up into 3rd place this time. Ollie Carter holds off Josh Husker for 4th, 5th. Wood gets 6th. Buckton-Young 7th. Webster in 8th. Yeadon 9th. Riley Sims-Ezard in 10th in front of Jake Walker and Thomas Harper in 12th. Berryman finally got through the pack and up into 13th place with a personal best on the final lap in front of McBain, Balding, Watson, Swan, Cooney and James Winstanley.
So that brings to an end the final heat for both classes of Honda Cadet. And we will move on to the final heats for the 3 Rotax classes, so the 2-stroke engines that we have, starting off with the 5 karts in Junior Rotax. So heat 3 for Junior Rotax is going to be Lizzie Mentier off pole, then Finley Watson, Ollie Poole, Catherine Potter and Nathan Jensen. Well, that was quick to run through. So let's have a quick look at your comments coming in on the live stream as the start line marshal flaps about the last lap board, which seemed to have broken in half. No, because it's already been gaffer taped once.
It's on the back. I mean, yeah, it's been gaffered on the back, so so depending on how he holds it, you could be taking an ASP board or a LL board.
We should point out it's not. Yeah, it's snapped like downwards.
Down the middle.
Yeah. So it's not like you're going to get last or lap and you can hold them up like a clapperboard, like a film. You know, making TV, it is.
To be fair, if he stuck a flagpole down the side, he could wave it. Oh, juniors are on their way out. They're on pole Lizzie Mentier, and I can see her sister out the window, Tom. Did you know she won £100 at the bingo on Friday?
Is this the bongo bingo?
Yeah. Do you know she won £100?
No.
You're the only person at Teesside that doesn't, because she's told everybody about it.
You primed me for the headaches that were coming as well on Saturday morning, and sure enough, there was a post went up from Kat, who's clearly the organizer here at Teesside, saying there were smoothies in the cafe full of fruit and veg, which I thought, now, if anybody ever doubts the entrepreneurial spirit that there is here, that exactly, that epitomizes it perfectly.
If there's an opportunity, there's an opportunity.
There it is.
Do you know when they say, they're saying, I rolled in at 1 in the morning? They literally rolled in.
Crawled in.
Yeah. Oh, and now we get serious again as they roll into position on their second rolling up lap.
They're rolling up in a different sense.
Lizzie Mentier then this time goes off the front row, but alongside adversary Finley Watson will go as well, with Ollie Poole and Catherine Potter second row. Nathan Jensen this time goes off the P5 berth. Let's see whether they're coming through, Tom, at a serene pace once again. It's been the theme of the day, which has been good since they had their talking to earlier on. The green is down, we're away and racing. Watson's made a good start round the outside and will chop across Mentier into the first corner. Mentier there looked like she had to get out the throttle to avoid any sort of contact between the two of them, but Watson's done enough that his kart was 2/3 of the way in front, and he gave Mentier the choice, and they both lived to race another corner. Paul then up into remains in third, with Potter fourth, Jensen in fifth place. Oh, Watson there, Tom, slightly wide. Bit of snap oversteer on them cold tyres halfway round. Looked like Mentier was going to try and take advantage into that corner, but couldn't get alongside. And Catherine Potter closes up on Ollie Poole.
And the difference for this heat is that Mentier hasn't got to negotiate a way around Catherine Potter this time, which took her quite a while last time. Potter with good pace as well. But Mentier now is able to go with Watson, so we have a resumption of heat number 1 with these two at the front. And there indeed, Mentier has a big, deep lunge. Took a good chance there, but couldn't quite pull it off as Watson drove round the outside and managed to keep the lead.
Yeah, it looked to everything there that took Watson a little bit by surprise. Mentier there going in deep into that corner. I'm fairly sure he's aware that she is there now.
Yeah, very much so, yes. And as we say, Mentier was able to stick with Watson and vice versa in heat number 1. So looking forward to how the final 8 laps of this one pan out. Mentier just putting in the fastest lap of the race with a 42.393. And we have Ollie Paul and Catherine Potter going at it for 3rd and 4th as well.
Yeah, nothing between either of them two. Nathan Jensen not too far back either. Much improved as well now as Potter gets down the inside of Ollie Paul for 3rd place. And already carries more speed into hairpin 3. We see this a lot, don't we, Tom, where like they get through and you think, oh, we could have a battle, but they start to move away because generally it could even just be one corner where they normally gain 2 or 3 tenths. But if there's something there stopping you gaining them 2 or 3 tenths, it will naturally back you into the pack.
Correct. Yeah, just momentum, isn't it? That's the word, I think.
Correct. 3.5 laps in, then to this 10-lap junior Rotax heat. Now, one driver that we haven't spoke about that is missing is Teesside's own Bella Franklin this weekend in juniors. Now, I know she's here because she's been walking round, but I think she's been spending a little bit of time up at, certainly Friday she was up at Warden Law with watching the British that's up there.
Yep.
And not racing here then this weekend. But I'm fairly sure as soon as the racing started, I'm fairly sure she wished she was.
Yes, very much so, yeah.
never want to miss out. And we know that from last year at the British 24 when her and Gracie Mitchell normally man the weighbridge at the 24, but on the Friday practice day, there wasn't a minute they weren't out in the hire car.
No,
they must have done 8 hours. Well,
the pangs of racing never hit harder than when you're actually at a track watching everybody else go around and you're stood at the sidelines. Like, I'm speaking for myself here as well.
I mean, even ourselves at the British 24, we get jealous, don't we?
Massively. Sorry, I was just halfway through a drink then as well. But yeah, massively. Yeah, we miss it hugely. And I mean, I've done double bubble over the years where I've done commentary and raced in it at the same time, just to be actually out on the track and feeling the conditions.
And I know on the Thursday and the Friday at British 24, they normally test all the hire carts and make sure they're in the same pace. But they normally test them with like really good drivers like Bella and Gracie and a few others. Yep. They need to test them with more mid-range drivers. Yeah, like me and you, Tom.
Hang on, there's a change for the lead, but bear with me a second. I'm with you on that point, 100%. So Mentier sent one up the inside into hairpin 4, and whoa, a big kick of oversteer as she went onto the grass with the inside right-hand wheel. Put the kart sideways. Couldn't get the move quite completed as Watson did the up and over. And that's actually now gapped once again. So Mentier's got 4 laps now to use that slipstream and try and draw herself back onto the back of Finley Watson. But yes, I'm with you 100%, David. I think they should be tested out by the slightly more rotund drivers as well to make sure that the balance of weight is there as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we're not bad drivers, either of us, Tom, are we? But we're not.
You speak for yourself.
I think last time out I found I was quicker than you. Just a tad. Although, to be fair, I did put you on the grass twice. So
exactly. I was going to say, we'll wait for that moment. Yeah, there we go. Now the truth comes out.
Look, I'll be honest rather than it making you sound bitter.
So we'll quite happily test the karts for you for this week, for the 24 hour for this year. No problem at all.
In between our Friday filming commitments, interviews, and everything else,
and probably Thursday this year as well. But yes, so we normally do a track guide and things like that on the Friday, and we'll be looking forward to that this year.
2 laps remaining then as Finley Watson comes over the line here. The gap to Mentier is going to be around about 4 tenths as Watson puts in the fastest lap of the race. Mentier and Potter behind, personal best. 4 tenths on the nose there for Lizzie Mentier, who that gap, Tom, has been consistent since Mentier had to took to the curb earlier on and flicked up quite a bit of dust.
Yeah, not being able to make any further inroads into the lead of Watson, despite still being in the slipstream. And although it looks quite far back, there will still be a big hole being punched in the air by Finley Watson that Lizzie Mentier can drive into. And last lap board goes out. I don't think it's going to be enough. She is clearly quicker though, 3.5 tenths, but I don't think it's going to be close enough unless Watson eases off or makes a mistake. Although it is looking closer again. Mentier driving the wheels off it through hairpin 1. Watson putting that radiator back down, the cover on the radiator back down, so clearly feeling that the temperature needs adjusting even on the final lap of the race. And Mentier is right there, but not going to be close enough to make a move. It is going to be Finley Watson over the line, taking heat number 3 here of Junior Rotax, taking, I believe, the second win of the day, if my commentary notes are correct.
I believe they are.
Yes.
Mentier
won heat 1.
Yeah, and put the fastest lap of the race in on that final one as well, Tom, with 41.6.
So Finley Watson taking his second heat win of the day, so should go off pole position for the final, with Mentier in second place, it looks like.
Yeah, he's had 2 1s and a 2, and Mentier's had 1 1 and 2 2s.
Okay.
I'm correct.
You are absolutely correct. I was trying to stifle a giggle with my childish sense of humour.
You can okay me, but I'm right.
Oh. Sorry. 38 years old, but I've got the mind of a 5-year-old. The sense of humour of a 5-year-old. Anyway.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, Tom.
We're moving on.
Each of us play to an audience of 1. And that audience of 1 is each other.
Yes, absolutely.
And next up, though, it is time for Mini Rotax, heat number 3. Grid will be up in a few moments' time. Thank you very much to everybody that has got in touch via the live chat comments. Please do give us a like, a subscribe. Press the bell notification as well so that you get notified every time that we go live from the Alpha Live channel. Not just this week, but obviously all the Teesside events throughout the rest of the year and everything else as well. Tom said obviously he's over at Croft in next week doing 750. That'll be covered as well on the Alpha channel. On the screen though, the grid for Minimax heat number 3. Jared Fox-Whiteley, heat 2 winner, starts on pole with Addison Smith alongside Lewis Goff and Sebastian Corking on the second row, with Ben Adrian and Benjamin Lee on row 3. Joseph Yao and Sam Robson are on row 4, with Melissa Adrian and Amy Peacock completing the top 10. Ben Horner and Oliver Watson on row number 6. Row 7 sees James Philip Byrne and the 75 kart of Kian Logan, another driver that has come through from our cadet ranks last season. And just off the back as they're coming round, Oliver Watson seems to have come out of the dummy grid a little bit later than expected, but he's going to be on row 6 alongside Ben Horner, so he's only got 2 karts to get through to get into position, but he is off the back and will need to close up, although as Jared Fox-Whiteley then brings the pack under his control, the pole sitter will dictate the pace. Alongside him, Addison Smith, heat 1 winner. Lewis Goff behind, hasn't had a trouble-free day, but has had the pace to run right at the sharp end of this Mini-Max grid. Looked on for a victory in the final at round number 1, but it didn't quite go his way in the final few laps. Green is down, though. We are away and racing. Fox-Whiteley leading them over the line. Smith's going to be on the outside, but there's going to be a gap that Lewis Goff could potentially get down the inside. Who's going to be brave as they slot back into single file through the chicanes? Fox-Whiteley leads the way, but Addison Smith dives down the inside into hairpin 1. We've got a spinner on entry. That's Kian Logan in the 75, but Addison Smith, with the early pace, goes down the inside of Jared Fox-Whiteley and leads as they head down towards South Bank. Corking goes wide and Yao gets through the gap as well. Melissa Adrian as well is going to try and get down the inside, and Ben Adrian as well isn't going to be too far back as Sebastian Corking has a difficult opening lap here to the second heat as they bounce over the curbs. A number of them actually taking so much curb that they're coming over start-finish sideways. Smith, Fox-Whiteley and Goff have managed to break away from Joseph Yao, who runs up in 4th place, his highest ever position so far in the mini ranks as he continues his development out of cadets only a few months ago. Really, really impressive stuff from the driver of the number 8. Then we've got Melissa Adrian, Ben Adrian, Sebastian Corking, although Ben Adrian is going to reversed the Adrian order, I think, there, with a late move down the inside into South Bank, and that puts him up into 5th place.
Yeah, enjoyed the start of that one. I was watching trackside briefly. I ran to the loo and back.
You always go when 2 strokes are on. There's a theme.
Well, yeah, it's just...
It's because you want the smell, isn't it? That's what it is.
You've got to go when you got to go, haven't you?
Well, you've got to go when I need to smell 2-stroke.
Well, that as well. It helps. Let's put it there. Addison Smith, so leading now from Fox Whiteley with Goff in 3rd, as you said on commentary, David, which I can hear over the circuit PA as I run there and back. Lewis Goff having the pace but not having the best of luck so far. So continuing in his quest to move forward, and is moving with the front 3 as Sebastian Corking makes a move up the inside there. I think that was on Melissa Adrian. Not sure whether he's going to make it stick or not.
Negative, slops straight back in behind the number 10.
Negative goes wide of the pattern is full.
You know.
Topical.
Topical.
Coming out this week.
It is.
Can't wait. That was a Top Gun reference, by the way, if anybody didn't pick up on that. I'm sure when we watch this this stream back in 2 years, that will have aged well as well.
I hope it does. They better reference it in the new one.
So, yes, we are still focusing on the front 3 here, who are looking very racy, nose to tail. Ben Adrian in 4th place is in sort of a pack of 1 at the moment. Melissa Adrian now has moved up to 5th in front of Joseph Yao. So was under pressure from Sebastian Corking on the previous lap, and on that lap then has overtaken Joseph Yao.
That pack of 1 for Ben Adrian isn't a bad thing, because 2 laps ago he was in a battle with Melissa Adrian and Joseph Yao and Sebastian Corking. So what that means is he is motoring.
Yes, and moved clear. So it's whether Melissa can do the same thing as well and drop Joseph Yao, who is currently in the slipstream.
Move off camera, Tom. I've just caught it out the window, and it's Lewis Goff up into 2nd place. Jared Fox Whiteley down into 3rd. So the pole sitter and Heat 2 winner now in 3rd place. Goff, who's going to come through into 2nd place. Issues in Heat 1 where he slowed on the final lap. I think he'd seen the last lap board twice and slowed out of hairpin 2, which was a problem for him. In Heat 2, though, the problem was the fact that he'd lost all power coming out of hairpin 2 on the penultimate lap, which allowed everybody to come through and dropped him down to 3rd. Hopefully they've got the problem solved and he can get through all of this race, and certainly in the middle phase of it seems to be the fastest of the leading trio. He's passed Fox Whiteley and is now tagging right onto the back of Addison Smith. 0.3 was the gap last time, less than a tenth this time. Lewis Goff, helped along by Jared Fox Whiteley's personal best with a 43.250, means that the top 3 are almost just a top 1, nose to tail, and there goes Goff down the inside of Addison Smith for the lead. Lewis Goff up from 3rd at the start to lead the way with 3.5 laps remaining.
I'm just wondering whether, I'm hoping it's not the case, but I'm just wondering whether Lewis Goff, who's giving the old knock, I'm here behind you to Addison Smith through the national loop, I'm just wondering whether that's actually dropped the nose down or not. I don't think it would have been hard enough, but it does look a little bit lower, that nose. I'm just keeping my eye on it.
Some of
and
them
I hope for his sake it hasn't done that.
Some of them are set up a little bit like that, aren't they? Just the way that they are positioned.
I mean, there was no malice or anything like that involved in that. It was purely him trying to work together. So if that has indeed dropped the nose, I think that's going to be very harsh.
What I'm saying about how it's positioned in the carriers, all 3 of them carts at the front. You've got Goff at the front on an Esprit, Smith behind on an MS. Then you've got Jared Fox Whiteley on an OTK behind as Cian Logan comes off into the track into the pit lane.
This is chassis.
Yes, exactly.
For people that are watching at home,
they're going to have slightly different angles that they go on, for that front fairing.
Yes.
Given where the bars come off the chassis, so there is that could potentially, just as they position them differently, as Ben Horner picks up a contact warning out of 10th place.
We've also got 3 different styles as well of front panel for that nose section. Not the Nassau panel, but the front panel.
The nose, we've got at least two hot dogs and a What do they even call that one with the gapy mouth?
Well, I've called it the Munch's Scream.
Unreal.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Jared Fox-Whiteley moving through into second place, and immediately Smith returning the favour. Can he get the drive out of the corner? Fox-Whiteley's going to hold the inside through the dog leg and does take the position. Last lap board is out, and that's giving some breathing space to Lewis Goff as well as they head through the national loop for the final time. Ben Adrian as well is right on the back of these three now. Has hauled his way back up in to the back of this, and he's going to take advantage if they do start battling.
Goff leads the way from Fox-Whiteley and Adrian behind. Each of them have around about a kart length or two to each other, so it has settled down as they enter the final lap. Not enough, though, that any of them can ease off. Ben Adrian has shown really good pace all out the day, Tom, having started the day from the back, having not qualified yesterday. Smith takes a wider line out of the final corner to try and get the cutback, but it's been 3 mini-max races and 3 different victors. The stage is set for a fascinating final in around about an hour's time. Goff takes the checker then, and victory in heat number 3 from Fox-Whiteley and Addison Smith. Ben Adrian is fourth with Melissa Adrian, Sebastian Corking, Benjamin Lee, Joseph Yao, Ben Horner and Amy Peacock completing the top 10, with James Philip Byrne and Oliver Watson in 11th and 12th respectively. Kian Logan, the only non-finisher, but he did complete half race distance, so will pick up points. He's gone into the pit lane.
We have a poll on the live chat, so if you'd like to get involved in that, we do have a poll running. We had one this morning, which is where are you watching from, which we had 251 votes, which is quite nice to have. So hoping this second poll will get some interaction as well. But 72% of you watching from home, 20% watching from Teesside, and 7% at another circuit. But
big up the 7%.
Absolutely. But the 7%. The second poll that we're running today is who has the best racing, Honda Cadet or Formula One.
Be a landslide, that, won't it?
Well, it is at the moment, yes. But only 6 votes in it so far.
But is it 6-0 to Honda Cadet?
I'm not saying. You'll have to vote and find out.
Well, check that out if you are watching as everybody makes their way off. The top 3 generally, Tom, will always get weighed here at Teesside as they go over, and then the scrutineer will randomly select 1 or 2 others, and in this case it's Ben Adrian off 4th place. He's been selected to go over the weighbridge. That's why they're waiting and everybody else came through behind. So what that does is it means that you can't run underweight and finish 13th, because there's a chance that you're still getting pulled into scrutineering at the end. And then later on, you'll see in the heats in the finals, the checks are far more robust, because the gate gets shut at the end and everybody gets held up on exit. So that gives and also they have to take the transponders off, which I will allow you to explain what they are.
A transponder? It's a little magic box that's made of electric gizmos, and when you go over the line, it go over the start-finish line. There's metal strips on the start-finish line. Essentially, has got a metal strip through it. When the transponder goes over it, it sends a ping, and then we can see when you've crossed the line and how fast you were.
That's how we find out whether the gap has closed or gone out. And earlier on in the year, we did have a few issues, Tom, where some of our younger drivers, the ones that are just getting into it, they have huge chunks of lead, like some of them have 8 kilos on the back of their seat, and then they stick the transponder just above it.
Or in the middle.
Yeah, and do you know what doesn't help that connection with the ground, the metal strip and back?
Having a load of lead in between it.
Chunks of lead don't help. So they were coming over the line and they were like, I'm not picking up on time. And it's like, well, where's your transponder? It's like, it's above 4 kilos of lead. It's like, you've got to put it down underneath the lead.
There you go.
It's school day again.
But they've all got to be on the back of the seat, that's right, isn't it? So that when it's not, although the transponder is on the back of the seat, obviously we don't have the photo finish here, which obviously goes from the nose, so they could have so for example, when I cover British Champs, they've got a camera that focuses on the start-finish line, so obviously the transponder comes across. So if there's a dead heat, that's from the transponder, which is on the back of the seat. However, the momentum could mean that somebody with their nose crosses the line in front of the other one, and therefore that's how they have to take the result from the actual the nose of the car, not the transponder.
And because if you've got a bigger driver, the seat's further back.
Yes,
which
exactly.
Also plays into it as well, doesn't it?
Yeah,
with them coming over.
I mean,
the line
we're talking like millimeters, but
yes, but it matters if towards.
And that's why they have that system there. Yeah.
And we have seen a dead heat actually here today. First time I remember seeing a dead heat.
I can't remember one either.
Between Larry Price and Amy Peacock earlier on in Honda Cadet Pro. So we're clear again, but we are waiting for some more Rotaxes.
So Andy Ambrose has taken both wins so far. Have we done a grid yet? We haven't, have we?
We haven't. I don't even know if we queued it up. So next up is Senior Rotax, heat number 3.
Sorry about that. We got a bit engrossed in our own voices there for a moment.
It was almost like a mock the week round there, wasn't it? It's like the answer is transponder, lead, and dead heat.
What is the question? So pole position for heat number 3 of Senior Rotax goes to Shane Collinson. Then it's Josh Redhead, Andy Collinson in P3, Arthur Lothian in P4, Martin Fisher in 5th, and Chris Stoves in 6th. Then it is Andy Ambrose, Emma Brown and Paul Swan rounding out your 9 starters for this one. And they are actually now heading out, which is good timing. So don't forget 2 rolling up laps here. So don't expect them to go racing straight away. 2 rolling up laps to get these tyres warmed up and into the right-ish window. Yeah, I say ish because we've talked about that.
I'm not sure, Tom, if the delay had anything to do with the medical truck that I've just seen moving, actually. It came back across in the corner. So I don't know if somebody's had a problem in the paddock, but if they have, we wish you all the very best. If not, it just means that the medical team have been to Subway for their lunch and that they've just come back, which is very unlikely because obviously we need them to race. But it was definitely moving up there and then moved back into its position, which is well out of the way on the outside of the national loop. So if anybody has had a problem down there in the paddock, we hope you're safe and well.
I've just seen Andy Collinson on the warm-up lap go into the national loop, absolutely Harry Flatters, and leave possibly the biggest... I want to call it skid mark, black line.
11sies.
Yes, going into the corner that I've ever seen come out of the back of a car.
Were they 11sies or were they that?
No, it was just a single tyre. It was the rear left tyre, and he's left about probably 10 feet of black line behind him.
So if he can
clip
the other half of his tyre at the end of the race from the track.
I've never seen a black line left that long off the back of a go-kart.
It's like a bit like a dragster getting the rubber down. Josh Redhead then on the outside of the front row with Shane Collinson alongside. Collinson drops the throttle, away we go, and Andy Collinson is right in behind as well, and we'll move through from 3rd, and actually he's going to snatch the lead, Tom, on entry into there. Shane Collinson goes wide, Andrew Collinson was right in behind, and he moves straight through and into the lead, as there's a bit of contact behind there from Andy Ambrose into the back of Martin Fisher. Fisher, though, survives and comes out of it in 3rd place. Ambrose, double race winner then thus far in 4th place. Seemed to be a little bit oversteery there around South Bank, but maybe he's just got them pressures ready to go towards the tail end of the race.
I was going to say Andy Collinson clearly got the tyre warm-up right by chucking it into the national loop in the way that he did, because he drove straight up the inside with all that extra grip of Shane. So unsurprisingly, setting the fastest lap of the race on lap number 1.
Yep, just having a quick look, Tom, at developments coming out of our Minimax class. We've had a 5-second penalty for advantage by contact for Ben Horner and a 5-second for Oliver Watson for a front fairing. So 2 out of there. I don't think that's really changed the top 10 much. Juniors were clear. So no issues at all there.
Well, Andy Ambrose has quickly made his way up into 3rd place, has passed Martin Fisher on this lap and taken 3rd place in that.
So the two Collinsons then and Ambrose. Can Ambrose get past Shane Collinson and give him enough to get at Andy? And he was reeled Andy in the previous race by a huge amount, didn't he, Tom? He was about 7 tenths behind. Then when he came over the line, he'd done an overtake and was 4 tenths up. And that was probably more, I think Andy might have had a bit of a mistake, because as quick as Andy Ambrose is, he's not a second a lap quicker than Andy Collinson, who has was the champion the year after Andy Ambrose won it in 2019, as Arthur Loudian and Paul Swan argue over the same piece of tarmac. So in every season we've had here at Teesside Autodrome, we've had a different champion. We've had Ambrose in 2019, Collinson in 2020, who then promptly retired at the end of that one. Daniel Kell won last year, and now Andy Collinson is back to try and regain the senior Rotax crown here at Teesside Autodrome. We did expect Conor Lucas to be putting in a championship battle. Obviously he still can, because you can drop 2 rounds here at Teesside Autodrome, but he's not out in the number 43 senior Rotax due to preserving his body for the 12 hours at BPEC at Rowra in 2 weeks' time.
Yes, he's got a bit of the old McRib going on, you were saying, wasn't it?
Poorly ribs.
Poorly ribs, yes.
Do you know what you don't want to be doing when you've got poorly ribs?
Eating McRibs?
No, wrestling a Rotax. So what, Shane Collinson's closed up on Andy Collinson, and he's dragged Andy Ambrose along to the party as well.
Yeah, we could have a little fight here for the overall win in Heat 3. So this is certainly livening things up. It looked like, as we said, Andy Collinson had things set up very much for the start of the race. And Andy Ambrose is really starting to reel them in now. That gap was 1.7 seconds at one point, so it's now 0.3.
It's one of them, isn't it, where Collinson quite clearly thought that he had enough in the early part of the race to break away, but now appears to be reeled in by not only Shane Collinson, but Andy Ambrose again, although Ambrose does appear to have gone a little bit deep into that corner off the back of Shane Collinson, and has dropped a couple of kart lengths off the back of the 66 machine.
It looked like he had a little shake of his head coming out of hairpin 2 as well, Andy Ambrose, as if like, oh, I made a mistake there. Oh, I better tell the people on camera that that I'm not happy with myself. I don't know if that's how Andy Ambrose speaks. No, I have no idea where he's from.
Oh, he's fairly local. Would you like to
no.
alienate yourself further by doing a local accent? That's a firm no from Tom.
That is certainly a firm no.
Personal best from Andy Collinson then on that last lap with a 41.727. It's still 3 tenths.
Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, that was 3 tenths off the fastest lap of the race by Ambrose.
That's a lot better hairpin 2 than he did on the previous lap.
He's not shaking his head there.
No, he's not even nodding either. I'd be punching the air if that was me. But definitely one way to make yourself a bit happier with how to take one corner.
So Andy Ambrose then through now then into second place. In doing so, he's opened up a bit of a gap to Andy Collinson by another 2 tenths in making that overtake, but still close enough, Tom, with 3 laps remaining here at Teesside to have a real chance at making it 3 victories from 3 races. And obviously he went off pole, or at least off the front row at the start of the day, and just drove off into the distance, which must be a massive confidence boost now, knowing that if even a second place is going to give him pole position for the final.
Conspiracy theory, David. I've just thought.
Do tell.
Do you remember in round 1 we were talking about Mr. Lucas's driving style still being very reminiscent of how he chucked a Pro Kart into hairpin 1?
Yeah.
And we were wondering whether the tyres were going to last a full season as Andy Ambrose pumps in the fastest lap of the race and homes in on the back of Andy Collinson. We were wondering whether the tyres were going to last. What if he's taken a round off just to get a little bit of extra life out of his tyres?
Yeah, I'm not...
Conspiracy theory?
No, I think his ribs are definitely hurting.
I'm not doubting his ribs are hurting.
Well, you should go down the paddock during the lunch break and jab him in them and see whether... just to give him a quick...
No, that I am definitely not doing. It's bad enough I'm making up conspiracy theories while I'm sat in the commentary. The safety, relative safety of the commentary box. Although I expect him to start marching up here in a minute. Yeah, last lap board goes out. One more chance for Andy Ambrose to get past Andy Collinson and take the win here in Heat 3 of Senior Rotax.
Oh, looked like he tried to get down the inside there on the exit of the National Loop, and there's never enough space to go down the inside there. Second place is enough, though, for Ambrose, Tom, to start on pole position. But
he's not going to settle for that, though, is he? Half a lap to go as they head into South Bank for the final time.
Could be unnecessary, though, couldn't it, Tom? You know, the bigger picture is the final. You don't take a trophy home for the heats.
No, very true.
And, I think he has settled in for second place then. Andy Collinson comes through to take the checkered flag, although Andy Ambrose does try to get alongside, and I've just looked out the window, Tom, barely made the D-chicane in trying to come all the way around the outside there. Was fully lit until the line and had to get hard on the brakes so that he didn't make contact with Andrew Collinson, because the problem there is that you can still pick up a front fairing penalty after the checkered flag. It's not like that, you know, they get locked in place when the checker comes out. If anything happens on that slowing down lap just as you cross the line, you can still pick up a penalty, and 5 seconds is 5 seconds. So had to get hard on the anchors to stop any contact as he came over the line in second place there.
Exactly, and there are, in fact, instances of people getting nose cone penalties in other championships around the country, not in this particular one, but in other championships around the country, on slowing down laps, and so therefore they get a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, you don't want to get brake tested on the last lap.
No, exactly, and a lot of it's by mistake as well. When you're trying to do stuff like fist bump and, you know, congratulate people who you've raced it with and stuff like that, and it just happens like purely by accident.
I mean, even slowing down coming into the pits here, isn't it? You know, like somebody slows down in front of you, you're looking at the scrutineer instead, and you whack into the back of them, and then all of a sudden you have a penalty applied. So
exactly.
I was about to say, I thought I was looking at the results, Tom, and I was looking for Emma Brown in 8th. I was like, I don't think I saw her in that heat, and I didn't see her coming through there either, but I'm not quite sure when everybody came through there, but she's classified in 8th place. Just didn't see her on the screen as we came through. Last heat of the day then, before we break for a short 20-minute lunch break, and you get to see the paddock walk from yesterday. It's heat number 3 for Senior Pro Kart. Senior Pro Kart heat number 3 then, with the grid up on your screen. Jack Morris will start on pole position with Gareth Plackett alongside Tom Lowther and Andrew Worley on the second row. Ben Hogarth and James Hitchin on row 3. Mark White and Tom Braid start row 4. The top 10 completed by Simon Dougherty and Dan Fulsham, with Lennon French and Philip Patton on row 6. Mark Tate starts 13th with Callum Booth alongside Steve Nichols and Jonathan Allen. Share row 8 with David Brewis and Joe Grinsell on row 9, although Grinsell, that berth will be absent. Brandon Truman Reddish and Asher Blythe complete the top 20 with David Brown and Daniel Tate on row 11. Harry Nottage and Jess Alexander on row 12. 25th will be Gracie Mitchell alongside Scott Tate with Connor White and Alban Dowell, row 14. George Davies 29th with Lee Austin starting in 30th place. The grid then completed by Alec Bowd and Henry Bowd in 31st and 32nd respectively. So all of our Senior Pro Kart making their way forward, Tom. And this is what we were talking about earlier about, you know, when you go and you look at your grid position and you see your championship challengers and who's with you and drivers that you think, oh, I can beat them, or I'd expect it to be racing them, and they've got a back third start. Off pole position once again in this one, our Junior Pro Kart champion of 2020, Jack Morris. And this is an opportunity for him to take a first victory in Senior Pro Kart here, Tom, with good drivers round him, but the ones that we expect to be challenging for a championship later on in the season, starting right towards the tail of the field. You know, Scott Tate, Jess Alexander up in 20th. They've got a long way to come through here, and Jack Morris really quick and going off pole.
Correct. And one other thing to bear in mind is Jack Morris, of course, carrying 2 contact warnings as well. So needs to keep the nose clean here as well. And the best way to do that is at the front and have nobody in front of you. And then you can very much keep the nose clean.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing, no penalties applied then from senior Rotax, so we are clear for that one as well. So now the grids will be formulated throughout the, for that.
There is a big gap from, what is it, 5th and 7th, where we've got 2 drivers missing who were originally part of the sign-on process.
So that's Ben Hogarth and Mark White in 5th and 7th respectively, and I don't remember seeing them throughout the day, although difficult with senior Pro Kart, certainly with the mixed grid, is that everybody's everywhere. Another wave out the window, this time from pole sitter Jack Morris. We do like to get everybody involved on the grid, certainly when they're at the front and they've got 3 or 4 minutes to wait. We do like to see whether we can get any of them interacting with the comm box, because they are right in front of us. The gantry, as you can see there on the screen, we're attached to that on the back, so we are right in front of the start line grid here at Teesside Autodrome. And for those of you that weren't with us at the start of the day, it's a brand new commentary box media centre here at Teesside Autodrome. It's a, what are you laughing? I like it. It's big enough to be a media centre, Tom. There, look at it. It's twice the size of the old one.
Just laughing that
and twice the size. Windows are bigger as well. They're even slanted so we can see right down the front so when it's wet. And the senior Pro Kart has tried to kill the start line marshal.
It is
so we can see everything.
A brilliant, brilliant new facility. It really, really is. And we thank Teesside once again for giving us this. It's not just set up in terms of you know, extra comfort for us. You know, there's plugs everywhere. There's Ethernet ports everywhere. There's aerial slots and various other things as well. It is properly set up now for the live streaming to work as well as it possibly can do. And but yes, you just made me laugh with the media centre. I mean, that's by definition that's what it is. But yeah, it just made me chuckle. Right, are we ready to go? Starting with the green flag in hand, and away we go. The green flag is down.
Good start, Tom, from Thomas Lowther on the second row.
Indeed, immediately slots into second place.
Yeah, we see third's often better than second here, isn't it? Because you get a straighter run towards the chicane. Morris has already bolted. He's away like a stabbed rat in the lead. He's 10 kart lengths on Plackett and Lowther, and Plackett's back down the inside into second place with 3 and 4 wide into the background. Can everybody get through? Once again, Tom, I was about to say on the opening lap, we've managed to get round, but we haven't. Dan Folsham's involved there, Andrew Worley as well, and another driver who will pick up later on because he's dropped down to third from the back, so we'll be able to pick him up as well in terms of numbers. So there was a first time, Tom, in the in today in Senior Pro where we've had opening lap issues. It's been clean thus far, and then started to get a bit more giddy further in, but it's allowed the leaders to start opening up a little bit more. So let's have a quick
it was
look.
Who went off?
James Hitchens, the 27, Tom, was the other driver involved with Dan Folsham and Andrew Worley, and Worley went off P4 in that one. So, and
big drop for Andrew Worley, not the best.
That, Tom, is why the pack has really spread out in the top 10. Obviously, he's gone off P4 and then been involved in an incident. We've seen a number of drivers having to go all the way around the outside, and it really has spread out this top 10. And then you've already got one of the Tates coming down the inside of Brandon Truman Reddish there on the inside. Not sure which one it was. I'll have to get the Paul White Spotters guide out. It's Dan Tate down the inside of Brandon Truman Reddish. Jess Alexander and Asher Blythe getting into the mix as well.
Yes, very much so. So Morris still leading. Plackett has now managed to take back second place from Thomas Lowther. Then it's Doughty, Tate, Braid, Nichols, Brewis, Daniel Tate and Jess Alexander, as we look at the aforementioned Jess Alexander, trying to put a move around the 80 of David Brewis.
Oh, Brewis contacted, and that's took Asher Blythe out onto the grass as well. That started earlier on with one of the Tates and Brewis getting side by side. Brewis catches too much curb on the inside, gets squeezed into a spin. Asher Blythe with nowhere to go.
Yeah, no contact, it looked like, between Jess Alexander. He just completely lost it on the inside. There you go, just spins completely on his own.
I think he went into the back of Tate there, Tom, and once it lifts that
front...
spun
in avoidance.
Yeah, you've got nowhere to go. Once that front end goes light, your back end's just going to turn you round.
Yes, correct. I think that was it. It was more a spin to stop slamming into the back.
Yeah.
But then Asher Blythe, unfortunately, got caught up in that and taken out as well.
No penalties applied. There's a wheel off, Tom. That's Lennon French. Front wheel comes off. Lennon French into the tyre wall.
That's a rear. It's a rear tyre.
Oh, it is, yeah. It's just it overtook him, so I thought it was a front.
Yeah, it doesn't. I'm not even sure there's a wheel still attached to that.
Here we go. Then I'll let you take this one.
So we're just going to catch it coming into the back of the shot here. There it goes. Oh, there is still a wheel attached to it. Yeah, it's just ripped completely off the hub.
Yeah, straight off there.
And that's the second incident today we've seen where you need to tighten those nuts. Scott Tate with the fastest lap of the race in 11th place, still moving through the pack with Jess Alexander, so onto the back of Jess Alexander, and the pair of them seem to be working quite well together to move through.
Yeah, yellow flag still out, Tom. That kart stationary. Then Lennon French has been moved to safety, but the kart is still there, so we've got waved yellow for hairpin 1. And the reason the waved yellow stayed out there, Tom, is because the front pack had seen the waved yellow, so they're going to keep it out while everybody goes through, and then the yellow goes back in, because you can't allow the first 10 no overtaking and let everybody else have a go at it. Certainly when the pack is so close. It's not like cars where they spread out throughout the pack. So the yellow stayed out until everybody came through for consistency and then went back in, because that kart is very, very safe. Personal best from Gareth Plackett then in second place, but he is 2.2 seconds off the back of the 24 of Jack Morris.
But very nicely in a pack of 1 for both of these at the moment. However, Mark Tate, so you've got the pro leader at the moment is Jack Morris, then you've got the clubman leader is Gareth Plackett, and the over 40s leader is Mark Tate, and they're all in 3 different classes, first, second and third in the race.
Steve Nichols tries to get down the inside. Impressive for me, Tom, has been Alec Bowd and Henry Bowd. They both come through. They starting at the back because they're under novices, and it's their first time here.
Alec Bowd in P18.
Alec Bowd up into P18 with some very, very experienced drivers in front of him as well.
Yeah, so top novice for Alec Bowd. Scott Tate, second fastest lap of the race, going in now, 10th place. Continues to move up with Jess Alexander.
Yeah, and to be fair, Tom, Jess Alexander was very, very lucky and has been in this race. There's that saying you make your own luck, but she was the incident with Nichols is up and over the back, and that kart is stationary and sideways as Brandon Truman Reddish has to take evasive action, I think, on the back straight over the grass. So the best view of that, Lennon French has just stood watching on the other side of the track.
But you called it because Jess was right behind them. You said you make your own luck. You know, the two of them take each other out on the outside of the track. She drives straight round on the right-hand side of it.
The Blythe and Brewis incident happened right in front of her, and, that could take her out. Lennon French's wheel came off. Who was right behind her at the time?
Jess Alexander.
Jess Alexander.
Both of them taking full advantage of this, and they seem to be working well together to get through this and get through the pack and claim some points back.
And
there you go, there's another one.
Yeah, here, Tom, is that Tate hasn't looked like he wants to get past Alexander in this race.
Not so far.
He has actually moved to the inside there now because he had to, because Alexander was stuck behind Dougherty, but they've just used each other, really. As one of them makes the gap, the other one goes into it. And, between Alexander and Tate, it doesn't matter which one of them's at the front, really, does it? There you go.
That was great move.
The gap is made. Dougherty's not going to give this one up. Alexander's going to have to go round the outside and will have track position, though. Or has a look over and says, what are you doing to me?
Why are you fighting it quite that hard? Yeah.
But, Dougherty has the right to do so because it is a race. But, one of them it doesn't matter which one. They're very similarly matched in pace. It doesn't matter which one's punching the hole and which one's taking advantage. They're still going to go through, as Dougherty's going to drop another place or so back behind Gracie Mitchell and I think Connor White, David Brown and Harry Nottage. Once again, he's going to get 2 again here, Tom, down the back straight, I think, is Harry Nottage. David Brown's going to have to close the door very quickly. And Dougherty's down the inside and up on the back of David Brown. They've done very, very well there to keep that one out of the grass and tyres.
One wheel drifting from Simon Dougherty on the back.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Last lap board is out as well.
I wouldn't be surprised if that one picks a warning up at all, although we haven't seen any so far in this race.
No, it's been a very clean race so far.
We have seen a bit of jumping, haven't we, in this one?
Yep. As we look at Lennon French still watching on, as Jack Morris comes round to start the final half of the last lap of the race.
South Bank then for the final time for Jack Morris. Tom called it at the start, get out at the front, keep out of trouble and drive away from the pack. And the gap back to anybody is 3 seconds back to Gareth Plackett. Jack Morris out of the final corner then, and for the first time in Senior Pro Kart takes the victory here in heat number 3 Plackett's going to get second. Mark Tate and Dan Tate have swapped on the last lap. Dan gets third with Mark in fourth. Tom Braid in fifth place with Scott Tate, Jess Alexander, Callum Booth, Gracie Mitchell and Connor White. And Tom, I think with a win, a seventh and a ninth, that may well see Gracie Mitchell on Senior Pro Kart pole for the final. We'll get confirmation during the lunch break when all the points are tallied up. But I think that may well, at the very least, see her on the front row, if not going off pole position.
Yeah, Dan Tate's had some good positions as well, some good finishing positions.
It's difficult to call, isn't it? Remember last time where Jess Alexander flew under the radar all day and was starting on the front row just from accumulating good finishes?
Yeah, I think Scott Tate might be in the same position. Like you said, Gracie Mitchell as well, although with the heat win, could well propel her certainly into pole. But yeah, there's a few in the mix. We'll have to check the points when it comes to the final. But that is Heat 3 done and dusted for Senior Pro Kart, and that is our final heat of the day. So we will move on to the Bambino final in about 20 minutes' time. So we'll take, there will be a break in commentary, but there will not be a break in the stream. We will show you the paddock show, or the paddock walk that David did yesterday.
Welcome to round 2 of the Teesside Sprint Series. It's time for the paddock walk, and I've decided to sit down because I found myself a nice doggy friend to play with. Unfortunately, it doesn't talk, so I'm going to have to stand up now and go and find some people that do talk. I'll let him go, or her go, or I've not really checked, but it's a dog, so we can't have a chat with that. It's a bit inappropriate. Got no drivers down here, I've just got people working hard on cars. Daryl, up you get. I'm good, Daryl. Why are we running 2 karts again this weekend? Why do you keep putting yourself through it?
Just fancy the challenge. My driver says she's up for it. Let's do it.
And what we're running this weekend?
Honda Cadet 200 in the Pro class and Minimax.
So I know you've had a bit of a blast in a micro as well recently. So guessing you're just testing the waters ready for next year because there's a move up.
Yeah, just testing all sorts of variants of karts just to see what we're going to run next year.
Brilliant. All the best, Daryl. And that's more to you than your driver because you've got a lot more work to do this weekend than what she has. Looks like all the drivers have disappeared, Adam. So we're not, there's one in the back of here. We'll just throw a camera in the back. Alfie McBain, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. How's practice gone?
It's gone well.
Good. Do you think your mechanic should be laying down or he should be working on your kart?
Working on my kart.
Excellent. And, so qualifying in around about an hour's time, how are we feeling?
Thinking round 10th, maybe 11th, somewhere around there on the grid.
Trying to get yourself into the top 10 then. It's 19, 20 karts on that Honda Cadet Club grid, so looking to try and push into that top half.
Yeah.
Good stuff. All the best for quali, mate. We'll keep an eye out in around about an hour if you can peel your mechanic off the floor. Let's see if we've got anybody else up here. We've got a couple that might be coming off in a moment because Pro Kart qualifying's just gone out. About 5 minutes ago, we were full of Honda Cadets and they've all just disappeared now, so I don't know where they've all gone. They're probably in a caravan somewhere and I'm not fancying any breaking and entry, so we've got a couple. We'll pop round here. We've got a couple of drivers. Turn the driver around. Turn the driver around. Come on, introduce yourself.
James Byrne.
So he's James Byrne. He drives in Minimax. Wonderful. How's practice gone for you today, mate?
Quite good. I managed to get my personal best of a 44.2, but I've started to have a bit struggle getting down my lap times, but I'm going to go out and try give it my best.
So, quali obviously for minis. That's the last class that we quali before we go to mixed grids. How are we feeling? Are we confident?
Yeah, going in with full confidence. Going to try send it round and get everything done.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Lizzie Mentia, stop right there. We might have to turn this paddock walk into a paddock jog while I sort of chase them down. Oh, we found some more. So Lizzie asked earlier to be interviewed and she's disappeared. So we're back from where we started. What we'll do is we'll turn this driver round. There we go. Harris, how are you?
Good.
Good.
Yeah.
Eventful week. Let's get that out of the way. It's been quite an eventful week. Talk us through it.
Not much to talk about. It's just.
Yeah, there is. Tell us about Hooton.
I was going for a double move on, I think it was Bella and Max, and Bella tried to defend and she accidentally clipped me and I spun, and Sam Eden came out by accident and he didn't see me and hit me, and then he went over top of me and I was a bit knocked unconscious, and some other carts just went right into me, which sent me flying.
So, but we've seen you out in practice. It doesn't seem like it's causing you any problems. You're flying out there.
Yeah.
So, full of confidence then. Quali's coming up. Are we looking for a front row start?
Yeah, for definite.
Wonderful. Cheers, Harris. Thank you very much. More drivers, but we'll start with an upcoming Bambino. Hi, Charlie. How are you?
What is it?
Are we looking forward to watching your brother racing? Wonderful. Thank you very much for your time. Brilliant. William, what are you doing?
Is that edible? That's what it's thinking.
No, William, come, turn and face. There we go. William Howard, how are you?
Good.
Good?
Yeah.
How's the track out there today? What are the conditions like? This morning it was sunny and now it's not so sunny.
I would have said this morning was probably warm, but on the last session I'm probably going to say it was the best.
So once it's sort of like the sun's gone in, you're saying it's got a little bit quicker, yeah?
I would have said, especially since we've got more used to the track as the day's gone on.
And what are your hopes for quali in around about an hour's time?
Around 6th. I'm hoping for around 6th.
Yeah. Wonderful. I'm not entirely sure what's happening here. I mean, what we'll do is, we'll spot the difference. We've got one Tom Hannon, and if we turn around that way, we've got two Tom Hannon. There we go. And what we'll do, because this will go out tomorrow, is we'll put a poll on as to which Tom Hannon is the more attractive Tom Hannon. In fact, we'll speak to Mrs. Hannon. Mrs. Hannon, which Tom Hannon's the more attractive?
That one, he don't talk.
Don't talk. But don't do much else either, does he, unfortunately, up there?
That one doesn't either, so we're all right.
Fantastic, there we go, let's keep walking before it kicks off in the top paddock. We'll take this one less of a paddock walk and more of a dummy grid walk, and we'll go and say hello to some Bambinos that may be coming. One's disappearing. I'm not quite sure where we're going, but we'll have a chat anyway. Where are you going? Should you not be getting ready to go out there? No? Well, let's find out why from the man on the spanners. We're not feeling it.
Yeah, Fiona just up getting her weighed, making sure she's on weight for qualifying. So done 4 sessions this morning, car's looking good, so let's keep it in one piece for qualifying. So we'll miss this one.
Sounds like a plan. Yeah. Fantastic, thank you very much. Looks like a fair few Bambinos actually are electing not to go out, so we'll grab some cadets down here. Max Gilman, Oliver Sibbald, hello. Oh, let's grab a seat. One this side, it makes it far easier because then we're at the same sort of height. Let's start with yourself, Max. Welcome back, third in the winter season, missed the opening round. Back for this one, are we feeling good?
Yeah.
So, what have you done in the last couple of weeks then? I know obviously you missed the first round because it clashed with another championship that you were there, so how have other things gone?
We went to PFI, we did really well, and we did good.
Good. Oliver Sibbald, back once again from, I was joking with your dad earlier, you've retired 9 times, so this is like your 10th return to karting. Are we back for good now, or are we just having a bit of fun?
Having a bit of fun.
Good stuff. How's the practice session gone for you?
It's good.
Good. When it comes to quali, are you beating him?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I assume you think you're beating him, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so it's Max Gilman versus Oliver Sibbald in qualifying. Then let's forget about everybody else and we'll just watch them two battle it out. Let's have a. We've got a couple more Bambinos coming. I think they're all heading out for their session, so we'll pop up and see if we can catch one or two. I'll bring that round this side because I'm right-handed and it'd save me doing like a bit of a turn anyway. Kart's gone that way. I'll steal your driver for 30 seconds. Grayson, come this way. Come on. Visor up because it makes it a little bit easier. Kart's off. Your first time at Teesside, how are you finding it?
Good.
Good. What's your favourite part of the track out there?
The big corner.
South Bank.
Yeah.
Are you flat out round there?
Yeah.
Absolutely, well done. So I'm assuming that is there anywhere that you're not flat out?
No.
No, good lad. What sort of times are we doing? Let's have a quick sneaky peeky at the data logger. Good lad, nice one. So, are you getting quicker and quicker every time you're out there?
Yes.
Well, that's all we can really ask for, isn't it? Just keep improving and keep getting there. And so, you're looking forward to it. Is it your first race day tomorrow?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, welcome to karting. Hope you enjoy it and hope you keep progressing.
Thank you.
Nice one, brilliant. Thank you very much. Sam Hayes, Charlie Eyeball. It's easier if you get there. We go straight in there. How have things gone for yourself? I know you had a bit of fun earlier because your nose cone came in looking like it's seen better days.
Yeah.
Talk us through it.
So this Micromax was coming out the corner a little bit too fast. Went off the track, came back on the track and hit me. Front on. And I think I hit the wheel. I'm not quite sure because. Yeah.
But no long-term damage to the kart. We good to go?
Yeah, we're good to go.
Wonderful. Charlie Eyeball, you've had a good week out last weekend. Pace looks good here. Are we looking for a breakout weekend?
Hopefully, yeah.
What are the aspirations? Where do you think how far up with that Cadet Club do you think you can get?
Hopefully top 5.
5. So that's Charlie Eyeball on the podium. Then he's playing it down, but we're going for a podium then.
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Let's have a quick walk down and see who else we can get down here. We're aiming for 20 minutes. How long have we had, Adam? 10. Oh, I've got loads more time yet. Well, last time we caught people down here and it sort of like sped things up because I could stop and have a chat. But we'll see how we go. We're on a cable this weekend, which means I'm basically Adam's on a little lead and I'm taking the cameraman for a walk. So we've got one coming down here, getting ready for Cadet. So we'll have a chat with Joss and then we'll walk down the bottom end. So, Yosuska, how are we today?
Good.
Good. How's practice gone? I know you've been working with Thomas Potter in the last couple of weeks. How are you feeling? Is that bringing you on?
Yeah.
Good. What do you think you can do in qualifying in about an hour's time?
Just to practice overtaking and make sure everything goes well.
Good. And positioning wise, what's the aim? Where are we trying to get to?
Pole.
Pole. Good lad. Well done. Nice one. Good luck. All the very best for yourself. We're gonna. We'll try not to get killed by senior pro karts making their way off the grid because they do like to use this little cut through here. So we'll head down the bottom end and just see who's down there because last time when we went on a grid walk we went that way. So this time it's only fair we come down this way. All this was Bambino's earlier on, so they've gone. Are you feeling shy today, Stanley? You're still going to get some camera. So if you're all right, we'll have a chat. Bring yourself down. In fact, I'll come up here because we can get the kart in as well. I didn't think you were feeling like talking to me today because you were trying to jump in the back of your van, but nonetheless, we're here. So, practice for you. Nice new unit on. Looks like it's doing some good. How are you feeling?
I'm not too bad actually. I have a couple of bumps and bruises on my legs because I'm banging it. My legs are banging against the brake and the other side of the fuel tank, which is usual, but on the brake it's just like that. And
is that just where you've sort of grown to a height where your knee bangs on that bit and your leg bangs on that bit?
Well, I'm not really sure, but I think it's just because it's a little bit of a bumpy track when you go through some of the hairpins, and you never know really.
It's bumpy when you go on the grass, like in the last practice session as well, Stan. Talk me through it.
So I was behind somebody, and then the kart in front of them just spun like sort of in the middle of the track, and I just had to get out of the way because I would have gone over the curb and I would have probably spun. So I just went over the grass and avoided it.
Well, when we walk down there's a guy called Paul Watson. He does gardening and grass cutting. So if you want to go and speak to him, he might pay you for the work you've done. Jake should be with that kart, he's not. We've already spoke to them two already. The kids, not the parents. So we'll make our way down here. We'll see whether, I think cadets are out next, so a few of them will be getting ready to go out. We might catch one or two of them. If we can't catch them, we'll have to speak to some bigger people when we find them. We've got a couple here, a couple that should actually be out but aren't, so. Yeah. Walk round the back, gents. Josie Fiao, Oliver Watson. How's practice gone? I know you've both recently sort of jumped up into new classes. How are we finding the Mini?
Good, but very fast, definitely. A lot more physical than the Hondas.
So have you been out in every session, or are you sort of like doing one, missing one to sort of like build yourself up to it?
Well, I did the first three, and then I think there's been three, and then I missed out the last one.
So you obviously got quali coming up, so you're saving yourself for that?
Yeah, definitely.
So is it your first racing Mini this time out, or have you done a few already?
First one.
First one. I thought it was, and you missed the last round because you weren't with us. I think you were on holiday, weren't you? So
yeah.
You missed that one. So how are we feeling that we can get straight in the mix, or do you think it's going to be a bit of a process getting up there?
I think my times are good for the first time, but I think I'll still need to practice a lot more and get a lot of seat time in.
Wonderful. Ollie, brand new sticker kit on for this weekend. Well, are we going to do it justice? Because it is I'll let the camera come round, but it's majestic. So really, really nice kit. How's practice gone for you?
Well, the first session wasn't too good because we had a new setup on and a bit of understeer, but then after changing it back to normal, it felt all right.
So you're up to juniors now?
No,
you're still in minis. To be fair, you look like could you still make cadet weight? It's 107 kilos for cadet. Could you get into a cadet still, other than the fact that you're almost as tall as me?
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, your dad can get into a cadet weight limit as well. There's nothing on him. No, I think we've got about 5 mile an hour wind. If it goes to 7, we have to bolt him to the floor. You are. Ollie Carter, how are we? We good? I was saying we were looking at some pictures when during the week, and you were one lad I didn't know, because last time I saw you were about this high, and I've not seen you since, and you've had your helmet on all the time, but I've not seen you, and all of a sudden you're up here. You're like mid-range cadet level. How are we? How's practice gone for you?
All right. Just been trying to get my times up, and yeah.
So time-wise, where are we looking compared to the last round, and what's the sort of hopes for quali?
Times are like around 49.234.
So that's going to put you at the sharp end, you think?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Ollie, all the very best. See, that's what happens when you move up from Bambino to cadets. In Bambino, they spend an hour just working on the kart. At cadet, they just put some fuel in it and stick it back on the trolley, and an hour later it gets another outing. We'll just turn over here. We'll try not to get run over by Scott Tate. Nathan Jensen, up we get.
Hello.
Which part of this kart was actually with us at the last round? Because every time I've been on Facebook, we've had a new part bolted to it.
Maybe
Seat and driver.
That's about it. About it, really.
So, what changes have we made then in terms of new bits set up, and how has that sort of translated to lap times out there in practice?
Well, the Evo is quite a big difference to the pre-Evo. I mean, it's very different in the low end because it just is better, obviously. So yeah, it's faster.
And how are you finding that additional speed?
Better. Like, I could keep up with the minis this time, and I was struggling. So.
Fantastic. So are you looking generally like, are you still fairly new to the game and just keep looking to keep progressing or keep every single time we're out?
Yeah, I'm still learning. I'm still getting used to it a bit. So.
Is the mechanic still learning as well?
Yes.
Wonderful, guys. Thank you very much. All the very, very best for practice. We'll let them Pro Karts go over there. We'll have a quick land here. We'll have a quick chat with Jonathan Allen. You caught me on a bad hair day as well, Jonathan. Thought you'd retired.
Retired from what?
Yeah, well, you missed a few rounds, then just reappeared, and I thought I'd seen it was for sale, and then all of a sudden it weren't for sale, and it was going round. So the assumption was you retired.
I don't think I could have parted ways with it, to be honest. I'm enjoying it too much, and Rotax is too expensive anyway. So got 2 new engines, and I'm happy with it. I'm enjoying it.
So we've gone from qualifying last year to a mixed grid format this year. How are you finding that from a driver's perspective?
Well, it's challenging, obviously. However, it's a bit harder when you're getting overtaken by all the people and you're going from second on the grid all the way back to 30th. But nah, I think it's got its benefits. Like, I get to race against the pros who are absolutely rapid, but I get to learn off them as well.
You're not going back to 30th, like 29th maybe, but
pushing 28th.
Jonathan, thank you very much. All the very best for race day. Just right there. Is your driver in the back of the van, or has he disappeared? He's disappeared. Well, he can reappear. Seb, I will climb in and sit in the driver's seat if necessary. Absolutely not a problem. How are we? We've moved up from Minimax into the from Micromax into Minis, and you turned up for one winter round and grabbed yourself a podium. We can pedal, can't we?
Yes, we can.
There we go. Look, I've given you a chance there to basically just go, yes, I am very, very good, and you are very, very good. How are we finding that step up to Mini?
Well, it was very difficult at the start of just going into Mini, but as soon as I felt the grip of things, I started to realise I could go for different riding setups.
So, big grid of Minis this weekend. I think 16 or 15, 16 in that sort of region. Qualifying in around about an hour. Are we looking to at least go top half, maybe top 5?
Possibly. We've just put on some Comets for the first time, and I've found them very grippy, and I've set my my fastest time today last session.
Wonderful. Well, I'm not sure if that was your dinner and I've interrupted it, but feel free to finish them off while I make my way back round. Your driver. Wonderful. Well, we'll walk back this way because the driver's going up for practice anyway. So, Summer, turn round. You can walk. We'll walk and talk. Just wave, say hello to the camera. There we go. We're not shy, are we? I'll let the camera guy in front. Now you don't have a choice to be shy now. We get full cameras now. How are you?
Good.
Good. How are we finding the Honda? Because I know that in the past we've been out in Micromax before. How do we find that compared to the Honda?
I don't know.
No. Is it different sort of power range? Do you have to drive the Honda differently to the Micro? Or is it a case of just getting in it and driving as quick as we can?
Driving it differently.
Wonderful. Well, I think Bambinos are out and Hondas are next, so I'm going to let you go because you needed to get your helmet on and everything else. So I'll let you go. We'll let the other one through as well. And that pretty much is going to bring an end to our paddock walk because we've cleared about 20 minutes and there's some racing to watch, so we'll get back to that.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Welcome back to Teesside Autodrome for round 2 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. We've had a 20-minute lunch break, and during that lunch break, Tom, it started to drizzle ever so slightly just before the final start.
Indeed. What's Snoop Dogg's favourite kind of rain?
Is it drizzle?
It is. Drizzle. I've got to get a gag in there at some point during the day, haven't we? So there's your first one, folks. Snoop Dogg rain has been happening here at Teesside.
We've got deep into the day without you whipping the puns out. It's refreshing.
Yes, indeed.
Like the drizzle.
Like the drizzle. We did have hoods and umbrellas going up, but it seems like that's all ended now, and everybody's back to their normal headwear of.
Yeah. We'll run through the grid quickly because it's on the screen, and then we'll go back to more rain chat. But Chloe McGill starts on pole then with a maximum points haul. Tommy Clark will start in second place with Buddy Hugo and Harry Hardcastle on the second row. Jake Gibbon and Grayson Crawford on row 3. Sebastian McCarthy starts 7th with Freddie Blackshaw alongside. Teddy Hardcastle and James Pybus complete the top 10. So the meeting has now been called open, Tom, which means that we will be, drivers can put wets on if necessary. The rain, having looked at some of the more reputable weather outlets, suggests that it's going to continue for 2 or 3 more minutes and then subside for the rest of the day. So it may well be that we don't have, although we have got a couple of spinners on the outlap, and that suggests that the track conditions are slippier than what they were, although Junior Pro's out next, and if it is stopped raining by then, expect them to dry it out and go with a full dry line.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, it's going to be slicks everywhere unless the rain really comes down noticeably in the next, during the Bambino's heat, which it doesn't seem to be. It all looks very dry out there at the moment, certainly and it's warm enough as well. We did have a few spots. It was spitting for a little while, about 5 or 6 minutes, and it almost instantly dried up. It was drying up as fast as it was landing, really. Yeah, I think it's going to take quite a big downpour for anybody to even consider wet tyres. Of course, it might happen during the race when they're all on slicks anyway.
They don't get a choice then, do they?
No, exactly.
It's not like we're going to hear the box for wets.
No, you can't. You can't. Can't pit for wets here, unfortunately.
To be fair, given how long it takes to change them, the race would be finished, wouldn't it?
Yes. Yeah. It's although some of the ones in the British 24 Hour, we do need to do a filming piece for that. I think for the British 24 Hour of how quickly a change of not just tyres but also other things happen. Engine changes and things like that. They're literally seconds. And I mean, under 20 seconds for a full engine change.
Yeah, I mean, who'd have thought? I've seen them before where I think it's around about 20 seconds for the tyres, isn't it? And it's about a minute tops from lifting the cart up off the floor to putting the engine on for it to be back on the ground. And that involves taking the chain guard off the engine, off the chain, putting the new one back on, bearing in mind that certainly on the Hondas, there's 2 engine mounts underneath that need undoing as well, and basically involves just one person laying on the ground waiting for the cart, and they are straight on it as soon as that cart is up and into the air. Final Bambino, though, of James Pybus rolls into position. We're going to have another 8-minute plus 1 lap Bambino race here at Teesside Autodrome. High five there from Sebastian McCarthy in the 56 to his helper as everybody now makes their way off. Once again, Tom, the 28 of Tommy Clark placed in the direction of the first chicane, but Buddy Hugo in third is going to have a tighter run. Green is down, and once again, Hugo is going to drop in. Hardcastle makes a good start, but then has to go into 4th place. So looks like it's as you were, with the exception of Buddy Hugo off 3rd place, jumping Tommy Clark once again for 2nd off the line.
We've seen this every heat so far, haven't we? With Buddy Hugo getting in front
gets away well, but also does have I wouldn't say a slightly shorter run, but doesn't have to come all the way across. And by the time that Tommy Clark is there, Buddy Hugo's in the position that Clark wants to be.
And Buddy Hugo, as we've said before, getting that lightning start, he's right on the back of Chloe McGill.
Yeah, in the past, McGill has been 10 kart lengths away as they come to the chicanes, hadn't she, in the previous 3 heats. So Buddy Hugo sticking with in the opening lap here at Teesside Autodrome. We are once again going to 8+1, so no extra minutes. It's the only class that doesn't get an extra minute or laps for their racers in the final. At Teesside, yes.
Yeah. As David said, everybody, if it's a timed race, they'll get 2 extra minutes. If it's a lap race, they'll get 2 extra laps.
Yeah, looks like we've had issues on the first lap for James Pybus, Tom. He's coming over the line around about now. So, and that lap time is a 1:16, which is well over 10 seconds off what he normally can do, James Pybus. So he has dropped off the back of the field. A tough opening lap for the driver of number 5. But happy birthday to him nonetheless.
Absolutely, yes. So Buddy Hugo actually set the fastest lap of the race. I know it was only the first lap, but was over a second quicker than Chloe McGill on that opening lap. And is, to be honest, keeping Chloe McGill quite honest. And Tommy Clark is right there as well. As we look at Gibbon and Hardcastle here, and this has been one that's gone through the day.
The one thing for me, Tom, and this is the main thing we're talking about these Coma C50 engines is, even though looking at it on screen, there is no real visible difference in track conditions and temperature and stuff like that. It's rained recently, and that's going to make the air a little denser, which means the engines don't work quite so well, and the jetting is massive. So once that engine now has come up to speed, McGill is starting to move away, but nowhere near as quick as she has done in the first 3 races. And her lap times, even though it's only the second one, are around half a second down on what she's been doing
more.
All
she
day.
was doing 58s earlier in the day. That's a 1:04 for her that she's just done. So, you know, best part of 2 seconds off what she's been running throughout the day. Just because this air is now, as you said, David, a lot thicker. It's actually like driving through soup for these engines.
Yeah, Buddy Hugo goes wide round hairpin 3. Will Tommy Clark get a better run out of there? But he's 2-3 kart lengths back. So Buddy Hugo, who hasn't had the pace really to stay with Tommy Clark in the races so far today. Once Clark has got through, he's managed to move away, but now Buddy Hugo is keeping the 28 of Tommy Clark behind. There you see in the background there the grey clouds that have passed over. I think the track now, Tom, is I can't see us getting much more rain. It did say that it was going to subside in the next 5 minutes, and it looks like it has done. And there wasn't really that much, but there was enough actually to catch out a number of our Bambinos on the out lap for the first time. You know, they went out when it was a little bit slippier, and we had 1 or 2 spins on the out lap. So was greasy out there, but not visibly wet to the eye.
And Buddy Hugo holding the inside line and making Tommy Clark go the very, very long way down. Good speed from Clark. As we've said before, the top end of that car is of the engine on that car is very, very good. Buddy Hugo's definitely got the bottom end, and certainly when it's cooler, when the engine is cooler, when it's not running up at full temperature, he's definitely got the speed. You know, almost on Chloe McGill, who's now moving away at the front to the tune of 3 seconds. Whoa, that was Tommy Clark with a robust move on Buddy Hugo.
That's that top end you were talking
exactly.
about, though, Tom, because that's been spooling up from hairpin 4. He's got alongside into the D chicane.
And it was just enough. You can see how black the clouds are there as well in the distance.
Yeah, if that D chicane was 10 metres further forward, he wouldn't have had that, would he? But he's used the top end, and let's see now whether he can move away, although he's slow round 2, and Hugo is alongside, although now expect that top end, that 28, to move in front of Buddy Hugo.
There it is, perfectly demonstrated by Tommy Clark there. As look at the gap, you know, Buddy Hugo was not just wheel to wheel, but right alongside Tommy Clark as they came onto the straight, and then he's got 2 kart lengths by the end of it.
Yeah, and let's see now whether getting the top end on here, whether he can move away. Although Buddy Hugo has got alongside and squeezed by Tommy Clark. Clark focusing 100% forwards there, taking his normal line. Buddy Hugo then squeezed onto the grass and has dropped around about a second now off the back of Tommy Clark.
Yeah, nothing malicious involved there at all from Tommy Clark. He probably didn't even know that Buddy Hugo was there.
No, I imagine he still doesn't know what's happened or anything there. I imagine he'll watch that one back later on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and that'll be the first he knows that Buddy Hugo had dropped a wheel off the track there onto the grass. So Hardcastle then still in 4th place, but now in this one, rather than the lonely battle that he had earlier on where he just went round and round and round and brought it home comfortably in 4th, now he's got Jake Gibbon on the back of him in what's been Gibbon's best showing so far today. He's struggled throughout the day getting away off the line, really. The opening lap for Jake Gibbon hasn't been a good one for him. Now this is the first time, really, he's been able to battle towards the top 4, and he's going to try and throw one down the inside of Hardcastle as Tommy Clark puts in a personal best of 1 minute 0.439. McGill has dropped now, Tom, into the high 59s, where she has been for most of the day. So it seems like the engine's working better as they go deeper into this race for Chloe McGill.
Yeah, definitely. She picked up the pace quite considerably, but then has dropped back off again. So she dropped into the 59s, and then only just though, and has now just set a 1 minute flat. But Tommy Clark is only 0.4 of a second off that. So not being dropped anything like what we saw throughout the day.
Here, Tom, round 2 with Gibbon taking a much wider one on Hardcastle, but once again electing to go round the outside where Hardcastle hasn't defended to the inside. And Jake Gibbon may need to mix this one up here, unless Tommy can go all the way round the outside of South Bank, and he does. A good move there on Harry Hardcastle, sees Jake Gibbon get through and up into 4th place. Thought he was going to have to try something different there, because he has tried to go round the outside twice. That hasn't quite worked out for him, but he has now moved up into 4th place as Hardcastle drops down into 5th. Behind them, Grayson Crawford, another driver, as with Harry Hardcastle, Freddie Blackshaw and Teddy Hardcastle making their first Teesside appearance, and for all of them, I believe, their first competitive Bambino outing. The time at the top, Tom, has almost elapsed down to
so we will
0.
get a last lap board this time round as well, and in fact the marshal already has it out.
He's got to use 2 hands though now, Tom, because it's cracked down the middle, remember?
Absolutely, and there goes Chloe McGill taking, in front of the commentary box, taking the last lap board as we look at Gibbon and Hardcastle, who are still only just coming through South Bank. So that shows the pace difference essentially between the front 3 and then Gibbon all the way down to Teddy Hardcastle. There's only 12 seconds separating 4th to 9th, but 25 seconds separating 1st to 4th.
Clark has managed to move away from Hugo. Tom obviously gained that second, didn't he, as he came over with Buddy Hugo going onto the grass, but then has moved away steadily since. Gibbon and Hardcastle put in personal best. They flash up in blue in 4th and 5th, respectively. Chloe McGill, though, your race leader, round hairpin 3, and now round hairpin 4. The 100% record will go to round number 3. 8 races so far this season here at Teesside Autodrome for Chloe McGill, and it's another clean sweep for the Scottish superstar. Takes the checkered flag, victory, another maximum points haul, and the championship lead cemented even further. Tommy Clark steps on a Teesside podium for the first time in 2nd place, and he'll share it with his cousin, Buddy Hugo, in 3rd place as well. So that's your top 3, McGill, Clark and Hugo. We await then the battle for 4th place between Jake Gibbon and Harry Hardcastle. Gibbon's bouncing in that kart to get the drive out the corner. Through Gibbon will come then for 4th place. Hardcastle will get 5th. Grayson Crawford, a good showing for him in his first ever race. He gets 6th place with Blackshaw and McCarthy still battling it out all the way to the line. They're going to cross now with Blackshaw grabbing 7th. McCarthy will get 8th. Teddy Hardcastle comes through in 9th with James Pybus in 10th place. Pybus, though, had that really slow opening lap, Tom, and for me, if it wasn't for that, he may well have finished on the lead lap with the rest of them as well. So
correct,
good showings from all of our Bambino runners, Tom, and I hope they take that confidence in their performances and their continued improvement into round 3 in a month's time.
I'll need to check back properly, but I think James Pybus has just been lapping quicker and quicker and quicker all day as well. So like you say, with the exception of that first lap...
he's lost nearly 20 seconds, you see, on that first lap. And,
yeah.
He's not, if you get rid of that, I think he's finishing that race on the lead lap, which will be a massive jump forward for James Pybus, and hopefully he takes something away from round number 2 into round 3, which will be over the weekend of the 25th and 26th of June. And if you are watching at home and you've got one of these karts all the way from Bambino up to seniors and you fancy coming racing, have a quick look for Teesside owner drivers on Facebook. Join the group and get yourself involved. We're very, very active on that with highlights from our fantastic race series here, driver interviews as well, all the way through each month before each round. Next up, though, it will be our final for Junior Pro Kart. On pole position, then, will be Christian Oblang with Sebastian Pereira alongside Max Shields and Amy Frame on the second row, with Harvey Still and Sophie Pawsey on the third row. Joe Arnold and Harry Brown start on row 4. So in that one there, Amy Frame and Harvey Still, they have the same amount of points, but Amy Frame finished the first heat of the day higher up because Harvey Still retired, and that's why Amy Frame is in 4th place and Harvey Still is in 5th. So that's how we sort out the tiebreaker between the two of them. So Christian Oblang and Seb Pereira on the front row. Pereira, who won heat number 3, so going into this one with bags full of confidence for the driver of the O plate, the Anglo-Portuguese driver. He starts on the outside of the front row, but obviously, Tom, we've seen, certainly with Bambino and in other classes as well, Senior Pro Kart most recently, before that, that 3rd place berth is just as good, if not fractionally better than 2nd place because of the run into that D chicane. Certainly when we are using the chicane rather than that run down to the national loop.
Yes, yes, indeed. We have. I've just put a comment on the YouTube chat to try and get some more comments coming in. So please do keep them coming in. As soon as we can read them out, we will. Those clouds over there, David, to our right, which you can just see on the right-hand side, top right-hand side of your screen from the feed, are looking very menacing.
What I would say,
indeed.
They don't look overly dark, but they look dense.
Very dense and very dark as well. Green flag is up, green flag is down. Good start from Oblag. Pereira not with the best of starts as Shields move through into second place.
Oh, this contact, Tom, sorry, between Amy Frame and Harvey Still. They were side by side. There was no real malice in that. It was side pod to side pod, but Harvey Still hasn't dropped too many places. In fact, he's dropped 1 behind Frame, almost lost 1 to Pawsey, but then was robust in defending through the chicane there, but it looked like Harvey Still was going off and onto the grass as Pawsey takes a wide line, as does Harry Brown in the background. Pawsey may well lose a position to Joe Arnold.
Yes, as Arnold moves up the inside into South Bank and does indeed complete the pass. But yeah, Frame and Still, and you could actually see Still giving the kart a wiggle as he braked into hairpin 1 to see whether, all 4 wheels were still attached, bearing in mind what happened earlier in the race, earlier in the day.
Potentially even just checking for a bent track rod or anything like that, Tom, which is the bit that fastens the steering column to the wheel, in essence, because there's a stub axle in between, but the track rod is the bit that does the hard work there.
And very easy to bend in these karts as well.
Yeah, they're around about 10 mil in diameter, so all the way across there. So they're not a huge amount of metal, and obviously they are. That's the bit that you really want to bend, because that's the bit that's worth about £8 rather than the stub axle, which is about £80.
Yes.
Top 3 then, Tom, nose to tail. Amy Frame hasn't been dropped from this leading trio either, and Harvey's still on the back, so it's a quintet over the line then, with Oblang, Shields, Pereira, Frame and Still. Only 1.1 seconds between them.
Max Shields using his old helmet as well. I've just clocked. that the old helmet?
It is the old helmet.
That is the old helmet. Yeah, the Iron Man one.
Yeah. Yeah, he's half Iron Man, half Hamilton. Gold effort. Not with him. No, first time I've clocked it. I don't know what it...
I don't think he's been wearing that all day, though. I think he's just got it on for the final.
Maybe he just wants...
Maybe he's got different visors or something like that, expecting rain. I'm not sure.
That could be a thing, Tom, couldn't it? But I'm sure he's had it on all day. We'll check back later on in the stream. Oh, I thought Pereira was putting one down the inside there. Amy Frame considered it as well, and she went very tight round 4. And that's allowed Harvey Still to get right up on the back of Amy Frame in the 14.
Some comments coming in as well. So we've got support from Caleb, Lawson, Donachie, who said, good luck, Sophie. And Lee Manfredi said, come on, Harry Brown, we are cheering you on at home, love Mum and Lee. So I'm sure when you're watching this back, at least you've got the, you can see the support coming in for you and hear it now on the stream.
Harvey Still tries to get down the inside of Amy Frame and turns around on the exit of hairpin number 2. Harvey's still there with contact with Frame halfway down the inside. The 14 facing the wrong way in a cloud of dust.
Yeah, and we're going to have a replay of it here. So very, very late move up the inside of hairpin 2. And yeah, just
straightened the wheel up there, didn't he, Tom, on that one? It's not going to work. The 48 is under investigation, I can confirm, for that incident, which likely means that that one's going to be reviewed not only by our race director, but down in race control as well. It has allowed Joe Arnold up into 5th place, with Pawsey in 6th. Harry Brown right on the back of those as well, between Arnold, Pawsey and Brown. Nose to tail between them. 4 tenths in the battle for 5th place, with Frame then now 2.5 seconds back in 8th place, having recovered the car in the right direction.
Yeah, a big shame for Amy Frame as well, because she was running really high up there for where she's been throughout the day.
Yeah, that would have been her best position in the final.
I'm just looking
4th place.
Just looking at...
I know what you're looking at out the window.
Right. Do you want to describe what I've just seen?
I've seen like a 6'4" Adam Nichols take like a small hop, but pretty much land right on top of the barrier. And what I can only describe is a lot of frustration, and that's because he's trying to get Sebastian Pereira to get his head down.
He's mouthing at the commentary box what is written on Sebastian Pereira's lap timer as well in big letters.
Which is along the lines of drive quick.
Yeah, overtake. Do some overtaking. So he's willing him on as they come across the line with 4 laps to go. It is going to be old blank from Shields, from Pereira.
2 tenths between that trio. Exactly 2 tenths between them as well, with Shields in an Oblang Pereira sandwich.
Shields applying, Pereira applying the pressure now that he's to Shields that he's feeling from the team boss as well. So we will we'll keep an eye on this front 3. Oblang doing his best to get down behind the wheel and get a little bit of extra speed as much as he can.
Yeah, Shields a little bit tighter into 3 there, defensive. Aware, obviously, that he has to attack and defend. It's the hardest thing to do in karting, Tom, when you're in the middle. Do you attack, do you defend? Because you know if you attack, you may well lose a place. But if you don't attack, you may well lose a place.
Attack. Always attack, because then, yeah, Harvey's still pumping in the fastest lap of the race as they came across the line with 3 laps to go. But, yeah, always attack, because even if you get overtaken, you can always just attack back again. If you defend, you're just going to let the driver in front of you get away.
Good battles all the way through. What I have seen, Tom, is Harry Brown has dropped right off the back of the battle with Arnold, Pawsey and involves Frame. So I don't know whether he's had an incident, because he's dropped 8 seconds from that one. So we haven't caught anything on camera, because we've been focusing on this battle for the lead. The top 3 split by 1/4 of a second still, with Harvey still behind, but not going to be able to close in that gap of 3 seconds almost to the leader as they come over, as Max Shields puts in the fastest lap of the race with Sebastian Pereira's personal best. This is the battle that I was talking about, which had Harry Brown in it, and Harry Brown is now back there, as you can see him coming over the line, unfortunately. So still sets a personal best on his own, though, a 47.055. Is still within 8 tenths, Tom, of the pace at the front. So good pace from Brown, but unfortunately has dropped away from this one, and I don't think it was down to himself at all, or if he has, he's had a bit of a spin. Arnold going left and right. Pawsey's going to try and run round the outside. Amy Frame might try to get into that gap. Here is now Sophie Pawsey, cuts to the inside. We'll catch whether she got that move done. I don't think she did, but the last lap board is out here at Teesside Autodrome for Christian Oblang, leading the way from Max Shields. And Tom, I don't think Oblang's had a final victory here at Teesside. I know he's won heats, but I'm not sure he's won a final yet. Into the final lap they go, and Shields has half a look. Down the inside of hairpin 1. Loses half a kart length, though, on exit. Not sure he's going to be able to get the run then out of 2 onto the back straight. He's got 2 kart lengths back to Christian Oblang. This is going to be a turn 4 move, and it looks like he's having to defend from Sebastian Pereira. This could well be your podium if they all get round the final complex
Shields got
of corners.
crossed up here, so Pereira's got a good run into 4, and does it, sends it up the inside. Shields with the cutback. Who's going to get the best drive out of the corner?
Oblang's already celebrating, though, Tom. Victory for Christian Oblang, and second place for Sebastian Pereira on that move on the final corner, with Max Shields completing the podium.
Yes, indeed. And if he hadn't made that move, there was going to be I think a thick ear coming from the team boss as well. So well done to Sebastian Pereira. Congratulations to Christian Oblang as well. And what were you pointing out there, David?
Amy Frame, Tom, back up to 5th place.
Yes, recovered very well.
Yeah, to get past Joe Arnold, Sophie Pawsey and Harry Brown.
Sorry, the muff just fell off my mic.
Don't want that.
But yes, indeed, fantastic recovery drive from Amy Frame to take 5th. Congratulations to Christian Oblang.
First final victory as well here at Teesside Autodrome. Tom, and he's drove superbly all day to take that victory. So he's coming in off the circuit with Pereira. Shields has slowed right down on the last lap. I imagine there's a bit of frustration going on there inside that helmet, with that second place becoming 3rd on the final corner of the race.
And so far, no penalties or warnings or anything like that through the final as well. So
we had that investigation for Harvey still. We'll keep an eye out as to whether anything's applied there. So the final results don't always get posted quite as quickly as the heat ones, because they've obviously got to calculate the overall points as well. So we'll keep an eye out there as to the finals, as to whether anything gets applied. We've not got any results through from our Bambinos yet, but they do take a while to scrutineer. So we'll move on as the top 3 go over the wave bridge, because in the background already is Cadet Pro.
So pole position for your Cadet Pro final taken by Thomas Potter, with all 3 heats won so far today, continuing his unbeaten run so far this season. Ben Robinson goes off P2. Joshua Sullivan with 3 third places goes off P3, the front of row 2. Then it's Amy Peacock in 4th. Larry Price heads row 3, and Jack Collinson behind in 6th. Row 4 is headed by Oliver Sibold and JJ Plowman. Then Harris Ali and Isabella Stansmore Wilson complete row 5 and the top 10. Row 6 is William Howard, and then it's Max Gilman in 12th. Row 7 has Stanley Clark and Sam Hayes. Row 8 is Holly Swan and Edward Rye, and the 9th row is completed for your grid by Alex Lynn. So we've had 1, 2, 3 in all the heats so far for the 1, 2, 3 on your grid, which has been Thomas Potter, Ben Robinson and Joshua Sullivan.
We have, but an extra 2 laps, Tom, in the final. We go up to 10 from the 8-lap heat. So plenty more opportunities for overtake, plenty more opportunities for those drivers coming through. We've obviously got drivers that have had problems earlier on with Harris, Ali, Isabella Stansmore, Wilson. They've all had either spins, incidents or penalties applied to them. So that's why they're going off their uncharacteristic bursts. They're down there in 9th and 10th respectively. Behind them, Max Gilman, he's been involved in one as well. Unfortunately, Sam Hayes is out of position in my opinion. He's down there because he had that retirement in the tyres earlier on in one of the heats. We're about to go racing then in Cadet Pro. Start line marshal has the green flag in hand and the OK from race control. We're away and racing. It was a very quick start there by the 13 of Joshua Sullivan, and he's got a cross in front of Thomas Potter.
I think he got caught out, Joshua Sullivan, because Thomas Potter went early and then stopped. And that's why Potter's now down in third.
I think that will be looked at, Tom, but leading the way, though, is Ben Robinson. Sullivan's got alongside, and he is the 13 of Sullivan is under investigation. He did go very quickly. As you say, I think Potter sort of like crept and stopped, and then he went with him rather than with the flag. Potter's now got to run down the back straight into the South Bank corner and will move back into second place. So the top three were the top three off the line, but now with Robinson leading the way from Potter. And I think that's what sort of bought Potter as well, Tom, is he went, stopped, and then Robinson went when he needed to, and he was leading comfortably by the time they got to that first corner.
Robinson was the only one out of the top three to get a genuinely proper start, in the sense that, you know, Potter went and stopped. We're not sure what's happening with Sullivan, but Robinson just watched the flag and went when he needed to, and now leads the race.
That's being looked at, though, so we've got confirmation of that over the overhead gantry right in front of our commentary box. The top 10 then: Robinson, Potter, Sullivan, Peacock, Price, Collinson, Sibbald, Ali, Stansmore, Wilson and Plowman, in front of Howard, Hayes, Gilman, Clark, Swan, Lynn and Rye.
That's it. So it's still the front three, and there is Potter taking that wide entry again. He does leave the door open there and leaves himself open to attack in hairpin 4, but it gets him good drive.
Got the speed though, hasn't he? And he's just looking forward. That's the thing. He's looking forward at the at Ben Robinson. What I will say in this one, Tom, is no matter what happens with that start, the leading duo haven't managed to break away quite as much as they have in the three heats.
No, and it was a very tight entry there for Thomas Potter as well into hairpin 1. So he's trying to make this work everywhere, but he's in danger of a bit of over-exuberance here.
Robinson defending there, Tom, very, very early in this race actually, but maybe feels he needs to, having raced with Thomas Potter throughout the day. He's obviously the most experienced person out there in racing Thomas Potter. Amy Peacock goes down the inside of Joshua Sullivan. She's going to have track position as well on exit and moves through into third place.
And that's exactly what the front two needed. Look at that gap immediately open up half a second.
From a tenth, yeah, out to, so that's 4 tenths in just one overtake, and that is now the leading two broken away.
And that's what they needed. So Potter looks behind and then immediately sends it up the inside, sees the gap open up and thinks, right, now it's time to check out. But Robinson, with the cutback, takes the position back straight away. And despite that's not allowed Amy Peacock with Sullivan and Price in tow to close the gap any further.
Harris Alley and William Robinson battling there, and I'm not sure where Isabella Stansmore-Wilson's gone in that. I think she's still there, but she's got
timing.
Yeah, I think she's got in front of them. That's why she was with them and splitting them before, and I think she's got in front of them and Oliver Sibbald as well. She's going to jump 2 places up into 7th place on that lap. So big moves from Stansmore-Wilson.
Yeah, Potter looking pretty impatient here to get past Robinson, I've got to say. As we said a little earlier, there he goes up the inside.
Robinson left the door and the windows open there, didn't he?
Yeah, it was almost after you, Claude, as he came through.
Stanley Clark's dropped a couple of places, Tom, on that lap and dropped 3 seconds off the back. So looks like he's had a bit of a spin.
Fastest lap of the race so far going to JJ Plowman in 12th place with a 48.5, so quicker than the 2 leaders.
Collinson there almost tries to get down the inside of Larry Price. But and now Stansmore-Wilson has got alongside Collinson, although she is going to have to go right the way round the outside.
So Potter completing that move as we saw earlier in the lap. And he's going to try and move away from Ben Robinson. Was looking pretty, as I said, pretty agitated, pretty flustered. But Thomas Potter's normally very cool, calm and collected, and we've seen a different side of him here today, I think.
Yeah, this is the first time this season, really. You know, last year he did have a lot of pressure, you know, when he worked throughout the race. He was having a lot of races with Jared Fox-Whiteley, last year's cadet champion, and a few others as well. Tom Holden, when he was here, Stansmore-Wilson was running well towards the front throughout all of last year as well.
But he never looked flustered. His body language has always been very just you know, almost Sunday drive-esque.
Yeah, this is the first time for me, Tom, this year, maybe for the last 6 months, in fact, that he's really felt under pressure here at Teesside Autodrome.
But he's looked it as well. You know, Robinson's done a fantastic job of putting him in that position and not allowing him to, you know, any breathing room at the front. But as I say, when you look at the body language of the driver, he's constantly looking behind him. He's constantly, you know, hustling that car everywhere he can. It's not the usual Thomas Potter that we've become accustomed to.
No, but they are still moving away ever so slightly, Tom, just not as much as they were, as Sullivan goes wide on entry to South Bank. Larry Price won't think twice about putting that move in there. We've seen him make it a few times already today. And Tom, really been impressed with Price, actually, as Sullivan this time goes down the inside of Amy Peacock. That may well balk his exit, but Price, Tom, who didn't qualify at the start of the day, tries to get alongside Sullivan. Sullivan closes the door, and Stansmore Wilson comes all the way round the outside.
Yeah, there was an arm in the air there from Price as well, so I'm not sure whether there was any contact between, well, it was either him and Sullivan or him and Stansmore Wilson.
Yep, all of them still nose to tail, but been really impressed with Price, Tom. He didn't qualify yesterday and had to start the day from the back of the pack and has started to move through as Sullivan moves to the inside. Stansmore Wilson stays with in the slipstream. Price goes with them as well with 2.5 laps remaining. Stansmore Wilson I thought she was coming down the inside there, Tom. Thought it was going to be tight there into hairpin number 3.
Yeah, it looked like she was going to make the move, but couldn't quite get it done, and that's going to allow Amy Peacock to move away and cement her podium place, unless these guys and girls can work together to close that slight gap. It's only a kart length, but it's the biggest breathing room Amy Peacock's had in third place today. In fact, probably anybody's had in third place today.
Yeah, you're quite right, Tom. 1.5 laps remaining then as Sullivan and Stansmore Wilson argue over tarmac, and I think she's managed to get a run here on the inside of Joshua Sullivan. He's going to squeeze her tight to the inside and actually comes across into position. Stansmore Wilson slots back in behind the 13. The train, though, Tom, is once again going deep into the top 10. That's Gilman. And then you go all the way back to Sam Hayes now in 13th place behind Amy Peacock. The top 2 have managed to go as the final lap board here is out at Teesside Autodrome.
Yeah, as we head into the last lap, Ben Robinson with his personal best lap of the race, using it when he absolutely needs to. He's got one more lap to set a best lap of the race, and he's going to need to get past Thomas Potter, really putting him under pressure now. You can see Potter looking behind him between the 2 hairpins.
Half a lap for Ben Robinson to do something about Thomas Potter and Thomas Potter's 100% record here at Teesside Autodrome. And Potter leads round hairpin 3 for the final time. Tight into hairpin 4. I think, Tom, he's going to survive that 100% record. He's been under pressure all day, but Thomas Potter holds on from Ben Robinson. They're side by side over the line. They're 3 wide in the background here. And it's Peacock, Stansmore Wilson, Larry Price gets 5th place, Sullivan in 6th, Collinson, Alley, Howard and Gilman. The top 10 from Plowman, Hayes, Swan, Sibbald. Clark gets past Sibbald on the last lap. I'm not sure where Sibbald went. In fact, I think he's spun on coming through the dogleg section. He's dropped all the way down to the back of the pack. Half a tenth, Tom, between the 2 leaders.
Yeah, very close again here in Honda Cadet, as we come to expect, but not so much with right at the very, very front of the race. Certainly not from what we saw in the first round of the season anyway. But yeah, another fantastic Honda Cadet heat. So congratulations to Thomas Potter and Ben Robinson as well with his first round here with us and getting a very worthy 2nd place.
So your top 3 then will be Potter, Robinson and Peacock, with Stansmore, Wilson and Price completing the top 5. Everybody's off the track nice and cleanly. Looks like Oliver Sibbald came straight into the pits. So it's time for us to go racing once again in a few moments' time with Honda Cadet Club. Charlie Eyeball and his maximum points haul go straight into pole position with Sebastian Benson alongside. Josh Huschke and Drew Davidson on the second row, Ollie Carter and Summer Wood on row 3. Riley Buckton-Young and Mason Webster row 4, Samuel Yeadon and Riley Sims-Ezard complete the top 10. Jake Walker and Alfie McBain share row 6 with Thomas Harper and Layla Berryman on row 7. Joey Swan starts 15th with Jamie Boulding alongside Alfie Watson and Morgan Cooney are on row number 9. Your runners in Cadet Club completed then by the 96 of James Winstanley for your 19 runners in this class. You're just getting a breath of fresh air then, Thomas.
Let's call it that, yes. More like giving you. Anyway.
Oh, thank you. What a treat.
Yes. Open the door, get a bit of fresh air in. Lovely. So Clubman Cadet has so far been headed all day by Charlie Eyeball. In fact, I'm not sure if he's ever not been in the lead so far today, if memory serves. I think he's led every lap.
No, I think Josh Huschke had maybe the opening lap, didn't he? Or at least over the line off pole position at the start. So
we've got support coming in on the YouTube chat comments for Jack Collinson from George Massey. Well done, Thomas, from Debbie Trevor. And Marilyn Tinkler says, go Josh Huschke. Number 55 in Honda Cadet Club race final. Can't believe you've only been racing 6 months. Well, yes, he's done very, very well as Josh. Joss. I keep saying Josh. I think it's the hush that throws me off.
Josh, that bit.
Josh. Yeah. It's a commentator's nightmare. But has done very well so far today. Obviously qualified very well. Has ever so slowly dropped a couple of places throughout the races, but still goes off P3 here. So fingers crossed for a quick start from Huschke.
We are all in position now. Our final few runners are in and ready to go. Green flag is in the air here at Teesside Autodrome. It's down. It's a good start from Sebastian Benson off the second place berth. And he drops straight across the front of Josh Huschke. And the top 5 at least are as they were. They're still side by side. Deeper into there as Mason Webster and Samuel Yeadon are side by side. Webster all the way round the outside though of Yeadon. And they all slot back in. Can they get round hairpin 1 cleanly? Hopefully they can, because we want to see all of these runners racing towards that checkered flag. Onto the back straight they go then for the first time. Eyeball leading the way from Benson, Huschke, Davidson, Carter and Buckton-Young, with Summer Wood and Mason Webster just a fraction behind.
Yes, Eyeball continuing his run at the front of this Cadet Club grid, and that was a bit of a tap of the helmet there from Jake Walker coming out of there. I'm not sure what that was about. Maybe just a comfort adjustment, maybe moving it up or down to get the best picture and comfort on the head and the ears.
Sebastian Benson, Tom, for me here in this one, off the second place berth in the final, hasn't really had a chance when he's come through and made his overtakes to be close enough to Charlie Eyeball in the heats to do anything about him. And now going off second place has the opportunity. And remember, Benson, we know he's got the pace. He was the maiden pole sitter in the Honda Cadet Club class here at round 1. Didn't quite have the race day that he wanted. He had a slow start in heat 1 and then had issues further into the day as well. But now, right towards the business end of the race meeting here at Teesside, he is within a shout, at the very least, of a podium and still there in the mix for the victory.
Yes, indeed. And fingers crossed to spice this one up a bit, because there is a group of 4 at the front, followed by a group of around about 6 that are sort of breaking away. And this is the second group, in fact. And that was Riley Buckton-Young, I think, has just been overtaken, potentially. Yes, indeed. So there was a change of, or a swapping of positions from Ollie Carter and Riley Buckton-Young. Ollie Carter still emerging at the front of that particular pack. And it's Summerwood and Mason Webster and Samuel Yeadon and Jake Walker behind.
Yeah, Buckton Young took the wider line there round the South Bank corner, stayed a kart length away from the inside. Didn't do him any harm though, he's straight back in behind Ollie Carter. And that battle for 5th place.
It's such a tricky corner to get right, that hairpin 3, and it doesn't really
entry,
come across on the
There's,
camera because South Bank is such an open radius corner. It's flat out in almost every class. With the exception of probably the senior Rotax, it's where they're going to have a bit of a lift. But the Pro Karts probably have a little bit of a lift as well, back end trying to come round. But here we go. So it's a nice open radius, but what happens is you still maintain that radius while you then tighten up.
You don't straighten, do you?
You don't straighten at all as you tighten up into hairpin 3. So it basically just for the latter half of the South Bank, it just gets tighter.
Turning and braking is not easy, is it, Tom, at all?
In anything really, but particularly in go-karts where you've got the short wheelbase and they don't like it, especially with the brakes only on the rear as well.
Yeah, Mason Webster goes slightly wide there in the background round the national loop as he struggles to keep that kart on the inside. Doesn't seem to lose him too much speed, but what it does do is drop him 1 or 2 kart lengths off the pack in front that he then can't use at hairpin 1 as an overtaking opportunity and then has to close it up here in the slipstream down the back straight towards hairpin 3. But does mean that one of the 2 main overtaking parts of the track, that dive down the inside into hairpin 1, there's just no chance for it because he's not close enough to the kart in front. It would need a very compliant other driver if you were to send one down the inside. Summerwood, though, down the inside of Riley Buckton Young, and Young just runs wide onto the rumble strip, and that's allowed Mason Webster to come through and almost Samuel Yeadon as well. There was no contact there between them, Tom. Wood came down the inside and Buckton Young just ran himself out onto the rumble strip.
Yeah, almost got frightened off the circuit. It was such a good move from Summerwood. Yeah, Buckton Young almost costing himself 3 places as well. But no, moving through, and we'll see whether Buckton Young can get back past Webster because Summerwood's got a bit of breathing space in front now.
Yeah, Jake Walker and Samuel Yeadon on the back of that, and Jake Walker, Tom's moved all the way throughout this race day. Started the day in around 16th and 17th and is now finds himself inside the top 10 for the first time and right on the back of this battle from 4th all the way down.
Well, I was just about to say, and that's perfect direction from our Adam, our director, because the front 3 have now really closed up. Sebastian Benson putting in the personal fastest lap of the race. Josh Hushka putting in a driver's personal best. These front 3 are now closing up, and Hushka has had the best opening 5 laps of a race so far today and doing it at the right time.
Nose to tail with 3.5 laps remaining here at Teesside Autodrome. This is the closest anybody's really been to Charlie Eibel at the business end of a race as he drove superbly throughout the day. Benson in the middle of the sandwich, had a quick look over his shoulder there at Josh Hushka, thought he was going to make a move down into South Bank. Holding on. Benson obviously missed out on the podium last time here, Tom, having really deserved it throughout the day's performances. He actually had to come through after a poor start and then didn't quite have the look that sometimes you need as a racing driver. Sometimes on race weekends you don't have the best day, but you get the look. Sometimes you have a terrible day and no look at all, and that was unfortunately what Benson had at round 1. But he's back here then at round 2 and is right in the mix for a podium with 2.5 laps remaining. In fact, Tom, all 3 of these not being on the podium here. None of them were on the podium here at Teesside last time in Cadet Club. So really going to be mixing things up, and this championship could be anybody's.
They've all taken a step up, haven't they, this particular round, and a big step forward, because the gap is now 4 seconds back to Drew Davidson, and probably even more than that over the line.
Yeah, I think so. Davidson, obviously, nobody to work with and nobody to tow onto. In fact, Tom, if you have a look at the timing, the pack behind are starting to close in actually here on Drew Davidson. It's only a 10th or so, but if they work together with 2 laps remaining, Davidson could get dragged into this battle, which has been from 5th back down to 9th place with Yeadon. He's managed to move away from Jake Walker, who's now a solitary figure in 10th place. But Drew Davidson could get dragged into this, Tom. One bit of snap oversteer, and he's in a battle that could see him well down towards the tail end of the top 10 here if he loses focus in the remaining lap and a half. I think, though, and rightly so, we'll stick with this battle for the lead, because this, Tom, is going to get very, very exciting very quickly as we enter the final lap of Honda Cadet Club here at Teesside Autodrome.
The biggest question here is what can Benson do? Has he got anything left in the bag for Charlie Eyeball? And then Hushka, I think, will probably save it for hairpin 3 or 4.
Yeah.
That would be the smart thing to do, not send it through here, because you want to be there to pick off any scraps if they do get into contact in 1 and 2.
The hardest thing here, Tom, is Benson is just going all out for the win. Hushka as well. The only nerves that are going to be in any helmet out there at Teesside Autodrome are going to be inside that one at the front of the pack for Charlie Eyeball. He's driven superbly throughout this day, holding a 100% record in Honda Cadet Club. Not once has he looked at the pack behind him. He's been focused on the checkered flag. And Charlie Eyeball takes victory here at Teesside in the final. And will go onto the top step of the podium with Benson and Hushka, the 2 drivers that have pushed him most throughout the day, on the podium with him. Ollie Carter pips Drew Davidson at the line. We thought he'd get dragged into that battle, and he did. With Summer Wood, Mason Webster, Riley Buckton-Young, Samuel Yeadon, and Jake Walker on debut here at Teesside gets into the top 10. Riley Sims-Ezard in 11th. Thomas Harper, his best finish in 12th place, with Alfie McBain, Jamie Balding, Alfie Watson, Layla Berryman, Joey Swan, Morgan Cooney, and James Winstanley. Your order in Honda Cadet Club. Through they come then, and they will go into pit lane. Charlie Eyeball takes victory, and I don't want it to be overshadowed, but in the celebrations, Tracy Mentier has fallen down a 12-foot bank.
And now doing a dance.
There is absolutely no way she's getting back. We might just have to leave her till next round. She's not getting back up there.
No. And I can't see her bending down and going under the commentary box now either.
Not at all.
Oh, hang on. There's an attempt going on here. Here we go. We're going to commentate on the climb up the bank. And there's absolutely no help from anybody else either. This is hilarious.
I thought we might be able to get a.
Oh, here we go. Look,
get a chain. It's behind this little bush here.
There it is. There we go.
We're going to create a chain of. We've got Lottie Fox Whiteley down the bank as well. We're going to try and help her back up.
This is a highlight of the week in the making, isn't it?
Yeah, there we go. Yay!
Yay! Well done, Trace.
And a bow as well. Well, that's the 4 strokes out of the way for a while, and it's time to go 2-stroke racing. It's time for the final in Junior Rotax. So it's going. I think it's going to be. It's going to be Lizzie Mentier and Finley Watson on the front row, but just in what order? It's Watson who takes it with 2 race wins and a 2nd place to Mentier's 1 win and 2 seconds. That's the front row, with Catherine Potter and Ollie Paul on row 2. Nathan Jensen starting in 5th place. So they're going to start the 2nd of their rolling up laps. So in around about 35-40 seconds time, we'll be watching them come out of hairpin 4 side by side and ready to get themselves going in this final. It has been a decent battle all day, Tom, between Watson and Mentier, both of them taking victories. Watson with 2 to Mentier's 1.
Yes, indeed. You took the words right out of my mouth, in fact, and it has been good. But when they've managed to get away out the front together, it's certainly been exciting. Comments coming in. Lots of support for Charlie Eyeball coming in. In fact, from Philadelphia, of all places. Now, is that Philadelphia, PA, or is that...
Or is it a guy called Phil?
Well, there's a Philadelphia in Somerset, I believe.
Oh, I think there's a Philadelphia area of Sheffield as well.
Is there?
Anyway, maybe that's his name.
It's got to come from somewhere.
Philadelphia.
I mean, how else would you get the cream cheese?
Well, of course. Shall we watch this race instead?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got a very, very slow rolling up lap coming on here.
If they could hear your puns, they'd drive quicker. just to get them out of the way.
Yeah, maybe. Right, here we go. Final for Junior Rotax.
We could push these, couldn't we, at this pace?
Goodness me, yeah, it's like walking
Finley
pace.
Watson is slowing them right up, but it's his prerogative. The power is down. Away he goes. Mentia slots straight into second place. Nathan Jensen's going to try and take advantage and run all the way around the outside. He was off the back by a couple of kart lengths and took full advantage. He was able to get the power down, and he is up into fourth place. Sweeping round the outside of Ollie Poole into the chicane section, and he is up into fourth with Poole down in fifth.
And what you said about Watson and the prerogative to control the pace as the pole sitter, that has worked perfectly for Finley Watson and has gapped Mentia straight away. Perfect timing on the acceleration zone as well. And Mentia got the right jump and pulled in front of Catherine Potter to hold second place, which was much needed from her race perspective. But yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, Watson, Mentia and Potter.
Yeah, superb there from Watson. And I was about to say, it looked like a little bit of gamesmanship, sort of going a lot slower than what he has done in previous ones when he's been off the front of the pack as well. But he's allowed to, because he's the pole sitter. He's earned the right to go off the front there and
set the pace.
And he does control the pace.
Absolutely.
And he doesn't have to get on the power until the acceleration zone. And we've seen earlier on that you don't want to be going too quickly, because when you take the rest of the pack by surprise, they're never going to let you have a 5-car advantage over the line, are they? They're going to roll that one round for a second time. They're likely to be side by side. Mentia, though, Tom, is closing in 2/10 on that previous lap and takes a little chunk out on entry into the D chicane, but you're always going to get that as one driver lifts before the other.
That was a chunk of time, not a chunk out of the curb or the cart. She did go launching over the D chicane as well, but yeah, managed to close in a little bit there and using the slipstream to full effect to reel back in Finley Watson. Catherine Potter over a second behind now.
The front two showing superb pace. To think, Tom, only 2 rounds ago, Mentia was in a Mini. You know,
a Mini Rotax.
A Mini Rotax, yeah. Adapted really, really well to the Junior. But still racing the Mini in other series as well. And that's not an easy thing to do, because obviously with the less power, the braking zones are different. Speaking of braking zones.
There she goes, using it to full effect. Up the inside of Finley Watson and moving through at hairpin 1.
Watson, though, is close enough to try and slide it back down the inside into South Bank, and that is why Mentia came across to stop that happening.
I've liked Mentia's driving today. I think she's done really, really well here today. I know, obviously, she's done very well in the past here, winning races and heats and finals and things like that in previous classes and previous series, but I've liked her style today.
Granted, it is different. Let's just watch as they go into 1, as Watson is right on the back of Mentia here before 2.
What I was going to say is she's had a mature drive today.
That was what I was about to say, but what I was going to do is bookend it with, granted, it's different when you've got a train of 10 or 12 karts all at the same pace, and it is a small grid this weekend in Junior Rotax, and it has been really a class of 2 right out in front. However, nonetheless, I was going to use the same word, Tom. It's been a really mature drive for a driver that is still in the very, very early stages of a Junior Rotax class that is, of all the Rotax, you know, like you move your way through, like effectively Mini's a 1-season class.
Yes.
2, if your birthday is either lucky or unlucky for some in terms of it giving you more time in it. But given the weight limit in Mini and the age bracket as well, hence why I think they're having a bit of a look at how the classes are structured through from top down in Rotaxes in terms of chassis size and stuff. But that's a debate for further into the season when the final...
went a bit wide there, Mentia, and that gave Watson a run. But then the differing lines that they chose, it's actually helped.
5 kart lengths.
Yeah, it's helped Mentia out quite a bit there.
Potter puts in a personal best. So what I'm saying, Tom, is we know that something is coming later on in the year when it comes to changing of the Minimax and the chassis size potentially is being looked at. So that's certainly going to help in the sort of driver size side of thing. But even so now, Minimax is really a 1 year before moving up into juniors. And I think that's the problem, really. You're investing in some kit and then you're moving straight up. Granted, it's a little bit easier in Rotax because the engine's the same, the radiator is generally the same. You're just dropping a restrictor in, similar to the Hondas. But it's still a heavier weight limit. It's still a different driving style with much more power, which means you're able to, your braking points are far, far different.
Yes, and the way that you need to brake as well is very different because of that extra speed. So it's not just a case of a little stamp on the brake and pitch it in. You've actually got to, you know, cadence brake or you know, slide the rear out to you know, God, what's the word I'm looking for?
Tom
he's right there now as well. But yeah, you know, you've got to drag the brake into the corner as well. So depending on what kind of corner you're taking, of course. So
I'll tell you what, the pace
you've got to manage it quite well.
Tom, the pace of the leaders hasn't slowed.
No, Potter has just has eat into the gap. It was
chipped
well
in,
over a second.
Yeah.
Just a 10th here every single lap, and she's right there now.
Yeah, came out of nowhere. I was looking at it in the background, and I was like, they've not passed anybody. And then Potter's joining in, and this could be another case of what we saw earlier on. Finley Watson has a look over his shoulder. I'm fairly sure he's aware that Potter's there, but she's almost snuck up on this battle for the lead, which is going to enter. There's going to be 3 laps remaining when they come, so they're going to be in the final quarter of the race here.
It's still moving forward as well onto the back of Finley Watson, so that gap is going to be very small now. Fastest lap of the race goes to Potter, and that was 2/10 faster than she went on the previous lap as well. So the tyres, the temperatures, the jetting, whatever it may be, the setup is really coming to Potter, and she's moving up onto the back of Finley Watson and then potentially lining up an overtake. So Finley Watson's going to have to start thinking about moving past Mentier.
Yeah, Watson this time doesn't have a look over the shoulder.
There he goes.
Yeah, down the inside he goes. That was why he wasn't looking over his shoulder, because he wasn't thinking about backwards. Mentier, though, straight back down the inside into hairpin 3. She's got to get this stopped, Tom, and not leave the door open on exit, or Watson's going to get alongside, although he would have been on the outside. Mentier back in line then. 2 laps remaining. Last lap board will be out next time round.
Indeed, and all 3 of them were fairly slow by their own standards on that lap. They were all a good 2 to 3 tenths off their best laps of the race. So we know that was the case or why that was the case for Mentier and Watson, but why was Potter all of a sudden dropped 2 tenths? You'd think she would have been taking full advantage, and in fact there she goes now up the inside of Watson into South Bank corner, holds it there as well, but cannot get the braking done and take the position. Watson did really well there to hold second place.
Yeah, all the way round the outside Watson went there, and he knew what he was doing as well, because he did the same into 3. That has given Mentier 4 tenths though out at the front, with that with Watson taking a longer route round the South Bank corner to hold on to second place. Potter's still 3rd, but they are a little bit more evenly spaced than they were on the previous lap.
Yeah, correct. And I think, barring any problems, that gap is going to be a little bit too much, especially down into South Bank corner, as indeed we do see. Mentier to Watson, and then Catherine Potter now another 2 tenths back, so it could well finish like this, barring any mistakes.
Mentier into hairpin 4. Watson's not going to be close enough unless he can use that wide line to come through. Lizzie Mentier takes the checkered flag, and victory in junior Rotax here at Teesside. Finley Watson gets 2nd with Catherine Potter 3rd. Half a second splitting the top 3. Ollie Poole will take 4th place with Nathan Jensen a few seconds behind in P5.
So we were saying that was a very mature drive from Lizzie Mentier and has been all day, but a big shout out to Finley Watson as well, who Catherine Potter, the best chance, the only chance really she had to make an overtake, she tried to do it, and Finley Watson, brilliant defence, managing to hold that P2, because very easily Catherine Potter could have come through there.
Brilliant defence by not defending, because he didn't defend it, he just did what he went all the way around the outside.
Yeah, and managed to hold P2. And that's what I mean. Yeah. By doing that, that was very good driving from Watson as well. So,
yes.
Yeah, excellent there. You know, fantastic driving from the top 3. They all took the opportunities they had when they had them, and yeah, congratulations to Lizzie Mentier on the win.
Oh, we're almost done now, Tom.
Oh, it is Philadelphia in America. I've just read the comments. Philadelphia in America. and people saying they now want Philly cheesesteak as well. Well, yeah, I'll go with that as well.
3 more races then here at Teesside Autodrome for round 2 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Mini Rotax is next on the agenda.
What I would say, though, is more of a French dip man than a Philly cheesesteak. Do love a French dip. Minimax final is going to be headed pole position by Addison Smith. Then it's Lewis Goff, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Sebastian Corking. Then it's Ben, Adrian, Benjamin Lee, finishing off row 3. Then row 4 is headed by Joseph Yao, and then Melissa Adrian, Sam Robson and Amy Peacock finish off the top 10. Then it's James Philip Byrne and Ben Horner. Then Oliver Watson and Kian Logan. And just for everybody listening on the stream, a French dip is not a euphemism for those that don't know. Basically, it's a roast beef sandwich that they give you then the gravy you can dip the sandwich into. Oh. It's called a French dip. It's beautiful. Nice. Had one in Vegas.
I'll tell you what, Tom, we've got a bit of work to do here, because I think we got it in our ears that a driver had an off on the outlap, and I think it might be Addison Smith, because he's trying to make his way through the pack, because he's our pole sitter.
Oh, right, okay.
I think now, but the problem is he's got drivers in front of him there that are weaving to warm their tyres up as he now slots back in. So we are as expected with Smith on the inside and Goff on the outside. They have the same amount of points. On the second row, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Sebastian Corking, Ben Adrian and Benjamin Lee on row 3 with Melissa Adrian and Joseph Yao, as Oliver Watson has a bit of a moment on the exit of hairpin 3, although we've got 95% of the grid lined up and ready to go. The green is down. Watson's going to actually carry loads more speed over the line here, Tom, because he's coming through trying to catch back up. Fox-Whiteley down the inside of Lewis Goff, but then runs wide. Goff to the inside. They're going to be side by side, and Goff has to slot back in to 3rd place. And then Joseph Yao in the background. We've got 3 and 4 off, Tom. Melissa Adrian, Sam Robson, Ben Horner, all off. Coming through the chicanes, 3 into 1 does not go.
No, it certainly does not. And I thought Lewis Goff might have his work cut out to hold on to P3.
Lewis Goff's got his work cut out, Tom, to stay in the top 6.
Top 10, yeah.
He's dropped away there. That looks like, once again, Tom, issues with power out of hairpin 2.
Yes, so Goff, as I thought, might struggle to hold P2. It seems to be you don't want to be on the outside, regardless of your position, for any of the Rotax classes, because of the way that the circuit is set up for the opening lap. I mean, it really has cost Lewis Goff.
Yeah, I mean, it is the case at a lot of circuits, maybe with the exception of Wilton, which goes left then right. But, you know, like GYG, for example, has a 90-degree right turn, and everybody on the outside you're just going to get hung out to dry there, aren't you? And it's the same here, is that if you're in 3rd and you're close enough, as Joseph Yao is, to Benjamin Lee down there, outside on 2nd place just can't get in.
Yep, correct. Exactly that. And Sebastian Corking now having a look around the outside and then the inside, coming out of 4. They go across the line side by side and slots back into position behind Benjamin Lee. So your top 10 is Smith from Fox-Whiteley, Yao, Lee, Corking, Adrian, Goff, Philip Byrne and Peacock. Oh, and Watson as well. Sorry, I only did 9 there.
Absolute miracle Oliver Watson's out, Tom, because I've seen a picture of his kart from earlier on today, and it is broken.
Oh.
Like I'm showing you now, that broken.
Oh, okay, yeah. Unfortunately, we can't get that up on screen, but we might be able to do it after this race. But yeah, there's a big crack right the way through the chassis.
So it will have been welded, obviously. We've not sent him out with bits that are hanging off, but it's amazing that he's even out there, Tom, really.
Yep. Yeah, it is. And potentially a new chassis for the rest of the season required.
So Smith leading the way then from Fox-Whiteley, the top 2.5 seconds down the road, with Joseph Yao and Ben Adrian side by side. Adrian gets through into hairpin number 1, with Yao in 4th place now. Benjamin Lee, Sebastian Corking and Lewis Goff.
He's struggling.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, he's just been done down the back straight as well by Amy Peacock. No power at all, Tom, down there for Lewis Goff. He's just getting mugged by drivers that normally he'd be well up with this leading duo.
Oh, he's
as
the
we've
best part
seen,
of a quarter
obviously.
of a lap behind after only 2 laps.
We've seen him before, and he's just really, really struggling with any sort of power, Tom. I think it's bottom end, just coming out of the slow corners, because then he's getting done at the end of the straight because he's just not getting the revs. You know, and certainly, Tom, hairpin 2, that 1-2 complex, when you're slowing down, 2 is probably about where the lowest amount of your revs are going to be on the whole of this track. He's got a train of karts behind him. We'll try and catch him as he comes down the back straight towards South Bank as Smith and Fox Whiteley continue to battle for the lead here. But yeah, Tom, just out the window again, Lewis Goff's lost 2 more places to James Philip Byrne and Melissa Adrian as well. Not a nice day for Lewis Goff, unfortunately, here at Teesside. And, performance issues with that number 4 machine really, really hampering. Not really allowing Goff to showcase the talents that have seen him win a heat already here today. And the other 2 heat winners are currently battling out for the top step on the podium.
Yeah, we've had three heats and 3 different winners so far in this class. So, yeah, we were looking forward to a big final, but unfortunately we've only got a 2-kart final instead of 2 karts at the front end. Battling it out rather than the 3 as Corking moves up the inside of Benjamin Lee.
Ben Adrian, Tom, who started the day at the back, having not qualified yesterday, has a 1.7 second gap to those behind him as there's been a change for the lead over the line. Jared Fox Whiteley now leading the way from Addison Smith, with Adrian a comfortable 3rd. Yao in his first outing in Mini. He's certainly going to be one to watch, Tom, as we go deep into this season. If he can pull 4th places out in a final in his first ever Mini Max race, I can only imagine where he's going to be in 3, 4, 5 rounds' time as we get towards the end of the season. There's no reason at all why Joseph Yao can't be winning races.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, moving forward as well, and there you go, taking personal best laps as well for Yao, Corking and Lee on that lap.
Lee's come on a lot as well, Tom, actually, in the last, since round 1.
I would go with that as well, yeah.
Don't know how much practice he's been getting in, but I'm imagining it's some, as Seb Corking, just off camera, has got back down the inside of Joseph Yao for 4th place. Addison Smith, when Fox Whiteley came through, he dropped a kart length or 2, but I think he's closed right back up. Certainly down the back straight and into South Bank, Smith looks strong.
Well, there is no substitute for seat time, so if it is indeed plenty of practice, that is the key to going much quicker.
And a personal best then from Fox Whiteley, with Smith behind. Fastest lap of the race currently a 53.060 for Ben Adrian in 3rd place, although he's not going to catch this leading duo unless they do anything silly. He's not going to reel in 3 seconds in 4 laps. Fox Whiteley with an adjustment there to the radiator.
Just monitoring that temperature, as we said earlier on, from the lap timer that's on the steering wheel. That will give the driver a temperature and a temperature alert as well, which we didn't talk about, that you can set alerts up as well. So if it starts flashing that it reaches a certain temperature, that's when to pop the radiator open and manage that.
Personal best from Addison Smith sees him close the gap by a 10th or so onto the back of Fox Whiteley, but Fox Whiteley has 3 kart lengths to Addison Smith, which is enough that Smith can't make a move, and Fox Whiteley, if he maintains that gap, will be comfortable. He has a quick look at his adversary behind. Ben Adrian is there, but he's losing 2/10 a lap because he's not having anybody to punch a hole through the air. Behind him, Sebastian Corking still in front of Joseph Yao, with Benjamin Lee in the battle for 4th down into 6th place respectively, and Yao makes a late move to the inside of Corking. That door was always going to close and wasn't ever close enough for it to trouble Sebastian Corking anyway. Another personal best thing for Fox Whiteley. It's almost like they're trading lap times between Fox Whiteley and Addison Smith as they enter the penultimate lap here at Teesside.
Yeah, 3/10 is the gap. Corking now moving through, as we said, to the front of that pack, and Corking starting to finally show the kind of pace we expected as Lee and Yao trade places. And we've got a contact warning for Ben Horner as well, which has just come out. But yeah, Corking finally starting to show the pace that we thought he would have throughout the day.
Oh, Yao down the inside there of Benjamin Lee. Lee left him a bit of a gap, and Yao is going to try and get the cut back, but Lee should have track position there by side. We'll catch them just coming together in the background as Lee does slot in front of Joseph Yao for 5th place. Melissa Adrian's got past Amy Peacock as well for 7th. That's the change on the screen there. On to the last lap we go, though. It's Jared Fox-Whiteley and Addison Smith down the back straight. Fox-Whiteley has a few kart lengths, but still comes to the inside as they enter the final half of the lap.
Final half of the last lap of this race as well, and it is going to be Fox-Whiteley heading through hairpin 4. Felt the need to go defensive, but defending fresh air because there was plenty of gap to Addison Smith, and here he comes across the line. Your winner, Jared Fox-Whiteley from Addison Smith by 0.3 of a second. Ben Adrian takes the final step of the podium, a well-deserved 3rd place. Sebastian Corking, 4th place for him, and then it is Joseph Yao and Benjamin Lee swapping places on the final lap of the race, taking 5th and 6th. Melissa Adrian in 7th, Amy Peacock 8th, doing the double stint in 2 different classes. And then it's James Byrne in 9th, and 10th place went to Sam Robson.
There is your top 3, Tom. You could see them on screen briefly there when we had the wide shot. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Addison Smith, the top 2. Ben Adrian goes from last to the podium then here at Teesside. Didn't qualify yesterday, but gets onto the final step of the podium here as well. And a shout out for me here, Tom, for Lewis Goff for actually bringing that number 4 kart to the checkered flag, because many drivers, when you're that down on power, would have just come in.
Finished P12 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So would have just come in, wouldn't they? You know, when you're that down on power and noticeably down as well, but kept that kart going all the way to the checkered flag.
And picked up points.
Yep. 2 more races then. Next one up for you will be our senior Rotax class. Andy Ambrose will start on pole position with Andy Collinson alongside Shane Collinson and Martin Fisher on row 2, Paul Swan and Josh Redhead on row 3. Arthur Louthian and Chris Stowes row 4. Emma Brown, who retired from one of the races and didn't pick up any points, she will start in 9th place. They're already making their way round onto the track for their rolling up lap. They'll get to once again. So Andy Ambrose will lead round. He's had 2 heat victories and a 2nd place. The other win went to the driver that's just behind him, Andy Collinson. This will be the first time that they've actually started side by side. They've all either had to work through. They've always been there or thereabouts, though, at the business end of the race. So Ambrose bringing them over the line for the first time at a fair rate of knots, keeping the pace right up. The final runner, though, Emma Brown, just crossing the start line now, so it's a good 15 seconds behind Andy Ambrose, who is going to have to slow this pack up quite a lot as they head down the back straight towards South Bank, just to allow Brown and the rest of the pack to catch up. Obviously, they come out of the dummy grid pretty much in single file. Those at the front have much more opportunity to move away. So it's necessary for them to carry enough speed to clear the engine out, but then they have to slow it right down. They have done enough to allow Stowes and Brown to get on the back. So there are 2 Rotax 177 runners coming there into the shot. They'll have their own personal race between the 2 of them for their respective top step of the podium. Through they come then for the final in senior Rotax. It's the penultimate race of the day. Will it be Ambrose or will it be a Collinson on the top step? We're about to find out as Ambrose leads them through. Andy Collinson closes the door on Shane into the national loop this time.
I was surprised Shane didn't do better actually there, to be honest, because Andy Collinson got a good start, and then, whoa, that was robust from Andy Collinson there up the inside of Andy Ambrose for the lead.
Ambrose might not get a great exit out of 2 either, Tom, and that's going to allow Shane Collinson to come through down the inside, is it? No, Ambrose closes the door. Andy Collinson, Tom, for me, he knew he was going to do that from the moment that green flag went down.
Yeah,
he knew he had to get past Ambrose and get past him early.
I think there might be a penalty coming for that. There'll certainly be a warning, I'm sure, for contact there. We'll keep an eye on it, but yeah, that was a very, very late move up the inside from Collinson and kind of shoved Ambrose out the way.
Ambrose, though, close enough that it's not ruined his race, that's for sure, with 12 laps for this final and only 1 in the bag. So close enough, 4/10 the gap, and let's see whether he can close in. And once again, we saw Andy Collinson went early, as there's just a quick look going to be happening because there's a confirmation on the screen right in front of us here, Tom, that there's going to be an investigation into that, which means it's going to be looked at for that move down the inside on Andy Ambrose.
Yep.
We know Collinson, Tom, he's gone early in all his races so far in terms of his setup, and Ambrose and Shane Collinson, to an extent as well, have been able to reel him in further into this race. The gap was 4/10 at the end of the first lap. It's now just over 2, certainly on the line, and that's not 2 tenths on camera, is it?
No, that's right there, and I'm expecting something robust from Andy Ambrose in return, but we shall see whether he can keep his cool and make a move past.
Oh, Ambrose lifts it. Collinson was looking back and saw him lift it and thought, I'll lift my radiator as well.
Yeah, and Shane Collinson is now 8 tenths off the back of this. So we'll get a new gap as they come across the line, but doesn't seem to be able to go with the front 2 here at the moment. But as we've said, the setup might come. It's out to almost a second, 9 tenths here, as they come across the line with 9 laps to go. So we'll see what Shane's got left in the locker, if you like, in terms of setup. Can that kart come towards him versus the other 2? He seemed to have gone early. Or is this just how it's going to be? Are Andy Collinson and Andy Ambrose, the Andys, going to move away at the front of the grid?
Like the 2 detectives.
That's the one, yes, the Andys. Great big bushy.
For me, Tom, here is, even if Shane Collinson's got this set up for the latter end of the race, the 2 in front might be too far away for him to do anything about it. I mean, he's not getting dropped, is he, massively? But
he took a couple of hundredths out of them on that previous lap. So he is matching them now.
All being well, this is your podium. But
in fact, was the quickest.
with a third of the race, it could be in any order.
Well, Shane Collinson was the fastest kart on track that lap, but as I say, only by a couple of hundredths. So we'll keep an eye on the timing and see whether that is closing in. Other than visibly, of course. So lap times over the line. Fastest lap of the race went to Andy Collinson with a 41.6. Pulled out, went 3 tenths quicker than he'd done on the previous lap as well. Then Andy Ambrose and Shane Collinson again quicker than Andy Ambrose by half a tenth.
Yeah, so the gap to the leader for Shane Collinson goes out to just beyond the second, but he closes in on Andy Ambrose. So they're starting to spread out a little bit in this race. 4 tenths was the gap, and part of me, Tom, thought that was because Ambrose went quite wide over start-finish to get a slightly better line into the D chicane. Let's see whether he does it again this time and takes a wider line than Collinson. He doesn't, but I thought he did on the previous lap, and that's part of the could be part of the reason why it had gone out to 4 tenths, and he's back down to 2 now.
Well, Chris Stowe still leading Emma Brown in your 177 class, but both of them are or were right on the back of Josh Redhead, but that's now a battle for 7th overall with Arthur Lothian on the back of Emma Brown.
Yeah, I'm just out the window there. I thought Brown was trying to try and go down the inside with Chris Stoves. Nose to tail for the lead, though, and there we see a huge amount of inside lift, and Ambrose down the inside of Collinson and through, and that's the same sort of side pod action that we saw at the start.
That's returned to the favour, hasn't it?
Yep, I think that's one apiece.
Yep, they are now nice and even and going at it again for the next 5 laps.
Yep, so Ambrose down the inside. Is there anything Collinson can do from Andy Ambrose? It was a case now, was Collinson slow on Ambrose? Oh, down the inside, Collinson goes. Ambrose had it scouted.
And that was going to happen if they were going to come together
they're
again.
facing the wrong way. Andy Ambrose and Andy Collinson. Contact. Shane Collinson's going to inherit not only the lead but the victory as well, all being well. Hopefully we can see that again, but I'm sure when both of them watch that back later, they will they'll not be overly pleased with their own driving, if I'm honest.
So Collinson sent it late up the inside, and then Ambrose was out on the edge of the concrete and didn't really have anywhere else to go except back onto the circuit, and Collinson was there holding position. How would you call that, David?
Not great from either, if I'm honest, Tom.
It was, I think it all started in hairpin 1 of lap 1, didn't it?
Yeah, we generally steer away from being critical of drivers, what with the fact that they're probably better than what we are.
Oh, far better.
Yeah. But I think when they both watch that back later, they know that between the two of them, they've thrown points and potential podiums away here at Teesside Autodrome. The top three now then, Shane Collinson, Martin Fisher and Paul Swan, with a gap of almost 4 seconds back to Andy Collinson and Andy Ambrose, who, Tom, are still nose to tail.
They are still nose to tail. It's like they haven't even been separated. The only difference is now there's 3 karts in front of them. So this is, barring any problems, handed this to Shane Collinson on a plate. It's whether the Andys can now make their way back up behind Martin Fisher and Paul Swan and do anything about those two in front of them. They are going to have to work together, though, to do that, because if they start fighting again, that's the podium done and dusted.
Certainly is. It's going to be 2 laps remaining, Tom, when they come round. The two in front of them are still battling it out, Tom. That's the thing between Fisher and Swan. And it will allow Collinson and Ambrose to close up. And they are taking chunks. And I mean chunks out of Fisher and Swan.
Yeah, they were a second a lap quicker than Paul Swan, who in turn was half a tenth quicker than Martin Fisher in front. So they're currently 1.7 seconds behind, 2 laps to go, and they're a second a lap quicker. So they're going to be right there at the end, aren't they?
They are going to close right up at the end here. Shane Collinson's got it comfortable out at the front with a gap of 4.7 seconds.
Paul Swan is going to need to have the widest kart in the country if he's going to try and keep these two behind him.
Yeah, and going for moves like that's not going to help either, because it's going to sort of slow him up as well and back him in. Last lap board is out, though. The gap, 7 tenths for the final step on the podium with Andy Collinson and Andy Ambrose. We've obviously got that investigation underway for the opening lap incident, and I'm sure that they'll both be thinking about the incident that happened later on in the race.
It's closing up. They're there already. The Collinson and Ambrose are right there. Fisher's got to hope and pray that he can hold on. It's whether Paul Swan can through the final 2 corners.
Out of the final one, though, Tom, comes Shane Collinson. He might not have thought he was going to be seeing the checkered flag first at half race distance, but he comes through to take victory in senior Rotax. Fisher's going to get second. There's contact further behind between Collinson and Swan. Collinson, at least on track, gets third with Swan in 4th. Andy Ambrose in 5th place. Hardly anything between Collinson and Swan as they came over, but they were side by side. Ambrose in 5th then with Redhead, Brown, Lothian and Chris Stoves, the top 9 runners here at Teesside. Everybody getting to the checkered flag. Collinson winning in 1.62 with Brown taking the honours in Rotax 1.77.
We'll try to keep you updated on whether there is any further changes to what is going to be that result. It is a provisional result at the moment. Of course,
I think that one may well
Andy Collinson was under investigation already.
Yeah, I think that might rumble on beyond the end of our show here, Tom. We've only got one more race.
Yeah.
And that'll be Senior Pro Kart coming up very shortly. I think that one might rumble on, at least certainly before the results are published, because they normally give half an hour before they publish the final results at the very least. So everybody clearing off track, although there is a very serene drive coming through, I think, from, I imagine, an angry Andy Ambrose, who's done the slowest in-lap, I think, ever. In front, though, there's Paul Swan with his hands on his head. He's come within half a tenth of a second of stepping on the podium here at Teesside Autodrome. The final race of the day is upon us. You were about to say something there, Tom. I imagine it was Ambrose related.
It was Ambrose related. It was. It looks like he might have just taken a minute just to calm himself down as he came round the final lap.
Yep. Next up, though, is your final, and it's your final race of the day as well in Senior Pro Kart.
here we go with your grid for the Senior Pro Kart final. Scott Tate does indeed take pole position with Dan Tate in second. Gracie Mitchell, as we thought, would be right up there as well, taking the front of row number 2. Connor White is taking 4th place with Harry Nottage and Jack Morris 5th and 6th. Thomas Braid, Jess Alexander, Asher Blythe and Callum Booth round out your top 10, with Mark Tate and Gareth Plackett heading row 6. David Brown and Brandon Truman Reddish on row 7, with Steve Nichols and Simon Doughty row 8. Row 9 is Thomas Lowther and David Brewis. The 10th row is Jonathan Allen and Philip Patton, which rounds out your overall top 20. Alec Bowd and Dan Fulsham come next, with Lennon French after his incident and off and non-completion of a race starts 23rd. Then James Hitchin in 24th. Mark White goes off P25, and George Davis, Henry Bowd heads up row 14, and Harry Roddis in 28th place. Like how I'm mixing this up. Andrew Worley and Alban Dow finish off the top 30, and Lee Austin goes off 31st and final place. Did you like how I was mixing that up there with rows, positions, etc.?
Done well there, Tom.
I know. It's like I've done this before. Like I do it for a living.
But you don't know, do you?
Part-time.
Yeah.
Part-time.
We have fun nonetheless.
It is a part-timer.
Oh, just...
Oh, we've got a Jess Alexander out of position. We've got a Callum Booth out of position as well. Just been reshuffled and rejigged about.
We've just had a little swap round there, haven't they? And, or even rolled back into position. Or you're rolling forward and you're not sure if the kart's going to stop at that one or the one in front of it, and then you sort of overshoot and have to roll yourself back ever so slightly. Gridded up really, really quickly this time, Tom. Much quicker than we have for our other Senior Pro Kart races.
Yeah, it has gone quickly, you're right. And the starter's already making his way down the grid.
Yep, here we go. I think we're just going to roll Jess Alexander back and half a foot. Yeah, there we go.
No gaps in the grid either, because of course this is a final.
And everybody's out. So look, nobody with any problems. Everybody just been rolled into position as well. I think we might just be getting some karts straightened up ever so slightly, Tom, which must be an instruction from our race director, just to make sure that all of the bit of the kart they need to be is behind the white light. Nonetheless, green flag is up for the final time. It's down for the final time. We're away and racing in Senior Pro Kart. Gracie Mitchell makes a good start, but Dan Tate bounces over the curbs and holds on to second place from the outside of the front row. Scott Tate, Dan Tate, Gracie Mitchell, the top 3, then through the chicanes, with Connor White and Harry Nottage and Jack Morris completing the top 6. Jess Alexander tries to go round the outside, and there's a little bit of contact from behind her from Callum Booth, which ruins Booth's corner, and he loses a place to Asher Blythe. Everybody, though, Tom, round the opening complexes of corners on the opening lap.
Yeah, all nice and clean as well. Very, very little contact between the field.
They're learning, aren't they?
Slowly learning, yeah, as there was a little bit of contact in Booth up the inside of one of the Tates. Is it Mark Tate that's further back?
Yep, Jess Alexander down the inside, I think, of Tom Braid, which almost allowed Asher Blythe to get alongside, but he has to drop back in. But Blythe does set the fastest lap of the opening of the race on the opening lap. He's obviously come further through over start line and carried much more speed.
Correct.
This, Tom, now never really settles down, does it, in Senior Pro, even though the final is a much more representative of pace with where everybody is, so to speak. I think really it's not going to settle down as Jack Morris tries to go down the inside of Harry Nottage and does so.
Gets the pass completed and then has the overspeed around the outside to take that position. Jess Alexander then having a move up the inside of Harry Nottage as well. We had a brief yellow flag.
Yep, we've got one kart off, Tom. We'll find out who that is in a few moments' time as they come over start-finish. I think it could be Andrew Worley. I've not seen the 79 come through.
It is Andrew Worley.
Yep, off on the D chicane on the out. That'd be the opening lap, wouldn't it? So he's barely got his race underway, unfortunately, before that kart has ground to a halt. So thought we were going to have a yellow flag, but that cart's safely out of the way, which allows us to go racing. The top 3, Tom, nose to tail.
I was just going to say, Gracie Mitchell's just put in the fastest lap of the race and was 2/10 faster than most people out there.
Asher Blythe down the inside of Tom Braid into hairpin number 3. That moves him up into 8th place. And behind as well, is that Gareth Plackett coming through? Down the inside of David Brown, forces Brown onto the rumble strip. Mitchell's up into 2nd. Dan Tate then down into 3rd. Not sure where Mitchell got through, but she's through into 2nd place. That's given Scott Tate a little bit of a freedom. Thought I could hear some tyre squeal there, but everybody's still facing the right way.
Yeah, and Gracie Mitchell, of course, in clubman class, which is the red numbers on the left of your screen. Mark Tate heading the over 40s. So Gracie Mitchell, 2nd place and clubman leader as well. So potentially two trophies coming home with Gracie Mitchell today.
1 trophy. You only get it for your class, unfortunately. But it would be nice for her to take 2 home. But I'm sure she'll still be happy with the 2nd place nonetheless, overall. And
quite a bit of breathing room, over 2 seconds between Harry Nottage as well. So
yeah, because let's give this some context. She's currently sandwiched between Scott Tate, a perennial front runner, and Daniel Tate, the current Motorsport UK Rotax 177 champion.
Would you like to know who's just set the fastest lap of the race?
Hit me.
2021 Junior Pro Kart champion Lennon French down in 18th place.
He's going a lot quicker than what he did with 3 wheels on.
He certainly is. Flying up through the field as well. So 18th place, setting the fastest lap of the race, a 46.1.
Nottage, Blythe, Booth, Braid and Mark Tate there. Also, Callum Booth goes down the inside of Asher Blythe. Blythe's going to have track position, and that's going to allow Tom Braid to come through, and I think Braid may well try and force Booth out onto the rumble strip. They're 3 wide as they come over start finish, and they're going to have to slot back in because you don't go too wide in senior pro karts out through the D chicane because one of you ends up on the grass.
Correct. Or bouncing over the inside as well on the exit of the D chicane into the national loop.
I'll tell you what, Tom, Mitchell took 2/10 out of Tate on the previous lap.
And putting the fastest lap of the race as well. Yeah. She is going to be right there.
Heading towards half race distance. It certainly will be when they come through. So Gracie Mitchell, who was touching the top 10 at round number 1, started the day well with that Heat 1 win.
Morris has just moved up the inside of Connor White as well and taken 3rd place.
A little bit of contact there.
4th place, sorry, 4th.
A little bit of contact. Jess Alexander trying to take advantage round the outside. She's in 6th place.
We've got Dan Fulsham has just lost the position to Philip Patton a little bit down the order. Lennon French is now up to 17th. He's just taken David Brewis.
Well, there's a top 15 in this for Lennon French, which will be a fantastic result to say that he didn't finish one of the heats and started outside the top 20. Asher Blythe picks up the contact warning. He's down in 8th place, but he's also in 3rd place in the Honda Cadet Club class.
That's also his 2nd one of the race.
Picking them up. Mitchell down the inside of Scott Tate into hairpin 4. Tate's going to come back round the outside. Mitchell might have track position. Who's going to be brave here? It's Gracie Mitchell through and into the lead with 5 laps remaining here in Senior Pro Kart.
Yeah, taking a big chunk of the dogleg concrete on the inside as well. Put her up in the air, but still managed to keep her foot in and take the lead.
Yeah, that was a brave move there from Mitchell. Bouncing over the curbs. You know what's going to happen there. You know you're going to get a little bit of lift and your kart's going to bounce out of the way. Scott Tate had to give her a kart length and did so, but kept his foot into the chicane as well. But Mitchell was a kart length in front by then and slotted nicely into the lead. Contact warning for the 13 of Callum Booth. He's in the middle of that pack from Harry Nottage in 7th, which goes all the way down to, well, I think it's one of the Bouds. He's currently in around about in 19th. Alec Boud is on the back of that. That's a nose-to-tail battle as well.
There's 4 laps to go here for Jess Alexander to take 4th place, which would be a fantastic result given that she retired from one of the races.
Well, yeah, she scored no points at all, did she, for Heat 1?
Yeah, exactly.
Removed from the standings in that one. She's right on the back of Jack Morris, who's currently on for his highest finish in terms of getting a podium in the pro class here. The thing is with this class is that if you win that Junior Pro Kart Championship, you don't get to go in club. You're straight in pro, although to be fair, Lennon French is. But in previous years, those winners have elected to go straight into the pro class. And that sees now Jack Morris in 4th. So over they come then with 3 laps remaining. It's Mitchell, then 2 Tates and Morris, Alexander, White, Nottage, Booth, Braid and Blythe, who's dropped from 3rd in class down into 5th in the club. He's down into 10th, having held on to 8th place at one point in this race.
Gracie Mitchell still not dropping Scott Tate, who's only 3 tenths behind and putting a personal best lap of the race.
Almost identical though, wasn't it?
Almost identical, but Dan Tate, Jack Morris as well, all putting in personal bests. So they're still right there for the taking. If it does start to kick off between Mitchell and Tate.
Oh, Alexander goes half down the inside of Morris. Thought she just eased off there. I thought Morris was going to turn in, and that could potentially have resulted in a spin for either or both of them. The 12, Tom, is under investigation. That's Tom Braid.
We had a yellow flag out there and hairpin 4, and they're 3 wide as they come through the King.
You can see them there in the background coming through. Going to need some bravery as David Brewis and Mark Tate try to go side by side on entry. Who's dropping there? Big dropped, actually, Tom, there for Callum Booth. That might have something to do with Tom Braid's investigation.
Potentially. Also, Steve Nichols dropped 5 places and Alec Bow dropped 4 as well.
So they might have had to take evasive action.
And Mark Tate dropped 5 places.
They were behind in that long train of carts, weren't they, Tom? And they might have had to take evasive action if there was an incident with a spin. Morris has been overtaken by Alexander, but then Morris re-overtakes Alexander.
Robust as well, and they'd be better off working together because there's a potential podium on the cards here.
Certainly
final
in their
lap.
class. Yeah, well, Tom, that's for the final place, Tom, on the Pro Class podium between Morris and Alexander, though. On to the final lap we go then into hairpins 1 and 2 complex. There's a gap of around about half a second between each of our leading trio. Gracie Mitchell from Scott Tate and Dan Tate. Jack Morris holding off Jess Alexander for the final step on the Pro Cast podium, and that's why he's going so defensive. Jess is going to try and go down the inside with a late move on Jack Morris. Our leading trio, though, come out of the final complex of corners. If you'd have asked anybody in the paddock if you thought Gracie Mitchell was going to win Senior Pro Kart today, you wouldn't have found anybody, but here she goes over the line, checkered flag. Gracie Mitchell holds off a plethora of talent with Scott Tate and Dan Tate behind. Jack Morris completes the Pro Class podium. Jess Alexander in 5th, Connor White 6th, Harry Nottage and Asher Blythe complete the Club Class podium with your winner Simon Dougherty in the 40s class and Alec Bowd in our Novice Cup as well.
Fantastic action as always here in the Senior Pro Karts. We love this class. So many karts in it, so much action all the way down the field. So Gracie Mitchell taking a heat win and the final win as well. So big congratulations to her.
I'd say ultimately, Tom, and I think this is going to, I think you'd widely agree, is that for some that potentially that haven't watched it or competed in it, pro karting does have its detractors. However, we've seen British champions, world champions in other classes coming and racing in this series. We've seen them come as well and race at the British 24 in these karts. And anybody that races them or watches them enjoys them.
Absolutely, they are brilliant. And would you like a stat of the day?
Go for it.
8 classes here at Teesside. 3 finals won by female drivers.
Superb effort.
Brilliant.
Again,
that's nearly half of the finals have been won by female drivers.
Female contingent, which continues to grow.
Who are massively outnumbered here by the boy drivers, but a great showing and a great advert for female talent in not just motorsport, but here.
Having said that, in
Teesside.
terms of outnumbers, the actual quantity that we have, I think goes unrivaled throughout the country in terms of
absolutely
of in a paddock. We're running at nearly 10% of female drivers, which will only continue to grow here at Teesside Autodrome. As our seniors make their way off, we'd like to thank you, of course, for joining us here at Teesside and for watching at home. Thank you to the marshals that without them we couldn't race, the medical team as well, and of course our series sponsors, NRG Cycles, and our class sponsors in MS Karts, Lucas Racing and HRS Racing Engines as well. Sadly, we've got to wait another month, Tom, until we get to do this all over again. Well, you don't. You're at Croft next week, but I mean here.
Yes, until we get to do this all over again. No, you were right the first time. And already it seems like a long way away, but it will come back very, very quickly. So we look forward to seeing you then. Thank you again, as David said, to all our participants, our marshals and our organisers, and of course the Alpha Live crew as well for standing out in all conditions that they've seen today.
Yeah, they've seen a bit of rain as well.
A little bit of rain as well, but yeah, looking forward to next round already. We will have highlights of the week going up on the Teesside Autodrome, Teesside Sprint Series, Facebook page. Next round will be on June the 25th and 26th. Thank you for pointing that out to me, David, as well.
And we look forward to once again having deep grids as well. Senior Pro Kart, the biggest of them all, of course. And we look forward to welcoming you back in a month's time to Teesside Autodrome. Until then, though, enjoy your racing on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and we will, of course, see you again.